spoilt having, an Olympic year followed following an Olympic one with the way that COVID panned out. So we just get to cheer on all these Aussies. And, particularly I feel, especially now we've spoken to Moz, we could be in contention here for some medals in the rugby too.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Birmingham time right now, and I reckon every night we'll see some good stuff based on Birmingham times in their morning, and then we'll wake up in the morning and see some more things.
Oh, it's just going to be a great time, isn't it?
Perfect. Lock that in for the next fortnight. All right, that's it for us. We'll see you next time.
See ya.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Kerry Worthington. A man who allegedly raped an 11-year-old girl in Melbourne has been remanded in custody. More from court reporter Danny Tran.
On Thursday afternoon, Victorian police officers were called to Boundary Road in North Melbourne, where an 11-year-old girl was allegedly sexually assaulted. Investigators later charged Salmanal Abdullah with one count of rape. The 31-year-old today appeared in the Melbourne Magistrates Court from custody, wearing a pair of disposable coveralls. Mr Abdullah's lawyer told the magistrate that her client was a refugee and had a history of mental illness. The court was told he did not know his alleged victim. Mr Abdullah will return to court in October. He didn't apply for bail.
A parliamentary review into Victoria's pandemic response has found COVID rules contributed to a massive increase in people seeking help for mental health. The committee was told Victoria's lockdowns had the biggest impact on the mental health of young people, with emergency calls to Kids Helpline increasing by 264%. The committee has recommended the government immediately increase funding for mental health services and create more training places for mental health specialists. Meanwhile, a former National Mental Health Commissioner says the new National Survey of Mental Health and Wellbeing results released today highlight the seriousness of mental health conditions in Australia. The survey found 40% of respondents aged 16 to 24 had experienced a mental health disorder in the year prior to the 2021 survey. Psychiatrist Professor Ian Hickey says short-term mental health issues like anxiety and feelings of distress were higher as a result of the pandemic, but he says serious mental disorders were already high pre-COVID.
And we're just going to have to wait to see how much of that is prolonged. So distress definitely went up. The rates of disorder and other sort of more severe longer-term consequences probably went up to some degree, but mainly they weren't COVID-related. They're mainly just the longer-term health problems that we face in this country.
The state opposition says the Victorian Labor Party must repay taxpayers any funds found to be misused in a landmark report by the state's integrity agencies. The joint IBAC Ombudsman report described extensive unethical behaviour within Victorian Labor, interfering with government grants for factional purposes. Among them, the Premier, Daniel Andrews, says the money will not be repaid as it wasn't one of the recommendations from the state's integrity agencies. In 2018, the party repaid nearly $400,000 of taxpayers' money it misused to campaign during the 2014 election in the so-called red shirts rorts. Opposition leader Matthew Guy says the same rules should apply now.
The Labor Party paid the money back the last time they got caught out rorting the system. They were forced to pay it back, and they did. So why is this time any different?
The Minister for Local Government, Melissa Horne, has appointed a municipal monitor to help guide good governance at Horsham Rural City Council. Finance professional Jude Holt will support the council until January 2023. The appointment's been made at the request of the council's mayor and CEO, following concerns about the council's ability to serve the local community effectively. Police in Sri Lanka say they've arrested 9 people after forcibly clearing the main anti-government protest camp in Colombo. Hundreds of heavily armed troops in riot gear tore down tents outside the presidential offices. The BBC says one of its journalists was beaten and a soldier snatched his phone before deleting videos from the device. One of the student protesters has explained what happened.
Around 1 a.m., there were around 6 or 7 trucks of army personnel, up to 500 to 600, fully loaded with guns. There was an unremarkable amount of violence going on in the peaceful protest which they attacked.
The protests come after Ranil Wickremesinghe was sworn in as president with a promise to unite Sri Lanka, which is suffering a dire economic crisis. The Commonwealth Games Federation says countries where homosexuality is illegal are unlikely to host the event in the future. The BBC's Phil Mackey reports.
Although the laws aren't always enforced, in 2/3 of the 54 countries which have sent teams to the Commonwealth Games, it's still illegal to be gay. Today in Birmingham, what's been called a safe space for LGBTQ+ athletes and officials is being opened in the city's gay village. Specialist support will be offered to anyone who's suffered discrimination because of their sexuality in their home country. When the event was last held in 2018, there were 13 openly gay competitors. This time it's 43.
Currently 12 degrees in Melbourne. That's the latest. ABC News.
ABC News.
Did you know that ABC Listen has a little sibling?
Hi.
The ABC Kids Listen app with music to move and podcasts to play. ABC Kids Listen stimulates curiosity, fires imaginations and fosters good listening skills.
Wow! That's a funny noise.
Discover a world of entertainment that will spark creativity in the minds of your little ones and get them up and moving. Download ABC Kids Listen today, free from your app store.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
Runs into the 50, steps on the right foot, scores the level.
This is awesome. What a moment to be here.
Roll up, it's time for the show. Forget everything that you know. You ain't seen nothing like this. It's impossible to resist.
Kicks from 45, it starts right, but it's coming back. It's a miracle at the Adelaide Oval.
You ain't seen nothing like.
Akers hard up against the boundary in the right foot. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season.
That is incredible.
Buddy Franklin steps forward now. He's done it. A legend joins the Immortals.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
Now from 55 goes bang. Oh, he kicked it. He has kicked it.
Welcome to the big time.
He can be a game breaker, this kid. And he'll kick the goal. It's what he does best. Silvani 2-on-1. Silvani! What a mark in the goal square.
We're gonna be kids.
Throws up from 55. An unbelievable finish. Shuts it down. The big man sorts it out midair. This would be absolutely extraordinary. He is all class. Bolton runs toward the boundary to pick a miraculous goal.
He can't believe it.
Gives it everything he's got. It's going, it's going, it's there.
The superstar on the left. He's got a third. Brilliant.
Do you want it? How much do you need it? How much do you want this? We're gonna be kids.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
Goes to Van der Veer. Sweeping hand pass to the ball. Shut the door.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
A genuine Friday night blockbuster with 5 rounds left in the home and away season tonight. Fremantle playing to protect their spot in the top 4. Their road form has been excellent, but they've dropped 3 games unexpectedly at home, including coming off a defeat to Sydney last Saturday night, while for Richmond, they have snatched defeat from the jaws of victory in recent weeks. They've lost 3 of their last 4 games, all of them by less than a goal. And tonight they're playing to try and protect their spot in the top 8. This is Grandstand AFL Friday night footy under the roof at Docklands. Richmond have dropped their past 4 games here. Fremantle have a pretty good record in this place in recent times. They've won 3 of their last 4 under the roof, trying to extend that winning sequence tonight on ABC Radio and Sport Digital. My name's Corbin Middlemass, calling the footy tonight alongside Kelly Underwood. We've got the record breaker Mick Malthouse, who's coached more games in VFL AFL footy than anyone else, and Cameron Lang, of course, 3-time premiership player and premiership captain. Tim Hodges to join us on the boundary line. There is no late change for Richmond or for Fremantle, so they come in as named. Maurice Rioli Jr., the sub for Richmond. Travis Collier for Fremantle. Neil Baum is going to join us shortly from the Tigers. Good evening, Cal.
Good evening, Corbin. Great to be here. About 25,000 expected under the closed roof at Docklands tonight, and what a season that's unfolding. It's been edge-of-your-seat drama. And it's a challenging 5 weeks to go. You've got the start of round 19, obviously, 2 teams in that top 8. And if you are a Doggies fan or a Saints fan tonight, you're barracking for purple, because if the Tigers drop this one, suddenly that door opens a little wider for the Dogs and the Saints. So it's going to be a thrilling finish to this season. Can't wait.
These two teams have had a happy knack of playing some pulsating games against one another. So it's the 40th meeting. 14 of them have been decided by 2 goals or less. How are you, Cameron Ling?
I'm very well, thank you, Corbs. Yeah, great to be here. And Richmond, they've stuffed up the last 2 weeks, fair to say, against North and the Suns, but nobody's really taken advantage of it. St Kilda, Port, Gold Coast themselves last week weren't able to put more pressure on Richmond, so now they've got another opportunity in a big Friday night game. Freo not at their peak form, I don't think, at the moment, but still a very, very dangerous team. So looking forward to this one, Corbs.
It's pretty rare, Mick Malthouse, that Fremantle are carrying the can for WA footy. Ordinarily, as you're well aware, it's the West Coast Eagles, but they're playing second fiddle in their own town at the moment. It's all about the Dockers, looking for a spot in the top 2. They're trying to defend their spot in the 4 tonight to begin with.
Good evening, Corby. G'day, Kel, the coach. I'll come back to your coaching prowess after the last week. And Lingy, and Lingy's a coach too, and got a great record, Lingy.
What am I feel like I'm letting the team down, Mick. I need to try and pick up some team.
I'm coaching nothing, mate. So
what was the last thing I said to you, Mick Malthouse, before we went on air?
You said...
Don't ask me about my coaching record.
No, you said don't ask me off air. So I'm only assuming that you have had a wonderful win with your basketball.
Yeah, the 6 and 7-year-old Chargers of basketball. Second game,
yep.
44-2, and they scored an own goal.
Wow.
That's how your team scored the 2.
Yep.
Oh, Cal. I feel better. I had a loss on the weekend, but I was much better than that performance.
There were tears afterwards. I give up.
What, your tears or the kids?
No, there were 6-year-olds in tears.
Well, this is the mark of the great coaches, to come back from that and make them enjoy it. So
I'm
you've given
done.
up. You've given
I'm
up.
You're done. Resigning mid-season. Start of the season.
We're talking to a bloke later on in the program, and he's had wonderful success as coach and been at football club. You might have to involve him.
Okay.
He's a winner.
Is he another South Australian?
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't think he was.
He's a Western Australian, actually.
He spent a bit of time over in South Australia.
He did spend time there, because I remember him when I was a kid.
He had great success over in South Australia, but no, he was only a lad coming over to Victoria.
If there's one thing I've learned, if in doubt, bring Neil Baum in.
He's a man all of you know well, the senior club advisor at the Richmond Football Club. We like to just refer to him as the godfather of the Richmond Football Club in Neil Baum. Neil, appreciate your time on Grandstand AFL again.
I put my hand up to play today, but they didn't put me in. Look at me. I'm 94 kilos.
Fit as a fiddle, Baum.
Don't ask me.
So
about that.
Yeah, but you had more muscle. It was muscle.
Oh, yeah, I've got no muscle now. I can tell you. I'm not dangerous to anyone.
So you terrorised the whole competition for a number of years at 94 kilos.
Oh, and I probably got a bit heavier as I got a bit older, but I started at about that. Yeah.
Mick, this whole idea of Barmy terrorising anyone, I do not believe a word of it.
I don't believe it either.
A true gentleman, every moment that we were together at Geelong,
this is all
made up.
I was an early victim. He dislocated my elbow.
Did he?
Yeah, he laughed on the way through.
But that was when he was at St Kilda, not at Richmond.
That's right. So he remembers it. So it was, but you know, some of the very big name players who were, tough players, they were no match. They were no match for Barmy. I've got to say that. And both in football talent and in toughness. I think he made a lot of Richmond people walk very tall when he was there.
It's a crazy thing because as Lingy said, and you know too, personally I'm not really like that. I just thought from a footy point of view I had to be like that. Do you know what I mean? I've never had a fight on the street, or that's not what I'm like. But footy, I felt that my teammates needed me to be aggressive and hard and really make it difficult for the other team to play. And that was part of Richmond's style in those days.
It was their DNA.
Kill or be killed in a sense, and I got it.
I
wasn't bad at it, fortunately.
There was no doubt that you represented that part of DNA.
Yes, thank you.
Fortune favours the brave, I think, the famous sign at Punt Road. The big news story of the day, Neil, is obviously Dustin Martin's setback. So the club releasing a statement saying that he will remain sidelined for the medium term. This is a blow for the Tigers, of course, with one of the most popular players in the game. What does for the medium term mean? How long will he be out?
It means what happened is he was looking pretty good. We were pushing him, starting to get past, and he had a bit more soreness in it. We were really worried about it. So it's a pretty conservative way, because if you keep pushing him, well, he will have a serious hammy. He's not serious, but I reckon it'd be at least 2 weeks before we think about playing him. But depends on how he progresses again. But we're really trying to prepare him for the later part of the season, and hopefully if we do something like win a game today, it's going to be meaningful. So it is sad and we're disappointed, but it's not terrible news. He hasn't, he's not out of business.
He was, and I hesitate to say this, Barmy, he was just going even when he was playing a little bit. And the first half of the last game he played was amazing. Yeah, okay.
But he was struggling a little bit before that.
So he actually started to see that match fitness come in.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
With the interrupted year that he's had, can he recapture that first half of that game that you're talking about and get back to his
There's
best?
no doubt that if he's able to play, he'll have an impact for us, regardless of what it is, even if it's only as a forward and not as a midfielder or whatever. He's such a good player that if he plays, he will have an impact, I've got no doubt.
Just what about the Tigers fans that are listening to this and they believe the rumour mill?
There's 100,000 of them.
Yes, there is. And a lot of them believe what they read and what they hear on the radio, Barmy. Is there any chance he could have played his last game for Richmond?
Who?
Dusty.
What kind of a question's that? Are you part of the media or
Yes.
something?
I am. I'm saying the Tigers fans out there, of the 100,000, if there's any thinking, I mean, you released a statement that wasn't clear in the sense that it's, it's a setback.
What, his hammy?
Yeah.
So you reckon his hammy's going to keep him out for life?
No, I'm saying his hammy could keep him out for the next 4 games, and the rumours suggest that he's going to Sydney.
I haven't heard those rumours from anyone that I would even trust for a second.
Thank you. That's what the listeners were hoping to hear.
Beautiful. Yeah,
Good.
no, look,
Glad we clarified
genuinely, well, you never do know exactly what's happening in the world, but there's no thought of that from our point of view at all. He loves being with us. There's no suggestion that we're going to trade him. He's contracted. He wants to be with us, and we want him to be with us. I don't really know where that sort of stuff comes from, to tell you the truth.
So you'd be shocked if he plays in another jumper next year?
I'd be more than shocked.
4 of the last 7 games. I hate to go back over it.
I knew I shouldn't have come in here.
4 points to North, 2 points to the Suns, 3 points to Geelong, 6 points to Sydney. Is this a team that's forgotten how to win?
I think you're right. Yeah, I think we have. Yeah, there's no doubt. Because all the other things you look at, we're kind of playing well enough. We don't look too bad. Like even last week, I don't think any teams had the ball into their inside 50 as many times as they did and not win ever, or for 39 years or something ridiculous. So we're, in a funny way, we're doing enough things right for us to be positive about what we're doing, and the relationships are right and they're having a go and the attitude's right. We're just not, in my view, and Mick and Cameron have been through this, they'll probably agree, is that I don't think the players are quite taking that opportunity and responsibility to do the final bit, actually kick the goal, actually take the catch, actually make the tackle, actually just do your job, rather than, the big picture of all the stuff going on. Just do what you have to do. And I think that's what the coaches have focused on this week, to look the players in the eye and say, you know what to do. We believe in you. Just do your job.
Barmy, just on that point, there's been, history has shown that, say, we can go back to Richmond in your era, but let's go to Brisbane 1, 2 and 3, and then fell away after they lost the grand final in the 4th one. But not that they lost a lot of players, but the players aged and had a sense of, well, we've done it, and it just, you only need to be a percent off, and you've been part of that in the Richmond era. 73, 74, and then.
Yeah, we played 72, 73, 74, and then dropped off a bit.
Yeah, then you got Hawthorn, who dropped under Clarkson. I think it was 13, 14, 15, and I think his last 3 or 4 years they finished outside the 8. We've seen it with the Cats, but they've hung around the Cats.
They just finish top 4 all the time.
So the Cats have hung around.
But I think what Mick is saying, though, is that you still don't win enough in a sense.
Yeah. And I look at this side and I look at the Cats side, and I'm not trying to compare them both outside of the age bracket, that there's a lot of players here who have achieved unbelievable things from Richmond days, from 1980 we won, and then it was a big long drought up until 2017. is the edge off that group, and are they now?
It's possible. It is. We don't think so, but it is possible. But we don't feel that, and that's why we've challenged the coaches again, just to look them in the eye, be with your guys. You know what they're thinking and what they're doing. Do they really want to do it? Well, we think they do. Yes,
okay,
we think they'll be. And there's enough younger kids coming through, I think.
Yeah. Well,
but you're quite right. I mean, to be the best team is bloody hard.
It is very hard.
And you need to get everything out of yourself. So maybe they do become a little bit satisfied.
Well, the other side of that is if their attitude is absolutely spot on, is it a general decline because of age?
It's quite possible.
We're not kicking 55, we're kicking 50.
Yeah.
And we've seen that.
Yeah,
that's what puts players in the retirement bracket. So it's either or.
Yeah, I think, there are bits of that. Right. But the overall is, I think we're playing well enough and we should win enough and then we'll give ourselves a chance. But, I mean, who knows?
This doesn't help for this year, Barmy, but is it also a little bit to do with once you've won and been the best team, which Richmond was for that period of time, you get picked apart off the field as well. So all of your top shelf assistant coaches are pretty much now elsewhere.
To be fair, we're really happy with that because we're a lot better now at looking at the individual and hoping we do the best thing for them. So, Ben Rutten doing what he's doing and Fly doing what he's doing, we think that's wonderful for them and good for us. But you do lose some pretty good quality people, and that you're quite right. That probably does have an impact. But as Mick will know, there are plenty of coaches out there, and you get them in, and you will get a lot more out of the next bloke, maybe, if you're any good at it. So there's a bit of truth in that, but I don't think we would sort of rely on that too much.
Brendan Gale, obviously your chief executive, so there's been a lot of talk about the vacant position at AFL House as the chief executive of the game. Do you think he'll make a good CEO of the AFL?
I can't believe that he's not there. And selfishly, I don't want him to go, and selfishly, I'd much rather keep him with us. But I can't believe that they can't see that he's the man for the job. But I'm not sure what they're looking for. And maybe he'll be too kind of accepting and reasonable.
Yeah. What would make him a good CEO of the AFL?
Oh, he just knows footy as well better than anyone else. He's a wonderful people manager. He's a decent person. He's played footy. He's got all the things going for him, in my opinion. I don't know. I haven't spoken to him that much about it. I'm not sure whether he really wants it or not. I get the feeling he probably would. And I can't believe that they're not seeing him as the one. But I honestly don't know what the AFL
So
are
if
doing.
they promote internally, you'd be a little bit peeved with that.
Oh, I wouldn't be peeved because nothing to do with me.
Right.
I'm just saying my opinion is that Brendan Gale's an outstanding footy operator and they're mad if they're not considering him. Yeah.
What we've really admired, I think, from afar is of winning 3 of the last 5 is the leadership of this club and the way that you've gone about it. And Peggy's finishing up at the end of the year. Brendan Gale has been linked to the AFL CEO job. Trent Cotchin handing over to Grimes and Nankervis. How are you addressing that leadership issue internally? Is that something that you need to look at? Because the leadership has been so excellent. You've been such the powerhouse club.
But it's an opportunity for someone else. That's the way we look at it. And again, I'm so proud of what this club is doing at the moment. I mean, our responsibility to community has been wonderful. And, the only important thing about footy clubs is whether you're winning or lose. We know that. But when we do all the things we've done, we've got 100,000 members. We've got, fantastic community programs that we go through. I'm really so proud of that. And also how we've treated people, like you say. These other coaches and players have gone to other places. But we try and take the individual into account. In the old days of footy, you just say, go to Bogey, do what you're bloody told. Well, we would.
Yeah.
But now we say, OK, let's take the individual into account. And then we want something from them, they'll give us something. Or when the next blokes, they can see that we actually do care about people, and we will. So I'm really proud of what the footy club's doing at the moment. And that's because of the wonderful leadership we've had. But it's someone else's opportunity to take over. I mean, Peggy, I think she introduced the fact he can only be president for 10 years. So she has to stop being that. And if Brendan goes as well, it'll be a challenge. But there's plenty of good Richmond people out there.
You've spent a lot of your life around the Richmond Football Club and around Punt Road Oval. Can you see a time in the future that Richmond won't be based at Punt Road Oval, given the battle that's going on with the council at the moment?
No, never. And they mustn't. It's a very important part of our personality, Richmond's personality, but also football needs to be at Punt Road. It's I think that'll all work itself out.
Yep. So you're confident they'll find a
very,
resolution there.
very.
What have you made of Craig McRae this year? I mean, he's knocked
wonderful.
the socks off everyone, I think, but probably those that know him best aren't really that surprised.
Oh, I know, he's a really bright footy guy. Yeah, no, he's and a good person, good manager as well, decent bloke. But again, Mick will tell you this, that the most important thing about coaching is what support he gets from around the place. He's obviously got some terrific support at Collingwood, and they've done that well, because if you just rely on one person, it ain't going to work. There's so many. I mean, all we've got is people, and we've just got to influence our people, and it can't be just one man. Obviously, he'll be there making the overall decisions, but he's obviously got some terrific support as well. But no, I think he's very good.
Justin Lepich is there as well, another former Tiger. Were you watching Collingwood, Mick, this year and just thinking this is Richmond dressed in black and white a bit? Of what they've been able to do over the last few years, to either of you?
Yeah, well, confidence is, in my book, out of 100, it takes 100 points to win a game, 100 units to win a game. 10 of those units are confidence. Every time that they run down the race, Collingwood, they go out there with 10 points or 10 units, because he is so chock full of confidence in them that they have confidence in their ability to run down there and go, no matter what's happening, we can win. They're not going to win every game. But if you go out with that 10, you only need 90 more, or a percentage of that 90 more. It's better to go out with 10 than go out with 6 or 7 or none. Now, Richmond at the moment will probably think, we've lost 4 or 5 games under it. So that's been dented. That could be 5. So they're going to find 5 more somewhere else. And that's what Craig McRae
quite
does.
Right. That's what we've tried to focus on again, it's what I said to Dimmer and the coaches. Just tell them you believe in them and let's go from there. And that's part of what you're saying. So they believe in them. Well, you're going to get to 10, but if they don't think you believe in them, they'll never be 10.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Barmy, before we let you go, I've just got to double check. You managed to avoid getting down the highway a couple of weeks ago for that reunion and steered clear of Stevie J and Stokesy.
I wish I were able to go. I couldn't go, but we were committed to doing something else. Because as it turns out, I went to Adelaide the other week to go to a 40-year reunion of the 82 flag or something, and met a lot of the players were there, and you just remember how wonderful that is, how terrific. I mean, you'd find the same if you go back to the West Coast, and even
which
long ago, it's
yeah.
wonderful stuff. So I was a bit sad I didn't get there.
I avoided it as well. Couldn't put up with Stevie again.
I would have gone if I could have, I assure you.
Fremantle and Richmond coming up under the roof at Docklands. Before you go, Neil, the state funeral of Neil Curley is on Monday in South Australia, of course. Can you just frame it for us, Neil's contribution to footy overall?
Yeah, I knew him quite well, got on really well with him, but he was a star. He was just tough, but he was a really good people person, knew his footy, had been a great player and was a great coach. He's a really good footy person. He was good to know, good to have a beer with, good to have a chat with. He would have been great to play for, in my opinion. Not that I did that, but no, he's a great man, really great man. We'll miss him.
Vale Knuckles, so Neil Curley's state funeral on Monday in Adelaide. Neil, appreciate your time in
pleasure.
the box with us. Thanks for dropping by.
Thank you, Barmy.
Good to see you. Really good. Thank you.
Neil Balme with us, the senior club advisor at the Richmond Football Club, but he is the godfather of the Richmond Footy Club. We've got the Tigers and the Dockers on the way. There's no late change here at Docklands. Morris Rioli is the Medi-sub for Richmond and Travis Collier for the Dockers. They don't get too many opportunities for her to play on Friday night footy, Lingy, and they get even less to play Friday night footy here in Melbourne. So this is just Fremantle's 45th Friday night game ever. 29 of the 44 have been played on home turf in WA. So first time since 2016 we'll see them on a Friday night here in Melbourne.
Yeah, great opportunity, and they've deserved that opportunity. So they're going to get back-to-back massive Friday night games, obviously next week as well. That one's in Perth against the D's. They've earned that right because of the quality of footy that they've played in the early part of the year. That's one of the nice things of this floating fixture that not everybody loves. But Fremantle, with that floating fixture in place, have earned the right to play on Friday night football because they win and they play attractive footy too. It's scintillating to watch at times, and I think as they've been in more primetime games, Cobbs, I think all of us over here have just gained a greater appreciation for the individual players within their team and the importance to the way they go about it. I'm a massive Caleb Sarong fan. He's a rising star. He's elevated his game. Obviously, Andy Brayshaw's one of the Brownlow medal favourites, so everybody knows about him. You know, Brodie, these types of players, they're high-quality defence, and I don't just mean back six, but their entire ground defence. some of their small forwards, obviously Lockie Schultz is having a terrific year. These types of players, without seeing them in those bigger games and more primetime games, I reckon we would have been, and I'll put my hand up here, you just don't watch them live enough to gain the appreciation of just how good this team is and those individual players are. So that's what I'm really looking forward to tonight, seeing them up close and what they do and why they're really good.
We're hard up against the join, but Mick, their ceiling, what do you think they're capable of, the Dockers, this year?
Well, they should make the top 4. No doubt they'll be looking for a home final in that, which they might get in the second week. They might not get in the first week. I think they're a bit body light. Personally, I just think that for the bigger bodied sides, we'll probably may get them in the final, but I'll say may because Justin Longmuir coaches finals footy, and I think that is so important.
The interesting element too will be the travel as to what sort of cumulative effect that takes. Really, given the pandemic, the Dockers haven't done back and forth across the Nullarbor week in, week out for 3 years, so be interesting to see with a young team what toll that takes. The full preview with Mick and Lingy up next.
ABC, your trusted source of accurate and timely emergency information.
We've had the ABC on basically all afternoon listening.
There's so much going on. Getting news is a priority.
Well, I'm a fan of the ABC.
It must be love, love, love.
I listen to the ABC every day. I'm extremely grateful.
ABC Radio, reliable source for information.
On radio, on the ABC Listen app and the ABC Emergency website.
It must be love, love, love.
ABC, stay connected.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
We're gonna be kids.
Grandstand AFL
on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Richmond trying to defend their place in the top 8 and join the Dots on a footy dynasty which would extend into a 5th final series in the last 6 years if they're able to get there in 2022. Standing in their way, the men from the West, the Fremantle Football Club, dropping anchor at Docklands tonight, looking to play in their first final series since 2015. And the question is, where are they in terms of true premiership contention? They play a Friday night game in Melbourne for the first time since 2016. It's also the Dockers' second Friday night game in the last 6 years, so it's not a stage that we ordinarily find the purple. But as they make their way back into the premiership frame, they're back under the Friday night lights. This is Grandstand AFL Friday night footy from Docklands. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, Nick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling and Tim Hodges with you on Grandstand AFL. There is no late change, so both teams have made 2 changes at selection from teams beaten last week. The Tigers falling short against North Melbourne. They bring in Morris Rioli Jr. as the Medi sub, and Ivan Soldo makes a return from a thumb injury. Jake Arts and Josh Gibcus have both lost their place in the Richmond team, while for Fremantle, Rory Lobb misses, so their leading goal kicker, Ethan Hughes, has been omitted, the unused Medi sub. In comes Liam Henry and Alex Pearce, their vice-captain for Fremantle tonight. The 2 subs, Morris Rioli for Richmond and Travis Collier for the Dockers, who's played 17 of the 18 games this year. Their veteran small forward, so he's going to be the Medi sub tonight. It is a fascinating game in prospect. Cameron Ling, help frame it for me. What's at stake tonight?
Well, Richmond's response to the last 2 weeks, they have blown both those games, wasted opportunities. They had the Gold Coast Suns game done and dusted, and they obviously lost it after the siren. And then last week, well, I still don't know what happened. They just could not kick a goal, could not finish their work, and North Melbourne somehow got their first win in 14 weeks. So they need to make amends, and they're going to do that by their frenetic pressure, their chaos footy, their hunting after the pack, they're working as a unit, as they do so well. Pressure on, Floston, Grimes, these types of players, intercept, and away they go. That's Richmond's plan. That's Richmond at their best. The 2 ruck combo is a much better one with Nankervis and Soldo. It works. On the other hand, Corbs, it's the speed of Fremantle. They can mix it up. I think they can certainly do some damage when it comes to contest. They've got a rock-solid back line, especially with Pearce around there. But then it's the speed. Can their outside electricity really hurt Richmond? If they can withstand that Richmond frenetic pressure and that Richmond chaos and then get it to the outside to their not only quick runners but their quick ball movers, they can open this Richmond team up. So 2 very distinct styles of football that if at different times one gets more momentum than the other. It possibly just comes down to when one team's got their 10-minute window of controlling the game, they kick 4 goals, 1 in that 10-minute window, as opposed to what Richmond did last week, which was kick 0 goals, 5. So it's going to be a beauty. It'll be a good game of footy.
Yeah, it should be. I'm looking. There's a couple of duels. I'm looking forward to the ruck duel, Darcy and Nankervis. I just think that Darcy over here, it's like what you just said, Lingy, not a lot of people would have watched a lot of Fremantle's games. I've probably watched a few because the connection to Western Australia and also that I'm on Saturday afternoons in the West or morning in the West, and of course it's very strong focus on West Coast and Fremantle, so I know a little bit more about them. But you're right about the speed. They are a bit light in the middle, but Mundy and Orr, 5, and I did say this to Justin Longmuir a couple of weeks ago, can they split 50-50? The only difference is there that 5 may be able to go forward, but can Mundy go forward? Probably not. So the restriction there is if they decide to tag somewhere, and Aish has been a very good tagger from time to time. They haven't used him exclusively there. So that'd be number one duel. The other duel is, I think Fremantle are going to be ready for a big Richmond start, because they'll be stung by what's happened. And if they can absorb that pressure early, they've got a back line that can, for the Richmond forward line, especially without Lynch. And on the back end of that, their forward line is it's not one focus. It's multi-focused, and it can find the smalls, and it can get the talls, and it can get the midfield working into the forward line. So it'll be interesting to see how Richmond respond to that type of game style.
The one Richmond player who's threatened to rip both those games apart, and it hasn't quite eventuated more because of their execution skill, is Shea Bolton.
Yep.
He starts in the middle, and he's effective in the clearance there, but even if he doesn't get it, he spits forward into really dangerous spots. Nobody at North Melbourne or the Suns would take full accountability for him from those stoppages as he charged into the forward half of the ground. And he threatened to destroy both those games. Aish is one you bring up as a possibility to do that.
I would certainly do that. Yeah,
but Aish is going to have to be at his sharpest to stop Bolton. I don't know if has he got the speed?
But you don't necessarily need the speed if you can put yourself between. I think there's two ways of tagging, Lingy. There's the one shoulder to shoulder, the other is what I call the net. Yep. So at a stoppage, someone can come up to Bolton. You know he's going to go left or right because he's got the capacity, but he might really go right, and you net him on the way through. You just buffet him all the way through. Aish, for some reason or another. And I mentioned this to their midfield coach about a month ago, and they said, "Oh no, we don't do that sort of stuff until such time as they needed to." So tonight might be the time when they have to do it. If
Bolton stays forward, has Aish got the ability to play on him as a defender? If Bolton,
there's not many players have.
Stays deep. No, that's a fair call
because he'll jump at everything.
Yeah,
it's whether or not you've got to keep him away from him running towards the goal. Look, you've got to sacrifice a bit of forward movement. Yep. And get him behind him. And I'll tell you right now, there's nothing better than an elbow in the ribs and keep it there for most of the day, honestly.
We haven't seen Fremantle a lot under the Friday night lights in recent years. Just their second game on Friday night in the last 6 seasons. The other was earlier this year, round 8 against North Melbourne, and that was part of a 2-leg double-header. So as a result, the Dockers with sole focus on them tonight here in Melbourne. They're the first team out on the ground, bursting through the purple banner, which had a little hat tip to Jordan Clark, who plays his 50th game tonight. The Dockers in their predominantly white jumper with the white shorts and the purple chevrons, led out by Nat Fyfe. Now, the way that Sydney beat them last week, so fascinating game. Sydney in the second half took 88 uncontested marks, finished with 127 for the game. It's an interesting way to beat Fremantle. It's not something that every side can replicate to try and win that way. Is there a trend in that, do you think, or is it just sort of a one-off night that caught the Dockers off guard?
Don't you reckon it was more the last quarter? Look, they hung in the game. That game could have gone either way, but I think the bigger-bodied Sydney seemed to get them. I'm not sure that we saw the best of the Dockers last week, but Sydney made them pay in the last quarter. It was basically the last quarter win, really.
I don't see that as a definitive, you play them like this and you'll beat them type play. I mean, Sydney they're an elite kicking team as well. They're very good. I'm not certain that's just a lock.
It's not a blueprint.
I'm a little bit more with Mick. I reckon Freo were off, and that is the other little concern with them. They are on the rise and, of course, perhaps a touch ahead of time.
Yeah.
The younger bodies tire through a long season. Maybe that just got them a little bit.
It is the first time really in 3 years that the WA teams have had to travel week to week. So even though they've played away games in the last couple of years, they've generally played away games in blocks and then returned home in WA for weeks at a time. You can hear the jungle drums beating downstairs and the Richmond Football Club burst through the banner. So the Tigers' home game at Docklands, which is always controversial. It's almost 12 months to the day since Damien Hardwick mentioned at his post-match press conference, "We hate coming here." Richmond have lost their past 4 games at the venue, including last Saturday, of course, that razor-thin result against North Melbourne. So home game for the Tigers, black shorts, black jumper with the yellow sash. 6 times they've given up a lead in the final quarter this year. I'm sure it's been one of those years for the Tigers. They must be thinking what might have been. Even if they change half of those games into victories, they would find themselves in the top 4 tonight.
Yeah, and a really dangerous team come September. I think we were only talking like that about a month ago. We thought they had a bit of an easier run. They were maybe going to knock off the Suns, and they were definitely going to knock off North Melbourne.
Yeah.
You think, oh, gee, do you really want to play Richmond in September, especially if it gets a little bit wet? They're so good at it. Now we're really doubting them. But you're right, Cobbs. The one thing that shocked me about Richmond and the way that they've lost. Okay, so they had this horror day in front of goal last week. That was one of those just strange games where everything goes North Melbourne's way, doesn't go Richmond's. But it was more the mistakes of their elite senior players through that game that shocked me. That last Cam Zerha goal, Grimes' starting position was just woeful. And it's something that Grimes doesn't do. He's better than that. And time again, they were making simple decision-making and concentration errors that is so un-Richmond-like. And I don't just mean un-Richmond-like from younger Richmond players, like the experienced great Richmond players. So that's the concern.
Hungerlingy?
Oh,
maybe.
Look,
you only have to be. I work on that confidence thing of 10 out of 100. And I think that sometimes mental edge is certainly a lot higher than that. But if you only have to be a couple of % off in your hunger to listen, I'm the captain. I've been around for a while. I know I'm in the right spot. No, you're not, and you know you're not. You know you're not. He was that was just bizarre, that positioning.
And also maybe, and this is a bit in your hunger theme, is as others around, that real attention to detail and commanding direction of, no, you stand there, you got that, and that real strong voice around to cover it all rather than just looking around going, oh yeah, I think we've got it all covered.
But you blokes you won your premiership and you had not this similar side a year later or 2 years later, and yet then come back to 2011 and you smash, in the last quarter, you won the premiership through the last quarter, or through the year, but I mean, so you must have experienced it yourself watching a great Geelong side just be a millimetre off and not make the grand final to follow in
2010.
2010.
Yep.
So, and I know personally, in 1980 we won a premiership. We improved the side by getting Morris Rioli. Didn't make the top 4. They only had top 4 in those days. And yet the next year finished on top of the ladder. Yep. And I know now there was definitely hunger.
Does it? Yeah, it feels like this team's sort of in between the too young and too old kind of bit. You've got your young ones that don't have that confidence yet to... I was just watching Noah Cumberland warm up and he was in the wrong spot, and Dan Rioli just said, no, move over this way. So there's a handful of young guns that are still trying to find their feet at this level.
Yeah. Yep.
And then there's a handful that can see the finish line not too far away. Probably Shane Edwards this year. Cochin, does he go again? Revolt, does he go again? So these ones that have had such success that are clinging on for 8th spot, is there anything in that? That's how I view it.
There's definitely something in it, Cal, absolutely. And because you're talking both mental, that drive to, I want to do everything, but also physical. I mean, Trent Cochin, Edwards, Revolt, the names you mentioned, their bodies have been smashed to pieces over the last 5 or 6 years, but their entire careers, playing deep into September in huge prelims and grand finals take more out of your body than any home and away game by a mile.
Absolutely.
And it takes time off your body. So while they might still be saying to themselves, I'm doing everything right, I want to do everything right, maybe they're not by a couple of %. And then their body strips off another 5%. Yeah. And all of a sudden you're back, you're immortal again. as opposed to that team of Richmond where you just felt like you couldn't beat them. They were unbeatable.
Neil Baum joined us as part of the pre-game, and Kel put the question to him as, have they forgotten how to win? Can it shake your confidence, Mick, that you've given up a lead on 6 occasions in the final quarter? So as many times as you say, look, we're doing a lot right, we're winning a lot of key areas, can it actually eat away at the group and think, gee, maybe we're just not quite there?
I don't think the whole side, Corby. I think certain players will, some young players who are playing early games, they'll just go out there, they want to play football. And you break up into categories. There's those that are right at the very end, want to hang on for as long as they can, knowing full well that they're getting close. Then there's the ones in the middle that had a taste of it or close to a taste of it, and they just want to just go for it. Then, as I said about the kids, when you've lost a few games like that, there are certain players in there that may have felt as if their contribution at the time was substandard. They will feel the pressure. They will feel, what if I do it again? And those who were kicking for goal last week will be going, what did I kick? What can I do? I just saw Jack Rewalt. I haven't seen Jack kick outside of 50 for almost a year. He's kicked the goal from outside 50. Now, match day's different. Match time's different. But when you start to analyse what you said there, Lingy, in regard to Edwards, he's a middle player. Jack Rewalt, a key forward. You've got Grimes, a key back. It's their key players that are ageing and have been belted. Don't forget Grimes has been through the mill as far as injury goes. Jack Rewalt's come off a broken thumb just recently. Nan Curvis is always running into blokes in the middle. Edwards, as you said. So the young players, they generally go where the seniors take them. Very few young players forge the way and the seniors follow. So there's going to be a lot to do with the senior players.
And just picture the Richmond team that won those premierships, and just in the huge moments, it was Edwards and Cochin more often than not who would just smash an opposition body with ridiculous attacks on the footy, and a 50-50 ball would just spill their way or they would just win it. And then the polish, of course, of Dusty finishing it all off, and then all those incredible plays. But the battering ram way that Edwards and Cochin play, that just has to hurt and accumulate over time. And unfortunately, they can't do it. But I still look at them and I see Liam Baker having his best season. I see Jaden Short still a terrific player. Floston and Prestia as still feel like they're well and truly in their prime. Like there's enough quality out there. And Bolton, of course, we've already mentioned him. There's enough quality out there to go, okay, if in the first 10 minutes of tonight's game they get a couple of good entries and they nail their goals, and all of a sudden it's 3-0 to start this game, some of that doubt can be wiped away very, very quickly by the reverse. Just all this confidence, we're going to kick everything tonight.
And just to back up your stat there, Lingy, you're talking about Edwards and Cochin, how long they've been around. Shane Edwards plays game number 299 tonight, so he's 300th next week at the MCG against Brisbane. And Trent Cochin game 282. So he'd have to go around again to reach that 300 milestone.
The big footy news of the day, Mick, was Dustin Martin's setback with a hamstring injury. So the club putting out a statement stating that he will remain sidelined for the medium term. Now, we had Neil Baum in the box earlier as part of our pre-game. He essentially said, look, he won't play in the next 2 weeks. So we're looking at least 2 weeks down the track, but he's had a setback at training. He completely rubbished the claims that he could potentially be moving to the Harbour City. Said he'd be shocked if Dustin played for anyone else next year. He's obviously got a contract, and Neil Baum firmly expects him to remain at Richmond going forward, of course. What's his title? The Senior Club Advisor at the Richmond Football Club, Neil Baum, with us earlier.
Even said he'd be more than shocked.
Yes.
Which, I don't know what that is.
Well, I think he's a certainty that he'll be at Richmond.
I mentioned this a little earlier in the pre-game. So these two teams have met on 39 occasions. 11 of them have been decided by 7 points or less. So that's essentially 1 in every 4 meetings they play out of thriller, or a better rate than that. They've had some tremendous games even in recent times. The David Mundy go-ahead goal in 2015. 2 years later, he did the same thing again, a goal after the siren to beat Richmond. Fremantle's first ever game here at Docklands, they beat the Tigers by a single point way back in the year 2000. There's been some pulsating games over the years. I'm sure you have those rivalries with certain teams that there's just something special about the chemistry when the two teams come together that you deliver these kind of games.
Yeah, and it's probably, for someone like me, it's gone under the radar a little bit, just how that record and how good those games have been. And we had a couple of the highlights on the TVs in the box here. Was it Bashahuli with that kick out from full back, and then the turnover went back to David Mundy, and all those heartbreaking moments before Richmond then obviously in 2017 won that premiership. It was all the jokes that you'd have around the office would always be about Richmond and ways that they could lose. It hasn't been the case since 2017. It's been a little bit again the last couple of weeks, but I reckon this group of Tigers players, Mick, you're right, this is going to be a brutal start by the Tigers, almost just to make up for what's happened over the last 2 weeks.
Time for the coin toss. Nat Fyfe and Dylan Grimes to meet in the middle. Tim Hodges, the fifth member of our team, is on the boundary again for us. Friday night footy in Melbourne. G'day, Hodgie.
Hello, Corbin. Hello, crew. A win for Dylan Grimes to start the evening. The Tigers will kick to the Lockett end, the right of screen, if you're at home watching telly, listening to us. The roof is closed. It's a cool night in Melbourne, a low of 4 expected. Currently, we're at 13 degrees. Maybe that's kept the crowd away, or maybe the Tigers fans just don't come here to the Docklands. The club was hoping for 27,000 tonight. Honestly, I look around, I don't think there'd even be 20,000 here at the moment. It is a really poor Richmond Tiger Friday night home crowd. You do wonder what it would be like at the MCG. I reckon it would have been just about double what we've got at the moment. Repeating, no late changes. The medical subs for the Tigers, Morris Rioli. For the Dockers, Travis Collier. Huge stakes on the line. Good calling to you guys. Hope this is another thriller.
Griffin Logue's going to start up forward after keeping Buddy to 1 goal last week. One of the best key defenders this season.
Who do you like, Mick?
Fremantle.
Lingy?
Tigers.
Oh, split in the box. So Cameron Ling alongside Mick Moldhouse. Tim Hodges on the boundary. I'm Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to get us underway on Grandstand AFL. The Dockers to protect their place in the 4. Richmond hanging on to a spot in the top 8. Under the Friday night lights, away we go on Grandstand AFL.
And away goes Soldo. He launches up over the top of the ruckman for Fremantle in Darcy, and now they move it around by hands. Broad's involved. They've got it on the City side wing. McIntosh launches a long bomb and reading it beautifully in the air. That's a nice confidence-boosting mark right off the top for the Dockers. Will Brodie, the former Suns player. What a season he's having. So Brodie, defensive side of that City wing, looking for Taberner, who's a long way up from goal. He's been paid the mark.
Just watching Brodie attack that ball for the mark. It was a gutsy mark for a start off, but his timing was just beautiful.
Taberner marking strongly in front of McIntosh and then flares it short. So, chance for the Dockers through Akers. Still on the wing. It's going to land right on the arc. Fyfe was there. Walters tried to fly through with a rush, but he missed the ball. Darcy puts his head over it. He's tackled. Now a chance for Cochin. Fresh air kick. Great tackle by Brayshaw, and he'll be rewarded for it.
Yeah, brilliant tackle. Good call, Cal, because Cochin tried to get the arms free and step around. Perfect tackle.
Most tackles for Fremantle. A young player like that who just throws himself in about. He's had 107 tackles. Nearest to him is 85. It's just brilliant.
22 years of age. He's in all-Australian form. He's just going to pop it up to the top of the goal square and ask them to launch. Grimes goes at it with a fist. Gets it down to Logue. A little 1-2 with Sarong, and then Logue's going to go high, and straight for the first goal. One of the best defenders in the comp opens proceedings under the closed roof at Docklands. 1-6, Fremantle. Richmond still yet to score in the opening couple of... Well, we haven't even gone 2 minutes here at Docklands.
Lingy, just a noticeable slowing of the ball with Fremantle. Maybe that what we spoke about, that Richmond would come at them 100 mile an hour, that if they can take the sting out of it early, because that ball was methodical in its approach to getting in. From once Brayshaw had it, yes, he put it in a good position, but it wasn't a real quick play. It was a smart play.
Yeah, Richmond wants you to flick it round by hand, so they can bring that pressure to you, and you overuse the handball. You're right, Mick. A bit more controlled, good dangerous part of the ground, and nice finish.
Lost only 3 of 31 one-on-one contests as a defender this year. Griffin Logan is having an impact up front. Kicks the first of the night. Back in the middle. Cochin on his backside. Got a hand pass out to Prestia. Gave it to Dan Rioli, who went without it. Walters wrestles it from him. Hand pass to Brodie. He's drilled in the Cochin tackle. And the umpire says, I'll have it. Ball up in the middle of the ground.
Don't know what in the back is these days. I've got no idea.
No late change. Geordie Clark in his 50th game tonight. The only milestone for Freo as Darcy wins it down to Sarong. Surge kick inside 50, but Nathan Broad takes the intercept mark. Fullback for the Tigers. Freo with the first goal. 3 minutes in, they're one straight.
He's got the old school black boots on and a couple of tats up the legs. Nathan Broad, he goes short. And gives it to Cumberland, who goes long down the dock side. Nankervis got his hand to it down at ground level. A little costly fumble there by Short. Short's going to go again. Good vision. Out to Pickett by hand to Baker. He's having a great season, although that's not one of his best kicks. Going to make Jack Revolt get on his bike. Revolt has got Pearce for company. Alex Pearce back in the team after missing the last couple with a calf injury, and Pearce is happy to see it over. Boundary throw in, 40 around from the Tigers' goal.
First real entry for the Tigers. Soldo, the double fister, knocks it down to Cumberland. Shoot, it's the hand pass to Bolton. Tries to burst through the Pearce tackle. He's locked up. We'll have another ball up.
Did Pearce hurt himself in that one? Maybe not. That might have been Chapman, was it?
Back on his feet. Alex Pearce, a bit of push and shove with Cumberland. Ball up. Darcy palms it down, but it's sharked. Graham for the Tigers. Hand pass to Revolt. Shoots goalward. Gee, bounced it hard to the left after pitching, but it was already through, so a minor score. First score for Richmond of the night. 4 minutes in, they're one behind. Fremantle one straight. No late change. Dockers by 5.
Brandon Cox on the kick-in duties. Hits up Young, who can flick it wide. And here's a chance for Luke Ryan. Former All-Australian, former best and fairest winner. Again, they go around the city side of this magnificent stadium. Up towards Logue was the target. Spoiled away. Great tackle applied by Brodie. And he's tackled the Tigers player Vlostein to the ground. So it'll be a ball up.
Just from early indications, gee, they tackle well, Fremantle.
Yeah, they certainly do. Well, Justin Longmuir, he loves a good defensive game. That's why I reckon they got a real chance of being high at the end of September.
Soldo wins it at ground level, on the air, and then it's socked away by Sarong, only as far as Grimes, who happy to see it over. So boundary throw in, half forward for Richard for the Fremantle. It's the Dockers by 5 points. Only goal on the board. Opening stages here.
Boundary throw in. Soldo back in the team after that fractured thumb. One down by Darcy, straight to Cochin though. Squeezes a kick out, and Young on the logo city wing takes the intercept mark for Freo. Looks into the middle of the ground. Alex Pearce drifting forward. Marks alongside the centre circles. Hand pass away to Jordan Clark. He swings a hand pass out to Aish in the long sleeves. Collects 45 out. He snaps off a single step and bangs it through. What a start for the Purple. Fremantle 2 straight. Richmond 1 behind. We're only 6 minutes in on Grandstand AFL. Cameron Lang and Mick Malthouse.
If you ever want to transfer the ball, that is probably the best one I've seen. A lot of transfers, yes, may develop into a goal. That was, in essence, whole wing was open. Player used the wing, and they're not great at transferring the ball. The Dockers, they look for it, but if it's not on, they won't use it. So use that one mark, one hand pass, and it's home. And Richmond didn't really at any stage look like intercepting that.
No, because you're right. The speed of the kicks.
Yep.
A lot want to transfer it just these slow and gives the time for the opposition to shift across. Clark ran hard to receive the handball. And what about the Aish kick? That is incredibly difficult, that snap, to get that sort of distance.
Long way out.
So he's got 45 plus about 4 or 5 at the end. He's got about 47 metres with it.
Soldo down to Prestia, who loops the handball to over the top, and a quick kick inside 50 from Shea Bolton. And now Nankervis couldn't keep it in. Jordan Clark boundary throw in.
Richmond historically and traditionally have kept the play behind the ball, and they're doing it again. So that means Fremantle either do that behind the ball, which they haven't. No, they've got him at the contest, yeah.
Soldo gets pushed out of it by Darcy at the back, down to Shea Bolton. He's lurking, so too is Baker. Tried to get the handball, but it's stolen here by the Dockers. And the kick comes down looking for Logue. Over his head, it'll be a boundary throw in again. So just stoppage to stoppage, boundary throw in to boundary throw in, right in front of the Tigers bench.
They don't mind that, Kel.
No, that's a good kick out of congestion,
Beautiful.
isn't it?
Absolutely.
If you kick that high and Nathan Broad intercepts Mark as the spare, that sets Richmond up.
12 plays 1. Dockers have got the lead.
Soldo wins the hit out down to David Mundy, the veteran. Hand pass back into dispute. Brayshaw just soccers it forward. Short though, collects the footy, turns it over. Intercept mark for Jordan Clark. Kicks in the middle of the ground. Aish got a hand on it. Tries to knock Edwards off the footy. Spills to Broad. Centre half back for Richmond. Sweeping hand pass out to Miller. He's outnumbered. Banfield there along with Logue. The ball doesn't sit for either of them, and McIntosh lends a hand for Richmond. bursts through, collects, hand pass to Broad, and Broad chips it to Grimes, who marks centre half back for Richmond.
So the switch is on. There's loose players on the broadcast side of the stadium.
But Fremantle forced that to be a really slow switch.
Yeah, Bolter was calling for it. Now the kick just over the top of Mundy's head. And Marlon Pickett marks it. Defensive side of the dock. Side of the stadium. So Pickett just going to go long and high down the line. Now Curvis can set himself from behind. Almost juggled in front. Here's a chance for Brayshaw. Breaks the tackle off to Akers. Kicks around the corner. Does it sit for Tabata? He's got a couple to beat and he can't beat. Getting involved was Grimes. He gave it off to Vlostone, who was caught. Ricochet somehow back to Tarrant, and then Tarrant steadies and he's kicked to Miller. Miller, he's got a runner on the outer wing and it's Broad, but he doesn't want to take on Aish, so he stops, props and steadies.
3 premierships in his first 70 games for Nathan Broad. He's got it on the City wing. He kicks to Cumberland at half forward. Climbs no mark. Falls out the back to Shea Bolton. 55 from goal. Lays it up into the pocket. Rewalt running back with the foot. He marks overhead. And the Tigers vet can snap in the left forward pocket to try and kick the Tigers first.
It was the movement of Shea Bolton there that created that one. Just that extra bit of class. Nice step. And then a good grab by Rewalt. Protected from behind. It's big for his confidence and his team's.
Rewalt opens up the angle with the right boot, hooks it into the goalpost. Halfway up the behind.
2 goals, 6 last week on this ground for Jack.
They're 2/5 of what they were thinking when you said 5 points, so they've kicked 2 of them.
Dockers by 10, 2 straight. Richmond 2 behinds, 10 minutes in.
Ryan's got pink boots on and the socks down. He's just standing on the spot, right at the top of that defensive goal square, and now he launches, going long, 2-on-2. Darcy was there. Off hands, it's all Tigers. Here's Cochin trying to set them up. Another foray forward, and Rioli marks. Just goes the required distance. He's just a step in here, down from the Tigers bench. He's going to kick it backwards just to buy himself a little bit of time. Tarrant marking uncontested. So, broadcast wing. Tarrant inside 50. Can he find a mark? Now Curvis is pushed and shoved out of the contest, and Cox thumps it with the spoil over the boundary line.
I dare say Robbie Tarrant would have spent some time barracking for Freo as a kid. His brother Chris, of course, spent 4 years with the Dockers.
I think he would have been Collingwood. Come on.
They might have won him across for a few years from the boundary throw-in. Mundy there for the Dockers. Hand pass away to Fife, who runs, carries. Hand pass to Brayshaw, feeds it to Frederick. Up over halfway to Schultz. He can give it back to Frederick. Keeps on running between wing and half forward. Kicks Freo inside 50. Ralph Smith got to the drop, but not before Vloston was caught in a tangle, and he's going to get a free kick.
Yeah, holding the man, Corbs.
It's against Griffin Logue. There was a tangle between the two players, but the defensive team gets the free. The switch is on. Edwards back pocket. Hand pass to Broad under the pump. He's run down by Brayshaw. Advantage applied, and Banfield took the advantage and misses. He was all alone, 40 metres out. No good on the finish. Fremantle 2-1. Richmond 2 behinds, 12 minutes in.
Yeah, I'm disappointed with that. He actually had more time up his sleeve, and he had sight of players 15 metres, 20 metres in front of him. So I reckon Justin Longby would be a bit disappointed with that.
Broad's a bit proppy behind play. Vlostone brings it in. Launching himself for the Tigers. Unable to get the mark was Soldo, and now at ground level, Young's tackled by a couple of Tigers. They want ball. Umpire says yes, play on advantage. So Baker pounces on it. He's got himself into a pickle though. Comes back inboard. Puts the youngster Sonsi under enormous pressure. And now Bolter with a fumble. Under pressure as well. Young got it to Liam Henry. Oh, that was clever. Mundy's run into a brick wall, and the brick wall was Pickett.
Bad tackle by Pickett.
Tackle went high.
And they're remonstrating. Brayshaw's remonstrating with Pickett. They're in both grabbing each other's jumper. They've fallen to the ground. Mundy, as tough as they come, the AFL's Iron Man, bounced straight up. Took the free, moves it to Young. Their ball movement has been spellbinding to watch so far. Taberner couldn't take the mark on this occasion. Sonny Walters applies the tackle. The ball's going nowhere.
That is, for those that aren't watching this, he come off the bench, Pickett came off the bench, and Mundy had no idea, but he went straight for his neck, and it was almost like he didn't know whether bump or grab him. He had every opportunity to do a very good tackle and missed both.
We'll get to Hodgie in a moment. Dockers by 11 from the restart. It comes to Clark. Hand pass away to Chapman. He gives it to Mundy. So kicks from the wing inside the forward 50. Vlossman at the drop. Takes the intercept mark for Richmond. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Cal picked this, Corbin. Nathan Broad looked very proppy out there. He limped to the bench, spoke to the doctor straight down the rooms. Looks like either a severe corky or something to the left leg. So he was unbelievably uncomfortable heading down to the rooms.
Well, miss him if he can't get back to me.
Yeah, it was in that tackle from Brayshaw. I reckon he twisted him, so you worry about that.
Knee and ankle?
Yeah, knee and ankle, yeah.
Concern for Nathan Broad. Short kicking game for Richmond in the defensive half. And as Robbie Tarrant has it up against the boundary line at half back, goes long down the wing. Fly over the top from Bolter. No mark. Follows up with his own footy. Grabs it off the deck. Kicks to half forward. Soldo forced to punch from the back. Cox slipped through his hands. Picked up by Walker of the Dock as he's tackled. Just dropped it. Holding the ball. Free kick for Cumberland. He can put Richmond inside 50. Noah goes on a bit of a run, kicks to the top of the goal square, but Liam Henry's back and takes the intercept mark. Top of the defensive goal square for Fremantle, the Dockers by 11.
Henry just works it to Clark. It's a little wedge kick, put plenty of air in it, and allowed Short almost to run down Jordan Clark. In his 50th game, former Cat flares it wide. His target down there is Banfield, but good hustle by Pickett. Made it a 50-50 ball in the end and over the boundary line for another throw-in.
I know Fremantle are 2 goals, but they may have to address the way they bring the ball in. Richmond's extra has intercepted a couple of times without any contest whatsoever.
So Darcy's off for a breather. Logue into the ruck. Ricochets the way here of Aish. Can work it to Walker. Nice little sidestep through the centre he goes. And he kicks looking for Taberner over his head, and Grimes takes an easy.
There's the +1 again.
Relieving defensive mark.
Spot on, Mick. And they are winning it easily at the stoppage, but they're not using their number to chain it out and run it together. They're just kicking from the congestion straight to Richmond's structure.
So Griffin Logue with the full job description to fill in for Rory Lobb. So he's not only playing forward but also pinch hitting in the ruck. The Tigers working up to halfway. Edwards in game 299. Hand pass to Ralph Smith. He gives it to Graham. Kicks inside 50. Cochin waited for it. Ryan spoils. Fremantle win it back through Clark. He's tackled by Cumberland holding the ball. And he'll get his second free for holding the ball in a matter of minutes for Noah Cumberland. And this time he's inside 50.
So just to try and explain this, so Fremantle have got the extra number at the stoppage. Richmond lose that stoppage. The kick goes straight to the Richmond spare, so that's where their extra number is. What that then creates is Richmond's ability to run it out from there because they've got the number and can overlap. Then they're getting these dangerous inside 50 entries. So the game right now is on Richmond's terms, even though it's heading into Fremantle's forward line at times.
The 21-year-old Tigers newcomer out of Queensland, Noah Cumberland, the lefty. He puts the Tigers in business. Kicks their first of the night. Richmond 1-2-8, Fremantle 2-1-13. It's the Dockers by 5 points. 16 and a half minutes in. More from Lingy and Mick in a moment, but Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Good news for the Tigers. Nathan Broad back from the rooms and straight back on the ground. You can see him running out there to the back line now. It doesn't look a thing wrong with him. He was limping down the rooms just a matter of 5 minutes ago. So the Docs worked his wonders and he is back out there. Good news for Richmond.
You'd suspect the way he's moving up there, you'd suspect that he's probably got his ankle heavily taped. There's nothing around his knee that I can see unless I'm imagining. No, so it'd probably be his ankle. I wouldn't imagine they'd give him a jab at this stage to see how it works. So
yeah, and he's the one. So he'll go back to being the spare. Floston took over while he was on the bench, but yeah, Fremantle have got to work on that ball use, otherwise Richmond will just keep slicing through them with their overlap.
Logue's into the ruck against the 204 centimetre Soldo. Logue is 194 centimetres. He's the backup ruck with no Rory Lobb out there tonight. So no surprise Soldo is able to win it in the air, flicks it to Cochin. Good little smother though by Walters. Quick hands by Fife. Uses it to Brodie, to Aish, to Henry. Like the look of this build-up. Banfield gets involved and then Brodie with the finish. Brilliant team goal by the Fremantle Dockers.
Well called.
Dockers have got their third on the board, 3-1-19, and the Tigers' heads are still spinning. 1-2-8. Trent Cotchin said, what happened to that Sharon I had it a moment ago?
Great call, Cal, because it was brilliant. And you say to yourself, why does a ruckman who is going to dominate the ruck can't clear the ball? Now, it wasn't his fault. He actually put the ball in a good area, but because the opposition know that their ruckman is rarely going to get their hand to it, they start to manoeuvre to where they think the right-handed ruckman is going to go to. And that's why they cleared it. This simple matter of mathematics, work out that's the area, look at the numbers there, and they're able to clean up.
It's all three of their goals from general play. The Dockers, all of them snaps across the body to start. Fremantle by 11 points. Richmond out of the centre though. Cochin kicks down to half forward. Bacon trying to take a one-hander. Caught in a tangle with Clark. No free kick. Edwards wins it. Gives it to Baker. Back to Edwards. Hand pass to Cumberland. He's almost mowed down by Clark. Hand pass picked off by Brodie, the goal kicker. Gives it to Pearce, who runs. Takes on the defender. Hand pass to Clark at half back. Ugly kick inboard on the 45. Made it tough for Frederick. Sarong collects. He's tackled by Dan Rioli. Hand pass to Frederick. Spun around by Baker. No holding the ball. Goes back to Brodie, and Brodie chips out wide for Mundy. Umpire says not 15, and the Fremantle veteran retreats to Pearce in the back pocket.
Oh, he scrubbers it straight to Shea Bolton. This will be the easiest goal he's ever kicked. And he's learnt his lesson because he looks at Alex Pearce in the eye and he thinks I better not taunt him because the coach will have me again. Runs into an open goal, all because of Alex Pearce, who just grubbered that with the big toe, skidded about 10 metres, and Bolton said, thank you very much. And all of Alex Pearce's defended teammates go up to him and ruffle that ponytail and say, it's okay, keep your head up. 3-1-19, Fremantle, Richmond 2-2-14.
Fremantle had done all the hard work. The waves of Richmond pressure was coming. They'd actually handled it. They got the ball back, and just watching on the replay, you just feel for him. That is an awful mistake by Alex Pearce. What did he do? He's kicked the ground. He's almost fallen over. Shea Bolton couldn't believe his luck.
Hasn't played the last couple, Alex Pearce. Looks like there's a bit of rust on him. And Shea Bolton able to walk one in. A crooked bounce back in the middle. And do it all again.
Yeah, that's you have those. Oh, who does? That'll be the worst mistake made tonight, probably. He'll get over it.
Shea Bolton with his first second-generation AFL footballer. His old man Darren played a couple of games for the Dockers. Back in the middle, Prestia first disposal, the 1-2 with Broad, and then the kick from Prestia out wide to Pickett, who marks about 60 from home. Short kick inside 50, and Cumberland marks again.
Oh, Liam Henry just got absolutely cooked on his decision then. Richmond were clearly going to win the ball through the middle of the ground and just backward of centre. For some reason, Henry just took off charging forward, left his wingman, Marlon Pickett, free forward side of the play, and it was just all open. Bad decision.
Why did he do that?
There's a lot to like about Noah Cumberland. Multiple goals in the last 2 weeks. To give him 2 in the first term, he misses. Near side, 21-year-old left footer is part of Brisbane Lions Academy. The Tigers bidding on him to steal him from Brisbane.
A beautiful kick.
4-point lead for Freo.
Kick in went to Chapman. The spoil from behind was from Miller for the Tigers. Here's a chance for Bolton doing his best work, weaving and dodging, turning, spinning and kicking for Jack. It goes over his head. Both go to ground, Revolt and Pearce. Chance for Henry. Young in the back pocket. He was caught, so he just tosses that on the boot. And that has gone over the boundary. It'll be a boundary throw in just.
A little bit of confusion out there with the Dockers. They don't know whether to go for it or hold back, and two of them are colliding. And there's just a little bit of uncertainty in that back line at the moment.
Freo by 4 points. Soldo goes to ground. Darcy easily takes it out of the ruck. Turns. Clever in the air from Fife. Gives it off to Akers, and now the run of Frederick. He has a bounce. He tries to take on Dan Rioli. Rioli just had a tug of the jumper, and it affects the kick into the pocket. Logue, Banfield in the tough spot. He's in the pocket. He weaves on his left. He's going to put it from one side of the pocket to the other. It's still a live ball here. A chance for Walters. Walters teams up with Akers. Akers goes for the miracle scrubber. Brayshaw might finish it off. But he misses from 10 metres out. Spinning and off balance, twisting and snapping. And Andy Brayshaw misses just Fremantle by 5.
He'd done so much work to get there, Brayshaw. I don't think he realised he probably had another half a second more, but his work rate to arrive at that position is incredible.
Grimes, short kick to Tarrant. He goes short too inside the defensive 50 to Cochin. If you hold your breath moments with both teams so far, and Cochin chipping to McIntosh, marks at half back. So Freo by 5. They've led all night, having kicked the first 2 goals. The boy from Pinjarra, Camden McIntosh, goes long down the wing. Rewalt forced to spoil, spills to Young of the Dockers. Hand pass to Sarong, gives it to Darcy. His hand pass out of play. A boundary throw in just forward of the wing for Fremantle.
You just like to see, like Robert Green saying along to watch a Fremantle game, and I just said, just watch Brayshaw. If you want to look at a player who works that hard offensively and defensively, tackles well, just watch him, and he's been brilliant.
Inside and outside, isn't it?
Yep.
For the boundary throw in, Soldo wins it down. Gee, the Jackie Chan out of mid-air from Trent Cochin, leaps up and sockers it forward. Daniel Wells, eat your heart out as it comes to Cumberland. Hand pass away to Prestia, kicks inside 50, Rewalt marks, downhill into the open goal, and Richmond's in front. Jack Rewalt got out the back and ran it in for an easy goal. They've kicked our last 2, Richmond, just running it into an unguarded goal square, and all of a sudden we got our first lead change of the night. Richmond 3-3-21, Fremantle 3-2-20. Time on opening turn.
Well, some of the decision-making of Fremantle is just strange at the moment.
It really is weird. So, did Tim say someone was off the ground?
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Yeah, I was just watching Alex Pearce on Jack Rewalt, and the physio's just out with Pearce. You can see him down in the back line. He's trying to get moving. He just can't. And Jack Rewalt saw that and thought, well, I can run off you, and there's no way you can go with me. And he pulled 30 metres straight away. And you still see Pearce, I don't know whether he's cramping up. He has been out for a few weeks, but he is clearly uncomfortable out there. So, yeah, that's why Rewalt got out the back so easily.
Back from a calf injury, Mick, so he's had his leg issues. A couple of times he's broken that leg. Out of the centre, it's the Tigers again. A little fumble by Shaw, but he's okay. He's able to regather and give it to Prestia, and his delivery was beautiful. Right on the chest of the leading bolter. He brings it back inboard for Soldo. Too low for a big man. He does well in the end, Soldo. Gets the hands clear, Pickett. Kicks around the corner, bouncing ball. Here's a chance for Bolter. Grabs it, takes off, snaps towards goal, and he's pushed it just across the face. He's explosive, and he hits it hard for a big man, Noah Bolter. Tigers now by 2 points, 3-4-22, Freo 3-2-20.
Brennan Cox has had an outstanding year. Conceded just 18 goals in 16 games. Takes the kick out for Fremantle. He goes long out to half-back. Akers collects just inside the boundary line. Hand pass to Walters. He gives it to Darcy. Links up with Brodie. Right on the wing. Kicks to centre-half forward. On the bounce, Banfield. Hand pass to Fife. Sweeping Polyfarmer. Handball away to Mundy. Mundy's tackled. Dispossessed by McIntosh. Baker picks up the loose ball. He's crunched too. And a ball up, centre-half forward for Fremantle, 45 metres out from goal.
The Fremantle chain of handballs is concerning Richmond a little bit. When they run it and carry it and use that handball, it's a weapon.
So just in the attacking 50 here for the Dockers. Darcy takes it out of the ruck. Banfield was clever. Got it off to his teammate in Brayshaw and went the snap. Went the banana with the right foot directly in front because of the angle he was running at. And another miss.
Yeah, he should have 2 goals now, Brayshaw. That's another one where he could have settled or used the ball better.
2 behinds for Brayshaw, 6 disposals. Brodie's had it 8 times. And for the Tigers, Prestia now up to 8.
Richmond by a point.
I know the modern player loves to kick the bananas, but every now and then you're just better off on your non-preferred. With the angle, where the pressure's coming from, he kicks out on his left, that's a goal.
Miller marks the kick out to Jaden Short, who chips it further afield to Pickett.
As far as stats go, Richmond are really, I think they're 20 or 30 in front. They're only about 10 in front. But they're
Pickett down to half forward, and Bolter takes a strong contested mark in front of the pack. Chips to the captain in Nankervis, can't complete the mark. Brayshaw keeps it in front of him. Bolton dangerous, dragged off it, socked goalward by Rewalt as he's falling to ground. It hits the base of the goalpost. So he's kicked 1 and got 2 posters, Jack, to start the game. Richmond by 2 points, time on opening turn.
That's what I was alluding to. The Richmond seem to have a lot more of the football, but the metres covered have been run by Fremantle.
Yep.
But they still can't get it right in this back line. Lingy.
So Aisha's got it in the back pocket. Target was Logue, who started up forward, kicked the opening goal. This pushes Ralph Smith in the back over the boundary line legally, so it'll be a boundary throw-in. So the inside 50 count. Tigers now up to 14. It's 9 for Fremantle. Soldo and Darcy tussle again. Darcy in front. Missed Mundy. And it's juggled by Chapman. Sweeps the handball to Young in the centre of the ground, and he's going to retreat to Ryan. And then the switch kick is on. Wider still, finding a little bit of space is Banfield. He's got it on the wing. City side of Docklands. No one standing the mark, so he goes for a little run and then casually delivers it inside 50. Taberner couldn't take the mark. Great tackle applied by Miller. So Miller with the spoil on Taberner. Miller with the follow-up tackle on Fife.
Fife just is yet to discover that real explosiveness, the fend and move that we're so used to seeing him at his best. Just could not shrug that one. He got nailed.
Yep. Miller in his 7th game, nailing a 2-time Brownlow medalist. Thank you very much.
Had one kick last week and 14 handballs. He's had 3 handballs, 5 to start the game. The 2-time Brownlow medalist. Miller long to the wing. Nankervis stands up in the tackle. Hand pass picked off by Mundy. Turns it over to Edwards. Sweeping hand pass down to Soldo. The big man, a long way to bend down. Can't quite pick it up. Walker for the Dockers had the blinkers on. Nankervis has got him. And a ball up, 45 out from the Richmond goal.
Absolutely spot on again, Corby. They had the blinkers on. Their back line is really just hasn't gelled tonight. They're fidgety. They're a bit fumbly.
Tigers by 2, approaching quarter time. Nankervis grabs it out of the ruck. It spilt away towards Mundy. Hand pass to Chapman off the back flank. He kicks a long ball down the City wing and punched from behind by Dan Rioli and over the boundary line. So we'll have a throw-in between wing and half forward for Richmond. Half-hour mark opening term, Tigers by 2.
And so many of them are getting caught in no man's land, the defenders, because they're just watching, ball watching. And Richmond charge forward hard. They're getting out behind them.
Spinning ball back into play on the outer side. Brayshaw takes off after it. Cochin's got him. They both go to ground. Cochin able to flick it up to Rioli. And then Short is going to bring it back in play, looking for Edwards. Had too much air in it. Bolton takes off after it. Bolton's threatening every time he goes near it. He steals it from Akers and he delivers inside 50. The target was Soldo. Siren sounds. 8th plays 4th. Plenty at stake. And it's been entertaining so far. The Tigers with a 2-point lead at the first change. 3-5-23 to the Dockers 3-3-21. Goals to Cumberland, Bolton and Revolt. And for the visitors, Logue, Aish and Brodie. And it was the last 2 goals of the quarter to the Tigers. So it was Fremantle with the early start, kicked the first 2. Tigers have kicked the last 2. Game well and truly in the balance at quarter time. Richmond by 2.
It's just the 7th time all year Fremantle have trailed at quarter time. They've won the previous 6. So it's an unusual record. Winning all 6 games, the Dockers, when trailing at quarter time. They're behind here by a couple of points. On ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital at quarter time. The Tigers by 2. This is Grandstand AFL.
Hello, Costa here. Gardening is great for the whole family, and I want to tell you something that will get the kids in your life growing. It's my brand new podcast, Gardening Buds. Everything a kid needs to know to make their own garden grow. Whether you've got a big backyard, a balcony, or a little pot on a windowsill. Join Kaylee and I for Gardening Buds. Out now on the ABC Kids Listen and ABC Listen apps.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Grimes goes at it with a fist, gets it down to Logue. A little 1-2 with Sarong, and then Logue's going to go high, and straight for the first goal.
Hand pass away to Jordan Clark. He swings a hand pass out to Aish in the long sleeves. Collects 45 out. He snaps off a single step and bangs it through. Fremantle win it back through Clark. He's tackled by Cumberland holding the ball. And he'll get his second free. The 21-year-old Tigers newcomer out of Queensland, Noah Cumberland, the lefty. He puts the Tigers in business. Kicks their first of the night.
Cochin, good little smother though by Walters. Quick hands by Fife. Uses it to Brody, to Age, to Henry. Like the look of this build-up. Banfield gets involved, and then Brody with the finish. Brilliant team goal by the Fremantle Dockers.
Umpire says not 15, and the Fremantle veteran retreats to Pearce in the back pocket.
Oh, he scrubbers it straight to Shea Bolton. This will be the easiest goal he's ever kicked. Runs into an open goal, all because of Alex Pearce, who just grubbered that with the big toe. Skidded about 10 metres, and Bolton said, thank you very much.
It comes to Cumberland. Hand pass away to Prestia. Kicks inside 50. Rewalt marks. Downhill into the open goal, and Richmond's in front.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Just the one lead change. Fremantle with 3 of the first 4. They led by as many as 11 points. The Tigers kicking the last 2, and it's Richmond by a couple at quarter time on Grandstand AFL. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse.
It's felt, Mick, at times like Fremantle's terrific attacking play has been when they've linked up with lots of handballs. Running the ball, using their speed. Handball, broken through, and probably should have maybe found 2 more goals. Andrew Brayshaw springs to mind straight away. On the other end, it seems like Richmond are playing a more sustainable style of football. So Fremantle have looked electric, but it's either they get it down there and they kick a goal or not much else, not many other options. Whereas Richmond are winning it in the contest at the moment. They're a bit more methodical, and they can still play quick, but they can also play slow. They're marking the ball, they're controlling the footy. It feels, despite it only being 2 points the difference, like Richmond played a superior quarter of football to Fremantle there by a comfortable margin.
It just seemed really good play got the goals, but really bad play got Richmond's goals, and that's basically what, you know.
Well, and the Fremantle defence just feels rushed and
look, they've cleared the ball well when they've had it. I've got to say that when they've had it in their hand, they've actually cleared it wide enough, and they know clear it wide because then you've got to bring it back from the boundary. But their ball handling has been really all over the shop. Even the last one there, it was in Chapman's hands, it was out of his hands, and they're colliding with one another. That's lack of confidence or lack of talk or lack of awareness.
They're missing their leader down there, aren't they, in Griffin Logue, given that he's had to play up forward?
Well, I think the question is there, does he have to play up forward? Because is he up there to kick goals? Or is he up there to sort of tag? Is he up there to... I think they could get away with him on the back line and get the job done on the tools down with Richmond.
Because Pearce isn't right, is he? He's on revolt.
Well, he just looks ordinary.
Ryan, Chapman down there.
Well, and all they're unsettled because their decisions are so ball watching.
Yep.
And what I mean by that is, for those listening, is just standing there and watching the play unfold and keeping your eyes on that, rather than looking around you and realising your opponent's ducked out behind you by 10 metres. Yeah. And that's happened time and time again. So maybe Logue, they're so used to him being the final person there that he glues it all together a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just... This is as bad as I've seen Fremantle play on the back line, albeit the fact, and it is 8 shots. It is 8 shots out of 16, so they're going at, or is it 14? I'm not too sure now. 16. So they're going at around about 50% inside the front 50, and that is dangerous because Richmond, you know, are going to get the ball in there a heck of a lot of time. So I'm not sold on Fremantle's forward line with Fife there because he does nothing.
That's it. It's slightly cumbersome, isn't it? When you got the 3 of them, Taberner, Logue and Fife, because Fife's not the ground level player that he is when was when he's in the midfield. No. He's basically a marking target.
Exactly, and he's gone to the goal square. Now that doesn't mean a lot because someone's got to start from there, but he's certainly got to impose himself on the game because at the moment he's been a liability in their side since he's come back from injury.
Jack Rewalt, 1 goal, 3, coming off 2-6 last week against North Melbourne. Hit the post a couple of times in that opening term. So the Tigers by 2. Second quarter underway on Grandstand AFL as Sean Darcy wins the first hit out. Down to Brayshaw, who gets the centre break for Fremantle. Kicks to centre half forward. Schultz makes a diving effort, no mark. Falls to Vloston of the Tigers. Hand pass to Grimes. Hands it to Ralph Smith. Hand pass to Vloston. Now out wide to Miller. He can link up by hand with Broad. Out of the defensive 50. Kicks down the city wing. And McIntosh takes the mark. Defensive side of the wing for Richmond.
He wants to move it quickly. That's a penetrating kick. It'll round right on the arc of 50, and Nankervis in a one-on-one takes the mark.
I'd love to see that again.
There was hands in the back of Brennan Cox.
Big shove.
Was it a shove, or was he protecting the space, Mick?
Well, once it's two actions, Cal, it's a free kick. One action, you get away with.
Toby Nankervis, the co-captain, hasn't got 52 in his leg, so he's just going to kick it into that right forward pocket where Clark and Ryan are there to put it over the safety of the boundary line. So a throw in 10 metres around from the Tigers' goals. They're kicking to the northern end of the stadium to start this second term. Lead it by 2 points. Kick the last 2 of that first quarter. Tangling in the ruck is Soldo, picked up by Akers, kicks it to Sarong, and then Sarong just hacks it out of the danger zone. Off hands in the air. Here's a chance for Henry. Handballs into the centre of the ground. Young handballs to Frederick Quick. Had to use Henry again. He breaks the tackle. He loops it over the top to Logue. Logue's got time to assess. Gives it off to his other full forward in Tabiner. Still too far out to score. And the lefty delivers beautifully to Fife. The two-time Brownlow medalist will go back and have a set shot on a 45-degree-ish angle, about 40 metres out, 45 metres out.
That's better by Fife. That's what he's got to be. He doesn't. There's enough speed down there with the small players, and he doesn't have the speed and explosion anymore. He's got to see himself as a marking target. Play deep, get in one-on-ones, which back himself to body out and take the grab.
So to put the Dockers back in front, he had 1 kick for the entire game last week. Hasn't had a kick tonight. Here's his first one. Doesn't make the distance. 45 metres out.
Well, it's like they've gone 40 metres.
Yeah. Just watching the replay of that action, Mick, what do you notice?
Well, he had no speed up on the kick. He kicked it from basically just a tap. You've got to have a firm base and good speed coming through. It's not aerodynamics, but you've got to have power and aerodynamics.
For all his accomplishments, it's always been one of the knocks on his game. Nat Fife, his field kicking and his kicking in general, as Broad puts it down the wing for Richmond. Vlosten at the drop. Gets a hand pass forward to Soldo. Links up with his fellow big man Nankervis. Trying to bend down, pick it up. Can't. Clark got it out to Cox. Has his arm held in the tackle from Soldo. Got rid of it to Brayshaw. Back to Cox. Hooks the kick across the body down the wing. Vlosten puts his fist through it. Inside the forward 50 for Richmond. Baker bangs bodies with Clark. Still a live footy for Richmond. Sarong puts his head over it. He's tackled. Taken to ground, and we'll have a ball up. Cumberland, the tackler, 40 metres out here from Richmond's goal at right half forward. The Tigers by a point early doors in the second.
Bolter's at the top of the goal square. It squirts in his direction. In fact, it was Edwards, rather. He couldn't gather it. Prestia does. 48 out. He hacks it. Bolter now with the fly. Couldn't take the mark. Edwards was there. Bolter with the snap. Bolter with the finish. He launched in the air, and then his recovery at ground level to pick it up, gather it, and throw it on the boot and wrap it around his body with his right boot. Tigers by 7. 4-5-29. Fremantle 3-4-22.
Well, Hodgie identified this pretty early with Alex Pearce. If he's not sore and hampered, then he's just a million miles off.
Yep.
Because he was okay in the aerial contest there, was actually able to fly okay for that one effort. Ball hit the ground. Bolter opened up an 8-metre gap on him within about half a second at ground level. He was just gone. So Pearce, if he can't do the job that he's there to do, I don't know, maybe throw him forward and get Logue back there just to shore it up a bit.
Worrying signs for the Dockers. Richmond have kicked the last 3, but Brayshaw again out of the middle, hands it to Sarong, puts it inside 55. Out to meet it, wraps his mitts around it and marks 30 metres out directly in front.
Well, that's a great mark.
That's impressive.
That is out of the goal square. Now, this is where you just hold your breath because he is directly in front. He can bring this goal back that Richmond just got and put him back on even keel. And what's happened now, Lingy, they've found someone who they can go to.
Yep.
Now, and this is a real worry for the Tigers if he kicks it.
He grew up a Richmond fan. He came out like Royce Hart there from the goal square. A mark at centre half forward. Now for the finish. Don't tug on Superman's cape. Fife puts it through. and draws the Dockers back within a point. 6 minutes into the second term, Richmond 4-5-29, Fremantle 4-4-28. 6 minutes into the second.
Now, that's not going to win Mark of the Round, and it's never going to win Mark of the Year, and I get that the high-flying ones are the best ones to watch. But for sheer degree of difficulty, that is as good a mark as you'll see all year. Running at full speed with a defender all over you and just taking that like that. That's a brilliant grab.
I didn't think...
Has he come off, has he?
No, he's gone into the midfield. Oh, no, sorry, I was watching in the middle.
Just leave him there. He's marked twice.
Has he added muscle to his muscle?
Well,
he looks bulkier.
He looks big around the backside, doesn't he?
That was
maybe it's the white.
Yeah, no, I just thought of... Yeah, just looked explosive as he... You don't often sort of use that when you're talking about Nat Fyfe, but he's in the middle now, so...
Lingy, wouldn't you leave him at full forward?
Yep, absolutely.
He's taken 2 marks, he's had 2 shots. He may be the difference.
Recall bounce, he's pushing and shoving with pressure on the edge of the circle. Darcy whacks it forward. Brodie goes to ground. It allows Short to get there first. Loops the handball towards Baker. Does well. Soldo with hands to Short to Revolt. And Revolt says, anything you can do, Nat Fyfe, I can do too. Charging out, taking a mark in front of Pearce.
He's had a good day, Pearce.
I can't... Just to back Mick up for a second. Fyfe just got left at that... He doesn't have the legs right now. It'll come. It'll come. He'll be able to spend time in the midfield. He just got left behind. Keep playing him forward.
From right in front, from 55, right on the edge of the goal square. Doesn't have the distance in the right forward pocket. There's a pile of players there. Quick little toe poke off the ground, but it doesn't even go...
He's not a great spreader.
No, from the centre bounce, so it was Prestia, Short, those types of players were just gone like lightning. That is Richmond at their best, when they can win it and then get forward, create a bit of havoc and the nice kick into Rewalt.
So the little soccer of the ground results in a boundary throw in, a metre out. Here's a chance for Sarong, reading it off the ruck. Kicks with the left, getting there was Logue, backing back bravely. But unable to take the mark was Lockie Schultz. Schultz a long way from home. He's kicked 25 goals from his 16 games so far this year. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Kel, the dew is rolling in. Most of the Richmond players coming to the bench are being offered new boots. Shai Bolton has gone from orange to brighter orange. He was toying with bright purple, but he went with the bright orange one. So, yeah, all Richmond players looking at new boots at the moment.
Good move tonight, I'm sure, for Richmond people, as Aisha's locked up on the wing and we'll have a ball up city side.
You can't change from orange to purple because, Corbin, you've got orange next to his name, the orange highlighter.
Correct.
You don't have a purple highlighter, do you?
I don't, that's correct.
That'll throw you.
Not against Fremantle as well. He can't surely be wearing the Fremantle purple. There's Fyfe's locked up on the wing. We'll have a ball up again. Soldo palms it down. Away to Fyfe. He kicks to half forward. Here's Veloston, though, for the Tigers. Tried to give it to McIntosh on the way through. Sonzi collects. Almost had his head taken off. Hand pass to McIntosh. Kicks in the middle of the ground for the Tigers. Soldo's got it. He's going to have to kick it and goes short to Prestia. Swings it out wide to Broad, who takes the mark. Dockside, he takes on Akers on the mark. Chips it down to half forward for Dan Rioli. Tigers by a point, going forward again. He can just load up and kick it to the top of the goal square. They come from all directions. Big punch from Geordie Clark, and through it goes for a rush behind. So Richmond 4-6, Fremantle 4-4. Tigers by 2 points, 9 minutes into the second.
I'm just trying to get the midfields matched up and see who's got the speed to get into the forward line and into the back line to protect. And that does the difference because you get extra numbers.
So Luke Ryan takes his time and then kicks, looking for Cox, who flies and takes the mark. Double grabber for Brennan Cox.
He nearly played on.
He had played on.
And now he has. He's got a teammate wider still, and he goes in that direction to Brodie.
Horrible kick.
Terrible kick. It was Akers, rather. And then the Akers kick, Sarong gets in, has to fight and scrap. Brayshaw back to Akers. He's got to be quick. Oh, he spilled it. He's caught by both. So not a great kick by Akers, and then he's been pinged for holding the ball.
Yeah, it wasn't a good hand pass by Brayshaw, put him under real pressure. Brayshaw could have gone left, had players on the 50-metre line. Haphazard ball.
On the ground comes the former captain in Cochin, and he scurries and marks it. The kick from Grimes just went the required distance. Cochin goes long. Players skittled in the marking contest. Clark tackled to ground. Short's got him wrapped up. The ball up. 55 out from the Tigers' goal, and it's Richmond by 2 points. We've had a goal each in this second term after playing 10 minutes.
It's been a pretty messy game of footy, even though we're under the roof in pristine conditions as Darcy knocks it down to Akers. Hooks a kick forward but turns it over.
They can't just quick kick like that, Fremantle. Richmond are too well set up behind the ball, whether it's Rioli, Floston, Grimes, Broad. They're just structured up. And they'll keep taking the intercept marks.
Dan Rioli and the famous number 17 goes short to Vloston. And a slow play here, Richmond. Some indecision, and Vloston's just going to retreat. He goes all the way back to Tarrant. Marks back edge of the centre square. Hits up Cochin. Outer edge of the centre square. Takes the mark. Swings a hand pass out wide to Miller. Miller trying to hit up Baker, the juggled mark. And Liam Baker hangs on to it right on the 50.
Oh, I reckon, is it Young on the mark? Could have got another metre there.
I don't know why players stop. I do not understand why players stop on the mark. Maybe they're scared of that 50, but that mark wasn't completed until about 52 metres.
Baker short kick to Ben Miller, who takes the mark right half forward. Man on the mark's 47 metres out. Ben Miller, in just his 7th game, he's only kicked the 1 goal previously.
Definitely has the distance from here. He's a big kick of the footy. Don't know how straight, but...
From Kalgoorlie, Ben Miller. Now out there for Richmond. He just thumps it long right to the behind line, and it's whacked into the behind post. So we're going to have a boundary throw in here. No score, and still in a dangerous spot for the Dockers' defence. Deep forward for Richmond. Tigers by a couple of points, 12 minutes into the second.
Real arm wrestle. Goals has dried up in the last few minutes. So here's Nankervis looking for, but unable to find down there Cumberland. Great smother by Baker of the kick from Young in the back pocket. Tigers fans wanted a holding the ball as Liam Baker launches and follows up with the tackle. Smother and a tackle and a ruffle of the mullet for Liam Baker as he gets up.
Richmond have got a great setup at the moment. They've got players on about 40-metre line, no Fremantle players.
Twirling ball this time, Bolter in the ruck. He backheeled it in the end, I think. It's flicked away, punched away from there from Brayshaw, and then Walters is tackled to the ground. Oh, holding. Well, he sort of grabbed it mid-air, Lingy, didn't he? And then he was taken to the ground.
That's holding the ball. That's a good tackle.
And McIntosh will be rewarded.
Yeah, probably had... Not initially didn't have prior opportunity, but then once he'd half broken the tackle, had a chance to get the arms free and dish it off. Chose not to. It's a good decision by the umpire.
So Camden McIntosh, he's been accurate so far this season. 6-2 in his 15 games. He's gone a long way back. He'll kick just right on the 50. Just a slidey angle to the northern end. Can't miss him. The fluorescent orange boots. From 49 metres, he lets rip with an absolute beauty. McIntosh is on the board for the Tigers, and they extend their lead to 8 points. 5-6-36. Fremantle 4-4-28. 13 gone in the second term. That from Camden McIntosh was straight as an arrow.
Yeah, they're putting Darcy. Looks like Darcy's going forward. Is Darcy going forward, or are they just going to get...
Yeah, Darcy's going forward.
I don't know who's going to the ruck.
Must be low going into the ruck.
I don't understand that. They become... Well, Taverner and Darcy there, they become... It's like the land of the giants and blindfolded, because they Fanning would not know their way around the forward line together, those two.
Logue's their Mr. Fix-It man, isn't he? Because kept Buddy to a goal. He's been a great key defender. Started up forward, kicked the opening goal of the night, and now he's the backup ruck.
Well, he's got to do is he's got to become the fourth mid here.
Richmond's biggest lead of the game. They're up by 8 points. They've kicked 4 of the last 5. Back in the middle, Bolter doing the ruck work and then gets the clearance as well. Sends a grubber inside the forward 50. Clark collects for Fremantle. Off the back flank, hand pass to Sarong. Gives it to Brodie. Knocked down by Bolter. Still a live footy on the wing. Cumberland copped an unkind bounce. Brodie the 1-2 with Brayshaw. Brodie under the pump. Gives it to Young. Took on the tackler. There's a high tackle and a free kick. It's going Richmond's way. And I think everyone's surprised as to who's getting the footy. Even Noah Cumberland went to stand the mark, and now he realises he's getting the free.
The Caleb Sarong handball is the one that has to be cut out of Fremantle's game.
Yep.
That has to be kicked. Richmond dine on that all night long.
Cumberland from high half forward, kicks to the top of the goal square, punched through by Lowe, getting back in defence. A rush behind. Richmond by 9. Their game-high lead continues to grow. 15 minutes into the second term.
Ryan to Schultz on the kick-in.
And the handball is the forward handball looped up that allows the Richmond player coming up the ground to really press hard on it. They create that turnover.
Schultz to Chapman. Stop, steady footy. Lateral kick to Ryan.
Yeah, this is different than the way they played in the first part of the first quarter. They've really gone into a defensive mode here, and they're giving Richmond every chance to set the play up.
Wedged it over the top to Brody. Goes short to Brayshaw. Play on, you heard. Back to Brody. Brody now. Fredericks in position A. He's nudged out of it by Vlostone. Logue had it. Lost it. Looped up by Sarong. Ace tried to take on Tarrant. And Tarrant, the bigger man, said, "You're not getting past me or the boundary line." So a throw in front of the Tigers bench.
Third year at his third club, James Aish. Richmond with 17 premiership players out there tonight. The Dockers have just 4 guys that have played in a final series. Aish, one of them. The other 3, Fife, Mundy and Walters, the veterans for the Dockers. And the boundary throw-in comes down to Logue in the end for Fremantle. Hand pass to Chapman, to Aish. They work it through the maze to Young. Kicks across the ground and Walker, backpedaling, takes the mark for Fremantle. Feints to kick out wide, decides to go long down the pipe here. Banfield getting back, brings it to ground. Schultz went without it. Dan Rioli clever. Got a hand pass to Baker, shoots it out wide for Broad. He's outnumbered, wants the safety of the boundary line, finds it. And the ump says that's all okay. Boundary throw in, 40 out from the Fremantle goal.
It's hard work for Fremantle. Unless they make a quick break, it's really hard work. They haven't got the body size, and they haven't got anyone outside of Fife marking the football down there.
So Fife at the top of the goal square, got Tarrant for company as it comes back into play. Brody tried to handball over his head. He got the handball to Walters, but Walters was set upon. 3 Richmond players.
Taberna's had 1 kick. He's their key forward. And really, it's hard work.
Ball up, 25 out. Logue from the Dockers goal. Logue to Brayshaw. Brayshaw to Liam Henry. Fancy footwork. Kick wasn't up to scratch. Stolen by Prestia. Quick hands. Got it to Edwards. Edwards to Baker. Baker moved it on. Still they got good pressure and hustle by the Dockers here. They've stolen it. Brayshaw was involved. A little give and go to Young. Young now with the kick on the left. Goes long. Taberna's there. Taberna! Play on, says the umpire.
That's a bad decision.
Oh, the ball was knocked out of his hands. Still they go. Tarrant with a handball. Dangerous right across the front, the face of goal. Broad in the pocket. Off to Rioli. Broad with the little toe poke. Clever. It's the Harlem Globetrotters in disguise, if you don't mind, Tigers fans. Now Cochin over the top. Dan Rioli kept running. He traps it. He's got it through the centre of the ground. If they can finish this off, the crowd will go crazy. But they can't. Brennan Cox stops them in their tracks. Over to Clark. It's going end to end, coast to coast at the moment, like basketball.
A hand pass in the middle for Sarong. Brayshaw had to mop it up. Hand pass to Brody. He gives it to Young. Advantage applied. Fremantle going forward. Young puts it inside 50, and Miller knocks it away from Walters. Ralph Smith had a fresh air shot. Spills down to short. Richmond mop it up. Miller, hand pass to Edwards. Kicks down the wing. Rewalt collects on the half volley. Runs, carries. Hand pass out in front of Baker. Ryan closes him down. Ugly kick inside the forward pocket. Bouncing ball to the top of the goal square. Attacked front on by Akers. He got it through to Chapman. Hand pass to Cox. Short kick to Brayshaw with courage. Stands in front of Rewalt, and that'll be 50. Rewalt with the late pressure. Just whacked Brayshaw over the back. And Fremantle's premier player, Andy Brayshaw, will be taken up into the front half. Richmond by 9 points, approaching time on in the second term. Wasn't a heap in the 50.
No.
So he plays on to Clark. Clark's a thumping kick. It's going to land in the goal square, and it's touched through. Is it touched?
It'll be a goal review.
Oh, it's going to be a goal. I don't reckon anyone's touched that.
Jordan Clark's booted that from, about 55. David Roden's got the task, and he's not smiling for about the first time in his life. So there was a big pack formed at the top of the goal square. No. They all rose.
There's no hand on that one.
But it's just tossed over the top. No. Taberner was there.
No, I reckon Taberner's missed it by...
but Tarrant was there.
Robbie Tarrant's the one I'm looking at.
And it might have just dribbled over the pack.
I think it's just a little deflection off the hand of Robbie Tarrant.
Yep.
The outside of his fist, so he clenches it, didn't hit it where he wanted to.
Yeah, it could be on the
That's
little
what they've
finger.
called.
Yeah.
Just on the outside of his hand.
I don't know whether Clark was actually going for goal, was he?
No.
You're right.
Their kick inside forward 50 isn't working at the moment.
37 Richmond, 29 Fremantle, 6 minutes to play before half-time.
Vlosten on the exiting kick up to the wing. Cox just knocks it away from Nankervis, but straight down to Baker. Richmond on the footy, hand pass to Presky, a perfect kick. Finds Bolton in the middle, hand pass to Bolter. Through centre half forward, shoots goal, but he's offline. He's missed the whole set. Out of bounds on the full, Richmond by 8.
It's the way they've done it there, Corby. You know, it's just that's come out of the goal square. And Fremantle didn't even look like touching it. They've got no ground coverage at the moment.
Heath Chapman is playing the role on Bolton when he's forward. He is not playing it well.
No.
He lost him completely then. Stoppage down here in front of us. Chapman relied on luck rather than good management when Bolton didn't get the footy. I don't like that matchup at all for Freo.
Lots of short, sharp kicks here for the Dockers. As we said, they've taken the sting out of it when they've got it defensively, slowing it down. Yellow Sharon in the hands of Brodie. Brodie goes down the City side. Logue the target. He was nudged underneath the ball. Bolter too strong on this occasion. Wants to move it quickly. His kick's gone straight to Brodie, who was coming one way. And it was Edwards the other. Edwards was the target. Brodie did well, leaping in the air and then playing on and delivering to Schultz, who's too far out to score. He's got it inside that centre square. The kick, that was a tough ask for Taberner. Had 3 Tigers coming from different directions. Bolter, the everywhere man. He's got it in the defensive 50 to Short. Short, long down the line. Clark in a one-on-one with Baker. Clark had to go back off balance. Baker gathers it, gives it to Bolton. Bolton, fancy handwork. Over to Nankervis. Gives it back to Shea Bolton, who's hungry for goals. His eyes light up. He takes the bounce. He unselfishly centres it to the top of the goal square where Soldo takes the mark.
Well, it started back with a pad kick to Taberner, 3v1. Richmond were always going to run that out, and it's exactly what they've done. Had numbers.
And I'm not saying it's an easy job on Bolton. It is a very, very difficult one. But Chapman has got to stop trying to play him from 3 metres in front. And Bolton's got a break then on the goal side, Richmond's goal side, every single time. He is going to destroy Chapman if he keeps playing him from that starting position.
25 metres out for Ivan Soldo. 7-2 this year. It should be money in the bank every day of the week. But when it's the Tigers that have kicked 24-36 in their last 2 games, 11-22 against North last week, that never looked like it was any chance from pretty much directly in front.
And that's what inflation's doing to your money in the bank, Cal, at the moment. Those tops of kicks.
Richmond by 9.
Here's Luke Ryan on the exiting kick out, and he goes wide out towards Mundy. Feeds a hand pass forward to Logue. He links up with Liam Henry, kicks Fremantle down the wing. So Aish takes the mark in those long white sleeves as he kicks into the middle of the ground for Walker. And the switch is on again. They come out to the dock side.
They've got to use the overlap. They've got an extra number here.
Akers takes the mark, pokes the pass to Frederick. Frederick short, kick to Geordie Clark. He takes it, got some pressure from Cumberland, and the mark is going to be paid.
That's well done by Cumberland, though. So Fremantle had the extra number. A really efficient overlap there could have created an attacking play. Instead, Cumberland's forced it slow. Richmond are well set.
55 out, goes back and across to Ryan. Richmond with all their numbers in the defensive 50, and Ryan's kick picked off. Baker takes the intercept mark, half back for Richmond. Tigers by 9 points, time on in the second.
That comes from Cumberland.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
because he got across, contested the mark. Clark goes to ground. It's slow, set up.
Yep,
turnover.
Yeah, but it's a very poor kick by Ryan.
Oh, it is too.
He had so much time and effort, and he had the resources.
So Dan Rioli from half back, and mark now juggled by Cox on the wing. Dockside wing. Number 36 for the Dockers into the centre of the ground where Aish marks uncontested in that centre circle. He's looking left, he's looking right, the long hair, the headband on. He heard a voice from behind. He gives the handball off to Walker, who peeled round behind him. Takes off Walker. What's his kick like into the pocket? Here's a chance for Walters, and Walters dribbles it through. And Sonny Walters celebrates in the left forward pocket by turning to the Tigers fans. And I think he might have just baited them a little bit, particularly the ones that were hanging over the fence in the yellow and black.
Well, it's just hard work, and in many respects, it was probably a little mistake made by a Richmond defender that let the ball go over his back.
Yeah.
It created
Grimes, was it?
Yeah,
just got over.
And look, they're the ones. Look, it's not an easy goal. They just can't pick the target. But early in the quarter, when they had 5 out of the goal square, I've been able to get. I reckon 5's. He's been. He's pulled them back a bit. But this game, his best football's out of the goal square. Now he's back there again. At least he was a target. Yeah.
So Walters celebrated, it looked like an upside-down W or something,
Yeah.
Corbin. Do you know what that means?
I think it's an M for Midland, which is a...
Oh, it is an upside-down W.
I was going to say, an upside-down W is an M.
Yes, so M for Midland from Michael Walters as Fremantle take it out of the middle. Sarong to Brayshaw, hand pass to Aish, who kicks inside the forward 50. Banfield can't mark, knocks it down to Mundy. He handballs back to Sarong and Fremantle retreat out of the defensive 50, out of the attacking 50.
You would have done
to
great
Young.
homeschooling of those three boys, Lingy. An upside-down W is an M.
Young between wing and half forward, kicks inside the forward 50. Gee, they all miss it. Falls through to Ben Miller. He just whacks it away. Grimes in the defensive arc. Hand pass to Bolton. He gets a handball away to Cumberland to Pickett. Richmond are off and running. He just jams it on the boot into space, up into the side, the forward arc for Richmond, but Ryan is there for Freo. He'll kick out wide to Aish, who can take the mark on the city wing for the Dockers.
And he can play on too, because streaming down his left-hand side was Young. Young to a 2-on-1. It was 2 Dockers, and Walters in the end spoilt Banfield. Free kick going the way of the Tigers against Walters.
Yeah, it was. He shepherded him out. A very poor play. It's that obvious from up here. It'd be obvious from where the umpire was. So there's ways of doing it. Just drift in, give you... talk to your player, but don't put your arms out or take the body of the opposition.
Miller takes the free kick. Revolt was the target. He's got Pearce at the back of him. He had Darcy at the front. He had no hope. Pearce with the handball. Getting involved was Clark. Darcy as well. And then back to Clark. He fumbles. Socket off the ground there by the second gamer in Sonsi. Still a ball to be won in the centre of the ground. Now Pearce goes at it. Handballs back to Clark. Tackled by Soldo. Soldo made him wear it.
That's a nice tackle by the big ruckman. Got low and just swallowed Jordan Clark.
Yes, and Clark just wincing as he got up. So quickly tossed in the air. Cochin breaking out of the centre with the kick. It's a 1-on-1. Oh, this is danger here. Because it was Bolton v Chapman, and somehow Chapman kept his cool. He delivered the kick, but he's given it straight back to the opposition, where marking is Sonsi. Squares it up to Cochin, didn't go the required distance. Back to Sonsi, trying to apologise to the former captain. Hurries the kick inside 50. Young takes the intercept mark and he takes off. He has a bounce. He's going to put it out in front of Henry. Foot race is on. Oh, it would have been a good one as well. It was a foot race between Tarrant and the speedster in Liam Henry. But the siren sounds to save Robbie Tarrant, you would think. And at half-time here at Docklands in the round 19 opener, it's Richmond by 3 points, 5-8-38 to Fremantle 5-5-35. The goal kickers for the Tigers, all singles: McIntosh, Bolter, Revolt, Bolton and Cumberland. And then for the Dockers, it was Walters, Fife, Brodie, Aish and Logue. So half-time last week, Fremantle had a 26-point lead against the Swans and capitulated. They took it was Tigers by 2 at quarter-time and Tigers by 3 at half-time.
We set it up in the pre-game that these two teams have a happy knack of playing close games against one another. We've had just the one lead change, but Fremantle's biggest lead was 11 points when they kicked the first 2 goals, and Richmond haven't led by any more than 9, so it's been close throughout, and it's exactly that way at half-time. Richmond by 3. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse with their take on that opening half of footy.
Well, Richmond's ability, Mick, they've got the ball inside their forward 50. They've had it in there 31 times, on track for over 60, which generally equates to a win when it's Richmond getting the ball inside that forward 50. To Fremantle's credit, we're a little worried about their defence in that first quarter. They were a touch shaky. They actually held up quite well in that quarter under an avalanche of inside 50s. It feels, though, like Fremantle are reliant on, I won't say lucky goals, I'll just say little fortuitous moments. One just gets over the back and Walters kicks a goal. It seems, again, less sustainable than the way Richmond's playing. But it's only 3 points of difference.
And that's right, and they're in the game. And I'm trying to find players. You know, you said it in that quarter, some of the hand passing by Fremantle was going to get them into trouble. Then they didn't back up if the ball hit the deck. Richmond on the other side of the coin, they're only 3 points in front. You can think, why aren't they more in front? Yes, they've missed a couple. Yes, they probably, when you look at it, they probably have missed a couple of easy shots. But nonetheless, their game itself, they let the opposition control the ball for a period, and I'm talking about a long period with the ball. It's not a matter of, say, 15 minutes or 10 minutes and back and forth. It is, they let them get that out, they hand pass it, they kick it, they hand pass it. Fremantle are fairly effective with the majority of their hand passes. It's only one or two that actually bring him undone, and the big tackle there we sort of sold on Clark, that sort of stuff. But by and large, the way they've got the ball into the forward line is by hands.
Nick, I'll give you one stat, and it's surprising considering what we watched in that first quarter, the tackle numbers.
Yeah.
Fremantle had 4 tackles in that quarter only. Richmond 20.
Yeah.
So Richmond are bringing that heat and bringing that pressure and forcing turnovers and mistakes and rattling Fremantle a little bit with their boys when they're going forward. It's just some, I think one kick, you called it, that it went to Taberner, but it was 1 versus 3 Richmond, and Richmond cleaned it up very, very easily. That is remarkably, first of all, good, terrific pressure by Fremantle. Remarkably low pressure from Fremantle, a team that we're used to seeing high tackle numbers.
The contested ball that quarter and the possession rate was all Fremantle.
We'll switch back to Fremantle. Okay, so the old saying, if you've got the footy, you don't need to tackle.
That's right. That's right. So not that they, well, it was only 100 and something to 86, but when you look at the first quarter, it was 104 to 92 against Fremantle. So they had a little bit more of the football. But it was interesting that the contested football, which I think they contribute a lot to themselves, they tended to muck it up a little bit. The solid backline, Lingy, that I've been used to watching Fremantle this year is not as sure of themselves. And I reckon that they just haven't been at the right spot at the right time, and the fumbling or the collision between themselves or the wrong hand pass. The thing that saved them is good numbers.
Yep.
They've been able to get numbers back.
And Cox and Ryan.
Oh, Cox and Ryan, without doubt.
Their reading of it is... Because you're right, because I reckon they're saving a couple of their other players who are a bit iffy.
Yeah.
I've already mentioned Chapman.
Well, he's only a 20-year-old Chapman, but he's making a couple... Like, even that kick was a...
So I don't want to pick on him and say... and write him off or anything like that. The way he is choosing to play Bolton, he is relying on good luck rather than good management at the moment, because Bolton is getting goal side with a 3-metre break, and Chapman is then that lost feeling of, oh, hang on, I'm stuck in between. Bolton hasn't yet fully cooked him, but I feel like if he keeps that starting point, I just wonder
they'll change. Surely they'll change.
Well, either change the personnel up, or in the rooms at half time, his coach, and whether it's Longmuir or his line coach, will just talk to him about you can't be starting a metre or two in front of Shea Bolton. You have to have him in front of you and always be aware of where he is in front of you in your vision. As soon as you let him behind you, he's gone.
Well, that one where he's running an open goal and he kicked the ball across his body to Soldo?
Soldo, yes.
Yeah. So that technically, he could have got another 5 or 6 yards and knocked that one right over. Yeah. So he's probably been let off the hook. So if he looks at there at half time, we've had 10 goals kicked and we've had 10 goal kickers. Yep. So the likelihood is, what young Chapman doesn't want to do is look at the stats and go, oh, Bolton's only kicked the 1 goal.
Kicked the one, only had 11. I would have thought he...
I'd be thinking, and also the divisional coach has got to work it out. I reckon there's a Clark down there, there's an Ace down there, there's a sort of player that you've got to say, and spot on. I mean, if I was, and I played backline predominantly, you've got to keep that player absolutely in front of you all the time. Yep. And now if he wants to lead up and take a big mark, fantastic. Okay, that's his mark.
Yep.
But what you never, ever do is let him turn you around.
You've always got to see his number.
Well,
on his back. You have him in front of you the whole time.
I'd rather give away a free kick at 60 metres than let him turn me around and say, well, there's a foot race, because you're not going to get there.
No, not at all.
Fremantle ahead in the clearances, which is a little unusual, 20 to 15 as the guys outlined, though. Tigers by 3 at half-time, and that's how they've done it. The thoughts of Cameron Lang and Mick Malthouse. More analysis coming up in just a moment. Dustin Martin suffering a setback. It was announced earlier today by the Richmond Football Club that he is out for the medium term after re-injuring his hamstring. We'll tell you more about it in just a moment. Second half action around the corner, but before all of that, let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom. It's the Tigers by 3 at half-time.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. A Department of Home Affairs report has confirmed the office of the former Prime Minister Scott Morrison instructed the Public Service to publicly reveal the interception of a suspected asylum seeker boat on Election Day. Here's our Defence correspondent, Andrew Green.
On Election Day, Scott Morrison broke with usual practice by announcing the interception of a boat arrival near Christmas Island as the operation was still unfolding. Now, a report prepared by Home Affairs Secretary Mike Pizzullo has found the former Prime Minister's office pressured the department to release a statement on the matter. It's concluded uniformed Border Force and ADF members, as well as public servants, acted with integrity by refusing requests to post it on social media or send it directly to journalists.
Bad weather has forced the cancellation of performances on the 4 main stages of the Splendour in the Grass Festival in northern New South Wales. Heavy rain over the past 24 hours has caused the site to be closed to vehicles and campers. The decision comes after there were queues of over 18 hours to enter the site, forcing hundreds of people to sleep in their cars. This camper says he was really keen to see the bands today after a long night setting up.
Because we got dropped in, we didn't drive in, so we had to lug all of our carriage all the way to our campsite. It took us about probably did 7 kilometres total walking. We had to do 2 trips. And then, so we got in, probably set up fully about 10 or 11 last night.
A class action's been filed in the Supreme Court against the state of New South Wales over unlawful police strip searches at music festivals. The statement of claims been filed by the Redfern Legal Centre and Slater and Gordon lawyers on behalf of people who've allegedly been invasively and unlawfully searched by police at music festivals over the past 6 years. The Redfern Legal Centre says group members are seeking damages. New Zealanders are dying from COVID at record rates as the country battles a new wave of the Omicron strain. The Health Ministry says deaths from the virus reached 151 in the week to July 16. That's compared with 115 deaths in the worst week of the previous wave in March. There have been nearly 65,000 active cases over the past 7 days. The government, like in Australia, is resisting pressure from doctors to restrict public gatherings or mandate masks. Police in Brazil say 18 people have been killed during a raid against a criminal gang that controls one of Rio de Janeiro's most violent favelas. The operation, which involved 400 military police, lasted all day and left thousands trapped in their homes, unable to go to work, fearing for their lives. The raid targeted a drug trafficking gang involved in crimes including truck cargo robberies. Officials say 16 of the dead were suspected criminals. Conservation groups have rallied against Rio Tinto's plans to search for battery minerals in WA's southwest Jarrah forests. The mining companies told the ABC that none of the 10 proposed exploration areas overlap with the existing conservation zones, but Jess Bickerling from the WA Forest Alliance says local communities don't want to see any more forests cleared for mining.
The West Australian community have always had a very strong commitment to southwest forest protection, and having a major new mining company seeking to move into an area that they haven't been in before, that's under particular threat, is serious, and we're taking it seriously.
A disability advocate says there are unanswered questions after a child was left on a Perth school bus for almost 5 hours. The Public Transport Authority is investigating after the Year 7 boy who attends Leeming Senior High School Education Support Centre was left unattended on Wednesday following a morning transport service. The bus operator, Horizons West, says the normal procedure for making sure all passengers had exited was completed. President of People with Disabilities Australia, Sam Connor, says parents should demand answers from the school and bus service.
I would like to ask what happened when the child didn't turn up at school. Did the school send a message to the parents? I'd like to know why the cameras weren't on in the bus, and I'd like to know why a 2-person system didn't work where that kid was left behind.
And Argentina has announced foreign tourists will be offered a better exchange rate for US dollars to try to boost the central bank's depleted international reserves. The currency is worth almost twice as much on the black market, which operates openly in Argentina, than the official rate. Each tourist will be allowed to exchange 5,000 US dollars per month under the new measures. The currency is widely used in Argentina, which has a history of economic instability and financial meltdowns. Get more news from our website at abc.net.au/news.
Know the story with ABC News Digital. Get the latest breaking news with live notifications whenever you want, wherever you are.
They are considering going to zero emissions.
We'll go ahead as planned.
And abruptly ended the case.
It will help us all get back to normal and back to all the things that we love.
Those are the kind of things that work.
There's hope for a brighter future.
ABC News, Australia's most trusted news source. Head to news.abc.net.au or download the ABC News app.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
He couldn't gather it. Prestia does. 48 out. He hacks it. Bolter now with the fly. Couldn't take the mark. Edwards was there. Bolter with the snap. Bolter with the finish.
Brayshaw again, out of the middle, hands it to Sarong, puts it inside 55. He grew up a Richmond fan. He came out like Royce Hart there from the goal square. A market centre half forward now for the finish. Don't tug on Superman's cape. Fife puts it through.
So Camden McIntosh from 49 metres, he lets rip with an absolute beauty. McIntosh is on the board for the Tigers. He gives the handball off to Walker, who peeled round behind him. Takes off Walker. What's his kick like into the pocket? Here's a chance for Walters, and Walters dribbles it through.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
And this is Grandstand AFL at halftime. Richmond lead Fremantle by 3 points. It's been close throughout, just a one lead change which came in the opening quarter, but the margin has never drifted to 2 goals either way. Fremantle led it early by 11, Richmond led it by as many as 9, and at halftime it's the Tigers who lead by just 3 points. Grandstand AFL on a Friday night under the roof at Docklands, ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, and our Grandstand AFL experts, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Now in some other sports that are happening at the moment, first of all in the NRL, we're 48 minutes in, so what's that? Half an hour to go between the Sydney Roosters and the Newcastle Knights in Newcastle. It's the Roosters who lead at 20-2, so the home team well behind there by 3 converted tries. Roosters 20, Knights 2. In the early game, full-time, St George Illawarra Dragons 20, Manly Seagulls 6. So the Dragons winning the early game 20-6 over the Seagulls. It is half-time at Perth Stadium in the, what do we call them, a friendly between Leeds United and Crystal Palace. So they're playing tonight. 2 big games in back-to-back nights over in the West. Tomorrow night, Manchester United are in action. They play Aston Villa, but tonight Leeds and Crystal Palace, and there's no score there at half-time of that game. Now, the big footy news today is that Dustin Martin has suffered a setback with his hamstring injury. The club reporting that he will remain sidelined for the medium term. Now, Neil Baum joined us pre-game, and he mentioned that he's not expected to be available for selection at least for the next 2 weeks. So that puts him back to about a round 22 return against Hawthorn at the earliest. Richmond then play Essendon in the final round of the season in round 23, but a setback for the 3-time Norm Smith medalist in Dustin Martin with his hamstring. Now, mentioned Neil Baum did join us pre-game, and Kelly Underwood, part of our crew, of course, asked the question which everyone was thinking as to what it means for Dustin Martin going forward with the strong links to Dustin and the Harbour City.
Just what about the Tigers fans that are listening to this and they believe the rumour mill?
There's 100,000 of them.
Yes, there is. And a lot of them believe what they read and what they hear on the radio, Barmy. Is there any chance he could have played his last game for Richmond?
Who?
Dusty.
What kind of a question is that? Are you part of the media or
yes.
something?
I am. I'm saying the Tigers fans out there, of the 100,000, if there's any thinking. I mean, you released a statement that wasn't clear in the sense that it's a setback.
What, his hammy?
Yeah.
So you reckon his hammy's going to keep him out for life?
No, I'm saying his hammy could keep him out for the next 4 games, and the rumours suggest that he's going to Sydney.
I haven't heard those rumours from anyone that I would even trust for a second.
Thank you. That's what the listeners were hoping to hear.
Beautiful. Yeah, no, look,
Glad we clarified
genuinely, well, you never do know exactly what's happening in the world, but there's no thought of that from our point of view at all. He loves being with us. There's no suggestion that we're going to trade him. He's contracted. He wants to be with us, and we want him to be with us. I don't really know where that sort of stuff comes from, to tell you the truth.
So you'd be shocked if he plays in another jumper next year?
I'd be more than shocked.
So that was Neil Baum with us pre-game. More than shocked, Mick, was the line from the senior club advisor Neil Baum at the Richmond Football Club about Dustin playing elsewhere next year.
And we discussed, what does that mean? What does more than... and we said, well, it's just not going to happen. You know? And Barmy is very, very truthful. Yes. And he, I would say he would be absolutely staggered.
On the scale, does it go sort of shocked, staggered, dumbfounded? Where are we sort of on that spectrum?
I reckon if Barmy says it will not happen, take notice.
Yeah, that's it's a good sign for
Just when he stares
Richmond
at you,
fans.
you get a little bit
And what he
jittery.
called you, he said, are you part of the media?
Yes, for 20 years.
But where did he think he was coming tonight when he was doing the
Oh,
interview?
no, but the best thing about Barmy is he, blows me a kiss and gives me a wink and thumbs up and said, I love sparring with you. Mick never did that back in the day.
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on. Oh, you were mean to me.
I was never mean to you.
Oh, you're mean so many times.
No, you name one.
Oh, so many times.
What, because I called you coach or something? Did you just recently? You can't...
How come you keep bringing up the coaching record? I'm 0-2 and you were 720 whatever.
Yeah, but it doesn't tell me good or bad ones I've coached. Okay, well, I like that number, but don't ask me any bad ones I've coached. Now, come on, are you going to stick to it?
Yeah, no, I'll stick to it, but I need
for the season?
I need some tips. I thought about asking you to come out and give them a pep talk, but then they just would think that someone's grandfather was there.
Exactly.
Now you're getting the hang of it.
Actually, I went to Grandparent Day on Friday.
Oh, right.
Yes, down at Ocean Grove, and there's my little granddaughter waiting for me there, and then show me around all the bits and pieces. And you know what she said to me? It's only dawned on her. She said, "You're Mick Malthouse." Because I've always been Pa. And she's worked out.
That's your name.
And I said, what's that mean? She said, well, I don't know. She just put it up the shoulders, this sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's
I just read the NRL scores. Did you know next year in the NRL they're going to have two coaches older than you, Mick, well into their 70s?
I know. And one. Who's the second one?
Wayne Bennett. And Tim Sheens is going to take over on an agreement with Benji Marshall where he'll coach the first 2 years and then Benji will do it for the next 3 following. So it's like a 5-year agreement together at West Tigers. So in the NRL terms, Mick, you're a spring chicken. You go over there and coach for another...
Hang on, what are you doing Wednesday night then? You can come and coach the Chargers.
I'm coaching the under 10 Chargers. That'll do.
There's 6-year-olds, Mick. There's 6-year-olds.
Under 7. Oh, my God.
You also suggested last week that Choco Williams could do the North Melbourne job.
Yeah.
And with an understudy.
Yeah.
You couldn't do the North Melbourne job, could you, with an understudy, Mick?
No.
Going by that age group?
Yeah. No, I can't. I'm going to get... My wife would murder me.
It is amazing. It is amazing though that Mick and Lee Matthews, both younger than the two guys that'll be coaching the NRL next year. So seems like we move on some good coaches pretty early in our game.
North Melbourne throwing everything, including the kitchen sink at Alistair Clarkson.
Richmond by 3 points. Second half action upon us. We're ready to go. Friday night blockbuster. Freo trying to defend their place in the top 4. Richmond their spot in the 8.
It's Darcy and Soldo. Soldo almost bounces off his head and then he goes the toe poke mid-air, which could have been dangerous. Sarong couldn't gather it. Brayshaw does. Tackled by Prestia. It's flicked out. Cochin. Throw. Interesting.
Yeah, but a free kick should have been paid 8 seconds earlier to Brayshaw as his head just got smashed.
Yeah.
Now Bolton's thrown Sarong to the ground.
And Prestia's with the Sharon. And he sends it forward. Pearce in front position. Couldn't take the mark. Young's there to swoop. Off to Aish. In the back pocket. Kicks long. Caught underneath it was Taverner. Well played by Broad in the end and also down there Grimes. Vlostone rather.
That's what they do well, Lingy. The Fremantle Dockers, they clear the ball in the back line long and boundary. There's no mucking around, generally, anyway, I'll say generally. They know where to go.
Twirling ball back in play. Soldo, straight down to Sarong, handballs to Young backwards, and then Young to centre half back, where Frederick takes the mark. Uncontested, wants to move it quickly. Ryan's got on his bike from the defensive goal square. He marks and sends it out wide, where Akers marks in front of Pickett. He likes the look of a lead from Schultz further up the ground. Well played by Rioli.
Well
Good little
Schultz.
smother. Schultz was a great recovery. Gets it back down to Akers. Curling ball. Bananas it in. Vlostone reads at best. Handballs over the top. Pickett with a... just dropped it cold in the end. And then he's forced to tackle. And the umpire will ball it up just a few centimetres in.
So I know the change in interpretation of the rule around when your actions lead to a high contact, it's going to be called play. You still can't have your head sat on and ripped off when you're down in the action of winning the ball. That should have been a free kick.
From the ball up, Soldo swats it down. Brody, hand pass away to Frederick. He's tackled by Vloston and taken to ground.
Yeah, the boys just haven't got it right yet, have they?
No.
Ball up half forward for the Dockers. Darcy swats it down, looking to try and find Akers. He runs out of room and out of play it goes.
He's a big man, is he, Darcy, for he's only 24, I think.
Yep, correct.
23, 24. And have a look at the size of him. And he's not easily moved either.
203 centimetres he is, 110 kilograms.
He does the ruck work here, just punches it into the forward pocket. Pickett there for Richmond. He's tackled by Schultz, taken to ground, and we'll get another stoppage inside Fremantle's forward 50.
What about the starting midfield from Cobden, Mick, of Sean Darcy, Zach Merritt, Sam Walsh with Ben Cunnington in the middle? Oh, Cobden produces some good players.
They do.
Brody handballs over his head. It's still a live ball, desperate last line of defence. Vlostone flicks it over purposely. And the rules stipulate you're allowed to do that if you're under pressure. So Grimes with the kick-in duties. He goes to Short, who goes short to McIntosh.
Gary Rowan out of the goal square for Cobden.
Yeah,
yep,
absolutely. Charging out, kicking from 50.
McIntosh. Long revolts there in a tussle, a wrestle with Pearce. Baker goes to ground. We'll get down to Tim Hodges in a moment. Big name player coming to the bench. Meanwhile, emerging with the ball is Freo, and quick kick is marked by Frederick. Hodgie, what's happening down there?
Oh, this isn't good. Nat Fyfe, the doctor actually saw him injure himself, started running to him, and Nat Fyfe he was sore and started hobbling towards him. So he's just got to the bench and they're working out whether to take him down to the room. So I'll keep you posted. This is potentially a big one.
Not good news, just his 6th game of the year. Richmond work it up to the wing and Cochin floats a ball to half forward. Collecting for the Tigers is Grimes. He's a long way from home. Got a full 360. Kicks inside 50 and hits up Liam Baker. Dylan Grimes, he almost got a blood nose. He was so far up the ground. Did a full 360-degree turn and then hits up Liam Baker, who takes the sprawling mark at left half forward, 35 out.
Yeah. It's strange, Mick. Again, it was the Fremantle defence just got completely lost. Grimes got out behind them, and then it was just chasing in a wide open forward line for Baker to lead into.
Liam Baker is from Pingarine, which is just out of Lake Grace. He wears the number 7 for Richmond. Freo's number 7 from Lake Grace, and a bit of strife down in the rooms as Liam Baker tries to hit the scoreboard. He misses. Out to the left.
I know a number 7 for Richmond would have kicked that.
5-9 to 5-6. Tigers by 3 points, 5 minutes into the third term.
And the former Cat, Jordan Clark, on the kick-in duties in his 50th game. Has a little bit of a run and then kicks towards the big boys. Taberner was one, Darcy the other. Darcy does well, gives it off to Brody. He's given it up, though, to Short. Under pressure and skies the ball. Soldo rises high too early. Sarong has it. He's tackled to the ground. And the ball won't be coming out of there.
Really just... Fremantle can't get their run going. Richmond have done well, and I reckon that the spare man is causing all sorts of trouble for Fremantle.
Sarong tackled by Graham for the second time in a minute. It's a tackle fest after, what did you say, Mick, that Fremantle laid 4 tackles in that second term.
Yeah, Looney did,
Yeah. So Soldo now into space. Short runs onto it. Handballs back to Vlostone. Sideways over the head of Graham. Frederick got there first. Couldn't quite win it clearly. Vlostone was nearly beheaded down there. He is a tough player, Vlostone. He jumps up to his feet and there'll be a ball up. So centre half forward here for Richmond. Hodgie, quickly, any update on Fyfe?
Yeah, so he has gone down to the rooms with the doctor and the physio. It's a leg injury. Travis Collier, the medical sub, has begun the warm-up. So, yeah, there's some nervous people down here with the Fyfe latest.
Fremantle by 3. They get a quick kick forward from the stoppage, but Dan Rioli in the middle of the ground chops it off. Hand pass to Broad. Kicks out wide for McIntosh, and McIntosh just pokes the pass over to Prestia.
There's a plus +1 Richmond. Again, it's hitting a brick wall. Fremantle, unless they can run the ball through there, it's just going to keep coming back.
Fremantle by 3. Gee, dangerous. Kick to Miller in the middle of the ground. He pulled out on the marking attempt. Sits up for Brodie. Under pressure. Gives it to Logue. Hand pass away to Frederick. He kicks all the way back to right half back for Fremantle.
So here's where they need to get the run and overlap happening. They've got a quick turnover. Instead, it's just backwards, sideways. So the Richmond defence has been able to shift.
Brayshaw at centre half.
Now, though.
Back comes out to Ryan. Ryan over to Cox. Cox heads down to the wing to Schultz, who takes the mark. Some news on the Fremantle bench we'll get to in a moment. Concerns over Nat 5 for Schultz. The 1-2 hand pass with Henry. He just steps his way around Cochin. Hand pass to centre half forward. Geordie Clark from 52 out. He kicks a cannon. It's through for a behind. Taberner trying to claim the mark on the line. He won't be paid it. So Richmond by 2. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Well, Liam Henry has just come off in a terrible way. It's a whack to the left eye. He's in horrible pain, guys. I didn't see that.
Yeah, Grimes got him.
Yeah, so the medical sub has just been made by Fremantle, which is the other one here. So Nat 5, this is massive. The fear is it's a hamstring.
Oh.
So the soft tissue injury curse continues for him. So Travis Collier is in the game, and I must say, Liam Henry, I'm not sure whether he can take any more part in this game. He's in a really bad way. He's copped a nasty one to the left eye.
Yeah, it was a Grimes swat that got him high. So Fremantle go back into attack. The kick from Akers will be a bouncing ball to the top of the goal square. Rioli. Stan Rioli got on his bike and then gathered and gave it to Broad. Gave it to Miller. Launches a bomb and the big set was Bolter. He flew over the top. He's given the free away. Hands in the back. Play on advantage. Akers got tackled right at the last minute. It affects the kick. It was a high ball. Pressed her off hands. Vlostone can handball behind him and Broad's got all day.
Akers' ball use is right off at the moment.
Broad.
This is what you practice at training, a +1.
Goes long. Bolter was the target. Baker tried to the underground handball, but there was no one there to retrieve it, and now it's all the Dockers. Liam Ryan slews off the side of the boot. He was kicking sideways, looking for Pearce, who's had a bit of an off night. He's been wobbly, but he gets there in time. His kick couldn't find Aish, and McIntosh scurries and just helps that yellow Sharon over the boundary line on the city side wing.
So Akers got the ball in the middle of the ground from an advantage from a free kick. Had 2 Fremantle players leading at him with a good 8-10 metre break. Would have been perfect. Maybe 55 out. Instead, just bombed it long. Straight back to the Richmond spare. They're in control.
Richmond by 2. They win it from the stoppage. McIntosh kicks down to Prestia. Marks between wing and half forward. Long to Rewald outnumbered. Cox flies and punches it to the safety of the boundary line. A throw in forward pocket for the Tigers. So just repeating, the sub has been made. Trav Collier into the game. Nat Fyfe subbed out. Suspected hamstring injury.
It's almost like we're watching a mirror image at the moment. The +1 is having an enormous effect on the game, and until that's resurrected, this is going to be almost a stalemate.
Soldo wins it down to Graham. Hand pass to Sonzi. Tyler, the creator, kicks his first goal in AFL footy, and the Tigers lead it by 8 points. That's the first goal of the second half. It comes 10 minutes into the third. The Tigers 6-9-45. Fremantle 5-7-37. Richmond by 8 points. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Yeah, so the big news, the Dockers have just confirmed with us, guys, and we thank them for getting back to us. It is a hamstring injury for Nat Fyfe. So his wretched run with injury that's now a couple of years continues, and he's now going to be really, a race against time to be right for finals.
He's playing his 6th game for the year.
I reckon now with that sub, what it's forced is Fremantle are going to go for the really different look in their forward line. Just go for speed, ground level speed, even numbers there. Don't let the +1 take over.
So Pearce now down in the rooms. They're dropping like flies for the Dockers. It looks like a left hamstring injury for Fyfe. We'll get back down to Hodgie again. He's working overtime as the Tigers go forward again. It's pushing it back. It was a one-on-one. It was Bolter and also Brennan Cox. Cox took the mark. And the Tigers fans roar with delight because he was pinged for a push in the back right at the top of the goal square. Surely Noah can't miss it from here.
I guarantee if that was a forward who had pushed that would have been called a mark.
Oh, absolutely.
So Noah Bolter.
That wasn't good shove. It's a shove.
Directly in front to become the... Oh, he's missed it. Goodness gracious me. He's missed it from the top of the goal square. He's stabbed it and it's gone to the right. Richmond by 9 points. The only goal kicked so far is by the Tigers in this third term. We've gone 11 minutes.
Fremantle in a slow play in the defensive 50. Young to Clark, short back to Young. Tim Hodges, can you give us a stock take on the Fremantle bench?
So Henry's back on the ground with that eye injury. Fife is back from the rooms with ice on the left hamstring, and Alex Pearce has just come off his split. I've never seen such split webbing in his hand. It was bleeding dreadfully, so he's gone down to the room for stitches. He's had issues in the first half with a calf injury. So yeah, Dockers have injury problems everywhere.
Oh, the Tigers might have it now as well, Hodgie. A couple of players down behind play.
There's a collision there. Liam Baker is very sore along with Jaden Short. They were trying to intercept a dangerous kick in the defensive 50 from Freo. Mundy sends it down the wing to Brayshaw, slips through his hands. Aish mops it up. 1-2 with Brayshaw. Aish just arches the back, burns them off, kicks inside 50. Taberner with Grimes. Grimes knocks it away. Bolter went without it, put himself under the pump. Last line of defence. Hand pass to Edwards. He's tackled by Collier. Got it out, tunnel ball between his legs. Ralph Smith tackled, dropped it cold. Now a tackle on Grimes from Collier, and they're going to pick out a high tackle.
Well, it's amazing. There was a free kick before that to Fremantle.
And that is the exact example of what the AFL said they weren't going to pay during the week.
Grimes taken high by Collier, dropped at the knees, and the umpire has called the free on the last line of defence for the Richmond defender. Tigers by 9, 13 minutes into the third.
They're not going to get every one of them correct. This is not a shot at the umpires, but that's how hard it is. That is the exact one they don't want to pay, according to their statement during the week.
Should be holding the ball.
Should be holding the ball because that's your prior opportunity.
Yeah, you've had to.
Liam Baker sore down behind play. He was down for a long time. It was Sarong was involved in that as well. It was a big hit. Here are the Dockers. Liam Henry. The handball by Brayshaw is smothered. Walker then had to really work for it. It's stolen by Cochin, winding back the clock. Hospital hand pass though, and it's punched down by Clark. Off to Sarong. Sarong inside 50, and it's a mark. A well-weighted, beautiful mark, nestling in the midriff of Taberner. He was just too clever then for Miller.
Yeah, it was a great mark. He was under enormous pressure. You'd almost suspect that there could have been a bit of interference before that, but nonetheless, this is his first shot on goal. He really is probably the only one that's going to get shots on goal like this, so he's got to make the most of it. A lot of mucking around, but again, Fremantle actually had more numbers, and that's what created this.
So, 20 goals, 5 for the season for Matt Taberner. Hales from Bright on his left foot. He's put that just about out of bounds on the full. In fact, it's going to be marked in the opposing pocket. And it's marked by Tarrant. So some of the goal kicking tonight has been left a lot to be desired. And this is turning into a real scrap fest. Collier, the sub, back to Ryan. He's met heavily and dumped into the turf by Broad. And wins the free kick. He didn't have it. Umpire said free kick to Henry in the blue boots. So Liam Henry just into the pocket, high, plenty of air, almost Logue. Picked up by Taberner and a flying shot that hits the post. So he can't find the two big sticks at the moment, the goal kicker in Matt Taberner, yet to break through for a major tonight. And it's Richmond by 8 points. 6-10-46, Fremantle 5-8-38. Halfway through this third term.
Ralph Smith into Prestia, who goes long down the wing, and a free kick for an illegal shepherd in the marking contest. Soldo's going to get it. The Richmond big man sends it down to half forward. In from the side, Hayden Young.
What a game he's playing.
Superb intercept mark. Lingy, he played just 13 of the first 39 games at Fremantle. I know a lot of people at the Dockers tout him as a future All-Australian.
Yeah, I can see it. He reads it so well. Brave, good ball user. He's been terrific tonight for the Dockers.
Just a third-year player, gives it to Mundy, who switches to Chapman, hand pass to Clark, kicks down the wing, but a turnover, not a great kick. And Grimes takes the intercept mark at half-back for Richmond.
It's got so many numbers behind the ball, Richmond. I think Fremantle, if they're going to win this game, they have to marry up the numbers and make an issue at the fall of the ball or at the ball, because at the moment Tigers are just killing them with numbers.
It's usually a ground that lends itself to slick ball movement. It's been a pretty ugly, messy kind of game. 6 goals to 5. Richmond by 8 points. The Tigers work it round the dockside as short kicks to half forward. Bolter beats Luke Ryan on a one-on-one. You don't win too many one-on-ones against the All-Australian defender in Ryan.
Bolton should have given off the handball to him.
Bolter with the other foul as he just kicks it here from 70 metres out to the top of the goal square for Richmond. Flying a little early was Chapman. Nankervis can't mark, spills to Graham. Hand pass to Edwards. Centering kick is a ripper, but just drops in the lap of Frederick, who takes the intercept mark, top of the defensive goal square.
Good call, Corby. That was a great mark because he was in between two players and he just wondered whether he was going to go for it. So good courage.
Chosen the wrong side to go.
He went to Bailey Banfield, but there were plenty of Tigers surrounding him, and it's not the way of Walters. Gives it off to Logue. Back to Walters. They're sprinting down the ground. He puts it in front of the sub. Collier centres the ball. It's a one-on-one contest at the top of the goal square. This is Taberner and also Tarrant. Tarrant taps it to his own advantage. Tarrant whacks it out of the dangerous zone, and it will be seen over. Warm applause from Robbie Tarrant. From Tigers fans, you can hear it in the background, even standing ovation type applause for Robbie Tarrant. It's almost like a Where's Wally crowd tonight. Instead of red and white, it's black and white scarves, black and yellow scarves rather, everywhere you look. There's only about 50 Dockers fans in the house, and that's the cheer squad at the northern end. Back underway, it was a boundary throw in front of the interchange gates. Comes the way of Baker, throws it on the boot. This is a tough one for Soldo. He's held, allows Ryan to come in and flick it up to Chapman, who handballs over the top to Walker, and the Dockers can steady.
Walker, some nice footwork, like David Copperfield stuff, just gets himself out of there and chips it to Mundy, who marks it half back. Wasn't Waldo's nemesis Odlaw, who wore black and yellow, I'm pretty sure? Anyway,
that is correct.
I digress. Here's Bolton, who wins the footy back at half forward. Geez, dumped at a heavy tackle from Mundy. Half back for the Dockers. Cox has got it, but under the pump, gives it to Sarong. Hand pass through to Clark. He picks up, tackled straight away by Bolter. Tackled high. So free kick for Jordan Clark in the defensive 50. Richmond by 8 points, 19 minutes into this third term.
And the black and yellow Where's Wallies are getting very vocal now. They're up on their feet. Just so many Richmond scarves here tonight. Everywhere you look, they're expecting a crowd of 25,000. Probably just hasn't got that much here tonight. And there hasn't been too much in this contest. Not the highest of standards you would expect, but a real slugfest. So slow and steady here
Very
for
slow.
the visitors.
So slow.
Ryan almost in quicksand, and he's going to kick back into the only player in the defensive 50 is Brennan Cox. And then he can switch sides around to the broadcast side where Walker marks uncontested, can move it to Akers marking in front of Edwards.
Interesting about Akers now. This is where decision making, he has to, Fremantle have to retain the ball.
He's going to go for a really high kick to a pack. Spoil from Darcy, down to Walters, throws it on the boot. Frederick in front, double grabber mark paid.
The Richmond players appealing to the touch, but umpire didn't hear it.
45.
So he's always going to pay that one. Sorry, Kel.
45 metres out, 45-degree angle here for Frederick.
That's more luck than anything. That one, that's a quick kick.
Again.
That Akers kick, again, Mick, I feel like I'm picking on Akers, but Brodie was in the middle, about 55 out, no one anywhere near him. That's the kick they have to hit, not the long down the line, hope for one to the Richmond spare. Hasn't been the greatest display of set shot kicking tonight, and Michael Frederick's going to put his name in that column as well. 19-7 coming in tonight, but that right across the face and pushed to the right-hand side. Richmond by 7, Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Kel, Alex Pearce is back from the rooms for the Dockers. He's got heavy strapping on his right hand. There was some split webbing in that hand, and he's got the most unflattering strapping around the top of his head. He had a cut underneath his chin, so he looks like quite the mess out there. He had calf issues in the first half as well, but he is back out on the ground.
Richmond by 7 points. They come out of the defensive 50 through Grimes. Long kick to the wing. Bolter reaching for it. No mark. Spills to Walker of the Dockers. Hand pass to Chapman. He gives it to Mundy in front of the interchange gates. Hand pass along the line to Ryan. Pushes away the hand of the would-be tackler. Hand pass a turnover. Cochin at half-back for Richmond. Gives it to Pickett. Ugly kick in the centre square for Rewald. Not a heap up ahead. Swings his kick across the half-back line to McIntosh. He takes the mark for Richmond. He just chips it short to Vlosten. Vlosten pokes it up into the front half. Graham marks for Richmond. Hand pass away to Ralph Smith with his mullet flapping. Kicks it into Cox. Ricochets back into dispute. Collier's got it. He's gang tackled, taken to ground. A ball up on the City wing. Tigers by 7, time on in the third. Just repeating, Nat Fyfe subbed out of the game earlier this quarter with a suspected hamstring injury.
I can only see Fremantle fluking goals. They haven't kicked one this quarter. Mind you, Richmond have done a lot better.
So from the stoppage, sorry, Mick, the kick inside 50 mark by Chapman.
I was just going to say, Kel, until they start marrying up their forwards with their defenders, the ball's just going to be coming straight back at Richmond, to Richmond's forward line. And Fremantle let themselves down again by just that extra number that Richmond have got.
Goalless in 22 minutes of football, the Dockers in this third term, and they trail by 7 points. And Tigers had it.
Called it not 15 there, Cal.
Coughed it up. Ralph Smith with the kick. It was play on, and therefore the umpire's going to ball it up. Nankervis into the ruck. He started forward. Prestia tries to weave through a couple. Somehow he gets boot to ball. He'll sit here for Henry. He can't control it. Walker goes at it. So too does Nankervis. Tackled by Henry. Henry, the smallest player out there, somehow lifted Nankervis off the ground. Ball spills in the way of Pearce was there, and also Graham. Collier, rather.
27 kilos to Big Nank there. It was Henry. Did well.
Game 370 tonight for David Mundy from the ball up. Marlon Pickett just jams it on the boot, the centre half forward, and the juggled mark will be taken by Alex Pearce. So here he is with the tape around his bonds. Interesting look. Was it Rick McCosker back in the day? Similar sort of strapping as he kicks the centre half back, and Clark comes out wide to a 2-on-1, and the man outnumbered Pickett carries the day. Got a hand pass away but turns it over ultimately. Mundy for Fremantle, hand pass to Walker in the middle of Docklands, kicks to centre half forward for Freo. Logue got a hand to it, no mark. Walters and Grimes bang bodies. Grimes wins the footy. Hand pass away to McIntosh, who can just kick it hurriedly up to halfway.
He does just that. Bolton was in there, couldn't take it in the air. Here's a chance for the Dockers. It'll sit here for Mundy. He's under the pump. Revolt's got him. Now Graham. Handball's over his head. Revolt goes to ground, tries to flick it through his legs. Sonsi's in there scrapping and fighting. Edwards back to Revolt. Revolt doesn't even look to see what's at the top of the goal square. Soldo was there. It's slapped down by his direct opponent in Cox. Comes the way of Walker. Walker to Chapman. Chapman loops the handball over to Ryan, but the umpire's blown his whistle. And down behind play is Walker. The umpire says it'll be a free against Soldo, going the way of Walker, who's grabbing at his head.
How tired will they all look?
Oh,
sorry, that's a terrible decision.
It's going to be a short quarter. There's been one goal and very limited even stoppages. It feels like a lot of continuous play.
Bad decision, Lingy.
Well, Soldo bumped him in the side.
Yeah, so it's not a free kick, is it?
Not even a hint of head contact.
He's grabbing at his head, still Walker behind play. Quick couple of kicks defensively, and now Ryan's got it. Goes to the wing. Spoil was from broad behind. He spotted about 20 metres in the direction of Cochin, who cleverly kicks around the corner, and the mark to Edwards, the two veterans combining. Game number 299 for Shane Edwards. Off a standing step, he tried to hit up Revolt. Closing late was Walker, and he fists it over the boundary for a throw-in.
It was well done by Walker, because he's certainly didn't have the height, but he had some courage, put himself right in line.
So clearance is 8-4 in the quarter, which would mean this is only the 13th stoppage of the term. Only one goal. Richmond by 7 points from the boundary throw-in, half forward for the Tigers, and that'll do us. And as Ryan tries to kick it away right on the belt, Jack Graham puts his body on the line with the smother. An awkward landing for Ryan, but he's okay. And the Dockers so often this year have made their move in the third term. They did so against Geelong, Melbourne, Brisbane and St Kilda. In their signature wins, they got going in the third term. They didn't kick a single goal in the premiership quarter here. Tyler Sonzi with the only goal of the term. Richmond by 7 points at three-quarter time as we turn for home. Richmond 6-10-46, Fremantle 5-9-39. The goal kickers 1 each down the page. Rewalt, Bolton, McIntosh, Cumberland and Sonzi. While for Fremantle, 1 for Logue, 1 for Fife, Walters, Aish and Brodie. The biggest talking point, Tim Hodges, in that quarter was the two-time Brownlow medalist Nat Fife getting subbed out for the Dockers.
Yeah, I was just keeping an eye on him. He seems in pretty good spirits, eating a bunch of snakes alive. I'm not sure if I can say that on ABC, but he was having some lollies and talking to the teammates. He was one of the first ones out to the three-quarter time huddle. He's still got that bag of ice wrapped around the belly of the left hamstring, so scans. They head back tomorrow morning, so I guess tomorrow afternoon back in Perth will be pivotal to see just what his progress is over the next month. But, it's such a blow for him for what's been a horrible year. So a left hamstring, he was subbed out in that term, and Travis Collier comes in. That will be one of the stories out of round 19, no doubt.
Tim, I'll say this, that Fremantle's better football has been without Fife this year, and I'm not saying it's because of Fife under any circumstances, but they can they can get by without him. I don't think it's going to be a major problem. What they have to do though is energise, I'd say, more so than anything else. Because at the moment both sides look out to it, and when you analyse the goal scorer, we've had 11 goal scorers for one reason, because no one good enough at the moment has jumped up and said, I can kick 2 goals. So maybe that's the winner, whoever kicks the second goal.
He had 7 disposals and kicked a goal for Nat Fife. They've been trying to use these weeks to integrate him. They're going to run out of those weeks, and he's going to return just on the eve of finals for Fremantle. It's Richmond by 7 points at three-quarter time. More from Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling in just a moment on ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
If you're not going through an emergency situation right now, it might be the perfect time to explore the all-new ABC Emergency website. ABC Emergency lets you search for incidents near you, or you can check on other locations around the country. There's also a handy button that lets you listen to the local ABC radio station closest to the emergency. abc.net.au/emergency. Save it in your favourites now and keep listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Oh, this isn't good. Nat Fife, the doctor actually saw him injure himself, started running to him, and Nat Fife, he was sore and started hobbling towards him. So he's just got to the bench and they're working out whether to take him down to the room. So I'll keep you posted. Yeah, so the medical sub has just been made by Fremantle, which is the other one here. So Nat Fife, this is massive. The fear is it's a hamstring. So the soft tissue injury curse continues for him.
Soldo wins it down to Graham. Hand pass to Sonzi. Tyler, the creator, kicks his first goal in AFL footy.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
And that was it. Just the one goal in the third quarter to young Tyler Sonzi in just his second game. The teenager kicking his first goal in AFL footy, as you heard. It's Richmond by 7 points. The margin hasn't been any wider than 11 points the Dockers way in the first quarter when they kicked the opening 2 goals. Richmond's biggest lead is 9. We've had one lead change. The game's up for grabs. Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse at three-quarter time.
Mick and I were just having a tactical discussion here about what we do for Fremantle to go on and win this game if they were to. I think we both agree, Mick, evening the numbers up in their forward line. So at the moment, Richmond have got the spare, whether it's Floston, Broad, they keep, they just free someone up.
And keep marking it.
Yep, keep marking it. The game's on their terms because they create the overlap from that spare. Fremantle have got this extra number at the stoppage where the congestion is. So they are controlling that area of the ground. But you and I both agree that we don't think Fremantle would necessarily, they wouldn't lose much around the stoppage by playing with even numbers at the stoppage and therefore even numbers in their forward line and no longer letting Richmond control it with the extra.
There's not a game. This is not a game of stoppages. So you lose the advantage. That player is just hovering around and not really being proactive. If there was multiple, absolutely unbelievable number of stoppages, you might say, well, if we can win the game by winning the stoppages. But right now, we've both looked at, well, we both said the same thing. The only way that Fremantle could possibly win this game is to have someone kick a second and third goal. And right now, you look at their forward line, it's very doubtful whether someone's going to kick 2 or 3 goals. Because at the moment, the use of the ball going in, unless they have a fast break for a minute, the ball goes in on Richmond's terms. And then it comes out on Richmond's terms, and then the Dockers get everyone back. And at the moment, it's a 7-point lead by having 2 extra shots. And that's basically it. 6-10 for a side that wants to be aspiring for a finals berth, and the other one wanting to aspire for the top 4 has only had a 5-9. So we've had 14 shots. Neither of them are going to worry the best sides at the way they're playing.
No, and for Richmond, it's that last kick inside forward 50. Because when they are controlling, they take the intercept mark. They're controlling it down the ground. They're actually playing some really good football. That last kick inside forward 50, finding that one, if they get that right, Richmond kick away and win this game comfortably. So that's the big one for them, making the most of the 3/4 of the ground dominance they've got right now.
Both these teams trying to get back on the winners list. The Dockers lost by 17 to the Swans last week, and the Tigers last 2 by 4 and 2 points. They lead by 7.
As the Dockers get it out the middle through Mundy, spun around in the tackle, kicks to centre half forward. Broad knocks it away for Richmond. McIntosh runs onto it, floats a torp down to centre half forward, but Pearce takes the intercept mark. So after everything we've seen in 3 quarters, 5 subbed out with a hammy, the game on the line. Richmond by 7, trying to shore up their spot in the top 8. Fremantle needing to win to hang on to their place in the top 4. High stakes with half an hour to play as Pearce kicks down the wing. No mark, spills away to Tarrant. He handballs straight out of bounds, and the offset spin it in.
And there's 3 umpires, this is what they're there for, isn't it? Just to pick up those subtle little things. That's as deliberate as you'll get.
Boundary throw in between wing and half forward for Freo. Richmond by 7, a quarter to play.
Darcy in front, straight down to Prestia. Fumbles under the pressure. Darcy on all 4s. Flicks out. Akers is in there, throwing his weight around. And he holds it in. Cochin jumps on top of him.
Just watching Darcy then, that was unbelievable. Darcy had 3 clear on one side. He's elected to hit it towards the Richmond players.
Darcy again, straight down the throat of Cochin, but he was taken high. And he wins a free kick.
I think Soldo thought the free kick was going to him.
Best and fairest winner for the Dockers last year. Darcy, Long, Logue, Vlosten, Aish, back to Logue, Taberner, hasn't had a look at it. Here's Sarong kicking around on his right, blazing away out of bounds on the full.
Yeah, they're not going to get a lot of chances for him, even a point. They need to stop the point.
They had 4 scoring shots in that third term, all behind. So 2nd week in a row, the Dockers goalless in the 3rd quarter. The Swans took over 3rd term last week, and Richmond kicking 1 goal to zip in that 3rd quarter tonight. Grimes next to the behind post, long out to half back for Richmond. Prestia tracking the footy, almost tackled without it, no free. Spills the Dockers' way. Ryan hand pass to Akers, bounces a kick into the midriff of Brayshaw, and it tumbles out of bounds. 60 out from the Dockers' goal. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Mick, would you be tempted to get Morris Rioli into this game if you're Damien Hardwick? Who could you try and fire out of this game to get him involved for a fire starter?
I would stick to the rules, Tim. You don't do those sort of things.
The man that did it in 700 plus as a coach. Here's Baker kicking to centre half forward, but Pearce strapped up around his face like a mummy, takes the mark over Bolter and then flicks it wide by foot. Walter goes further down the ground, Walker rather, and Young takes the mark.
We had a season low subs last week, Nick, just 5 used across the 18 teams.
Nick, I reckon you would have found the term, he just had a little bit of awareness.
You would, if that's the rule.
Young long, the target was Taberner, presenting well, off to Schultz, and then gives it to Aish. Faked one way, the high ball. There's no one home in the opposite pocket, though. And Rioli rolls it over the boundary.
I saw one player last week who hardly touched the football, mysteriously was injured.
Funny that.
Yeah, the Becks.
Tigers by 7, 3 minutes into the last. Boundary throw in forward for Fremantle. Both rucks miss it. Comes back to Soldo. He's locked up by Darcy.
And so she said, well, how old is he? So I'll say aspirin. Where was the aspirin?
Ball up, 25 out from Freo's goal. Darcy tries to grab it out of the ruck, gets boot the ball, trickles across the half-forward line. Brayshaw there, hand pass to Frederick with pace. He snaps goalward. Taberner marks in front of the behind post.
You've got to take his time here. Unless someone was really quickly on, that's well played by Taberner.
He is a left footer. So this pocket will suit him. He can snap across the body.
It's too close to Taberner.
Taberner opens up the angle. He bends it through. Fremantle have kicked the first of the final term. And Matt Taberner comes to life. A quiet night for Freo's key forward. But the Dockers have kicked the all-important first goal of the final quarter. Fremantle 6-9, Richmond 6-10. Tiggs by a point. Friday night footy, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse on Grandstand AFL.
12 goals, 12 goals for. So as I said at 3/4 time, someone needs to kick a couple of goals.
Multiple goal kicker,
and that's he's there because he's a goal kicker. But Terrence done a wonderful job on him, but nonetheless he's now broken the drought, so therefore now he's got to be the target.
It feels like Freo were only going to get one from a snap. Yeah. It was just had to be a quick snap. On that occasion it was a quick snap, but almost fell into the lap of Taberner.
Sure. Well, they've had 2 snaps, haven't they? So
So Fremantle hasn't led since the 22nd minute mark of the opening term. They trail it by 1 point. Mundy wins it out of the centre and he goes the fend off on Sonsi. And then Mundy, delivery almost was there. Well played by Pickett, backing back. That was courageous. Got a hand to it. And then teams up with Vlostone, and Vlostone kicks to Revolt, marking inside the centre square in front of Alex Pearce. His barking instructions is, Jack, look out, he's going to get caught from the side. In came Walters. Might have affected the kick here. No one could take the mark. Clark, Mundy, Clark, Pearce. His kick inside the centre circle is marked by Schultz. Off to the run of Collier. Collier to Walters. Like the look of this build-up. Standing start, Walters dabs it to Logue, who was charging out from the goal square. And the defender come attacker has marked in front of Miller.
Could only get 6 back, Tigers. 6 back, 6 forwards. So they split, 1-on-1, no extra defender. Amazing.
And Collier's run and prepared to overlap with speed meant that, Richmond can't get organised.
That's right.
They got to play on an opponent.
So Logue directly in front. He'll kick from 40 metres out to put them in front for the first time since late in the opening term, and he's offline as well.
No pace run up there, Kel. You asked before, it's the same thing. No pace and no good platform to kick the ball.
We're all tied up. 6 goals, 10 apiece. Scores are level at the 6-minute mark of this term.
High stakes for both teams. Freo to try and defend their top 4 spot. Richmond in the top 8.
Our radio boxes have got the glass partitions. I'm sitting very, very close to Mr. Jason Dunstall, and every time one of those players kick a set shot like that, you can feel his whole body tense up. No momentum through the footy.
Froston short to Grimes, who goes long to half back, and there's a pack which forms half forward for Fremantle. Will have a ball up.
I reckon they have gone 6-6-6. Well, certainly 6 forwards. I know someone dropping off the Tigers.
Been calling for it, Mick, as Soldo wins it down for Richmond. Prestia under pressure, got it away to Ralph Smith. His hand pass picked off. Load for the Dockers, hand pass to Mundy. Surge kick to the top of the goal square for the Dockers. Tarrant punches it towards the boundary line. It beats everyone out of play. And a throw in forward pocket for Freo.
We're under siege at the moment, Tigers. So 29 possessions to 13. That's a dominance at this stage.
Scores level. Momentum with the Dockers for the boundary throw-in. Soldo wins it down. It bounced off his chest, but straight to Walters, who kicks off his preferred left boot, but he's missed everything. Out of bounds on the full. Scores level, tied at 46. We're 8 minutes into the final quarter.
It's a one-on-one football right across the ground at the moment. That's why Tigers can't get it clear.
So the kick in from Miller. A lefty, and it might favour Baker. He can't keep it in. He gets an unkind bounce and it rolls over the boundary. So a throw in on the outer wing, right in front of plenty of Richmond's fans. You've got to feel for these Tigers fans, Mick, because 4 of their last 7 has been from a goal or less, and they currently, it's all tied up. Baker Tackled by Young. Fierce, ferocious. Held in a ball up inside that centre square. It's all tied up with 8 minutes played in this final term. It's anyone's game right now. Top 8 on the line for the Tigers as Soldo takes it out of the ruck and gets a kick away. Taken by Cumberland. He's tackled to ground. Coming in. Oh, it's holding the ball. Against Cumberland, the free kick goes to Ryan.
International decision.
Zero prior opportunity.
Hot on that one. So Ryan squares it off to the run of Chapman. Has a bounce. Delivers to Young. He's been exceptional this evening.
So Floston set up as the spare again for Richmond here. So this is better, just creative.
Young to Clark. Clark had no one near him. He goes for a bit of a dash and then he delivers. Oh, the leapster in the pack. Couldn't pull it down. It was Schultz. And now when the ball hits the deck, it's all Richmond. Pickett mops up. Walker in front. Bolton from behind. Look at the athletic ability between those two players. And then it comes to the back where Cox just spins around in a pirouette, assesses the options and delivers to Taberner. He's a couple of kicks out from goal, Matt Taberner.
Just the one goal for the night. It was a big one to draw Freo within a point earlier in the term. Short kick to Brodie. He tries to step around Baker on the mark. Gets on the left boot. Kicks it right to the goal square. But back there is Soldo. Takes the intercept mark in the defensive goal square for Richmond.
Yeah, he just couldn't get on his preferred foot then. Whilst they're under siege, the Tigers, they've got a good setup. They're getting the extra one back, and it's still Fremantle cannot negate the extra player.
Soldo hand pass to Broad, gives it to Tarrant, kicks along the boundary line, and Cumberland marks at half-back. Another classic, 11 of the 39 games between these two teams decided by 7 points or less. Could this be headed into that list tonight? Scores tied at 46, 10 minutes into the final term as Cumberland goes long to Rewalt. Marks right on halfway. Sends it down to right half forward for the Tigers. Standing underneath it, Chapman got a fair piece of it. No mark, but he'll get the free at half back for Freo.
Lingy, can you understand why both sides are going so slow into their forward line?
No, I cannot. Because when they've gone quick, both sides have looked really scary to the opposition.
6-10 apiece, 12 minutes to play in this ball game. It's a Friday night filler. Round 19 action, and it's opened up here, the Dockers. The kick was to Walker, out wide to the interchange gates where Collier got it. Collier looking for Taberner. Taberner couldn't take it in the air. 3 Tigers, 2 Dockers, and it's well held up down there. Brave move by Miller.
Excellent work by Robbie Tarrant. He had to cover a lot of ground to get to Taberner there. The kick just held up a little bit, which helped him, but great work, Tarrant.
Tossed up on the 50. McIntosh. Kick was smothered by Mundy. Mundy tries to break clear. He's tackled. Umpire doesn't blow his whistle. He gets a kick away. They fly in the air. They're skittled like 9 pins. And then Prestia, with his kick away, was shoved and it goes out of bounds on the full. Free kick for the Dockers. Henry wants it in the blue boots. So too does Walker. The umpire says, I'm giving it to Walker.
Brandon Walker, rising star non back in round 13. And another fine year. The teenager in his second season just lays it up to the top of the goal square. Lowe got hands to it, no mark. Spills down to Edwards. Just bangs it out of the defensive arc, but Freo well set up. Young takes the intercept mark. And now playing the game in their front half. He goes across the ground to Clark. 12 and a half minutes into the final turn. Scores tied at 46. Hand pass to Young. Young long to half forward. Lowe got hands to it, no mark. Falls down underneath him. Heavy tackle laid on Floston. Umpire in the box seat says, I'll have it. And a ball up 35 metres out from Freo's goal at left half forward. Scores level.
It was a great kick by Young. He identified the loose play, just couldn't hold it.
Taberner in the goal scare. Got Tarrant for company. The ball up is inside 50 here for the Dockers. Hacked out of there. Rises in the air. This is a chance for Cox. Handball. Oh, they might have mucked it up here. They're over-possessing. Stolen by Baker. Off to the excitement machine in Bolton. Takes the bounce. Handballs to Bolter. Had his back to the ball. Pearce reads it better. Pearce to Cox. To Clark. Kicks backwards. And Aish can set it up for the Dockers.
Well, he's off. Called to play on. Richmond don't come at him.
And Aish is a beautiful kick. And look at that. Straight to Pearce. Found a little Bit of yardage on Cumberland, and then he uses the centre of the ground where he gives it to Brayshaw and then Collier. Collier's going to put it out wide, waiting for it to bounce. Is Walters trying to break through two Tigers. Good luck, Sonny. Play on. They all stopped. They all looked at the umpire because the Tigers wanted the free kick, and there was no whistle blown. Still they go. Prestia to Graham, to Ralph Smith, streaming in front of the interchange gates. Puts it to a one-on-one. It's Pearce and Cumberland. Cumberland marks, spins. Bolton all by himself. Bolton for goal number 2. And Richmond gets its nose in front as we turn for the home straight. 7:10:52. Fremantle 6:10:46. A tick under 10 minutes to play in this one. It's going the distance.
There's almost too much to unpack in that passage of play. It should have been a free kick against Walters.
Or if it wasn't, it should have been against Gloucester.
He absolutely did not dispose of the ball correctly. Wasn't paid. Then, what did we think of the nice little bump out Shepherd from, was it Cumberland? I think, who used his body. It was very, very early in the marking contest. But then ultimately Bolton again getting out the back. And
out the back.
So dangerous.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
This has a little bit of a feeling of Ben Miller's been fired out of this game to get Maurice Rioli in. So Ben Miller is out and Maurice Rioli is in. So there's a bit of confusion here, but the sub has been made.
The Tigers have used their sub. Freo get the centre break as Akers hands it to Brodie, kicks to half forward. Marlon Pickett intercepts, bangs it back down the wing for Richmond. Graham in a tangle with Ryan. Still no clean possession. Logue in the middle of the ground, knocks it away, but straight to Cochin. Cochin tackled by Ryan. Got a kick away. Akers, is he taken high? Umpire says no. Free kick, middle of the ground. No free kick.
I reckon
ball up.
There's confusion on the bench, Hodgie, because Grimes has gone down into the rooms and they don't know what's happening.
They're trying to redo the paperwork.
No, if you can.
We'll get to Hodgie in just a moment. Ball up back in the middle. Richmond by 6. Prestia, a hand pass to Cochin. Fires a kick down the wing, but there for Fremantle is Young. Hand pass to Akers. Gives it to Brayshaw. Hand pass back to Walker. He just clean draws Baker and then sends it inside 50. Walters takes to the sky, no mark. Falls to Sarong. Tackled, holding the ball. Free kick Gloucester. Half back for Richmond. Tigers lead it by a goal. 16 minutes into the last. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
This could take a while. So I think the Tigers were going to put Soldo out of this match and they put the paperwork in. That's when Ben Miller came off the ground sore and they changed the paperwork. And I think that's when the AFL said you can't change the paperwork. And as they were trying to change the paperwork, Dylan Grimes came off the ground and has gone straight down to the rooms. I think he's the one who's actually genuinely injured. So it's carnage down here, but Miller is out of the game. Rioli is into the game, but Grimes is down in the rooms.
Maurice Rioli was the sub and straight into the action. He's picked up a couple of possessions, but the Tigers couldn't make the most of it. And now it's Fremantle with the ball through Akers. He'll send it inside 50. Pack forms. Taverner is the target. Here's a chance for Banfield on his left. It's curling. It's curling. It's curling through for a major. And once again, it's all tied up here at Docklands. 7:10:52 apiece. 8 minutes to play. And that was a ripper of a snap from Bailey Banfield.
Well, that was a great goal, but I'll go back, say, 5 minutes ago. It is the biggest joke in history of the world, this 23rd player, because it's done by the coaches to get the advantage. So it's taking away what coaching's all about.
Is that the footy gods taking care of it? That they've had a bogus injury, essentially sub Miller out of the game, then moments later they caught one for real.
No, but not for real, because Grimes has just come back on the ground now. So, I'm watching Miller too.
There's a lot of awareness happening down on the Richmond bench at the moment.
A massive 4 points at stake in the context of the season and scores a level 17 minutes into the last. Soldo wins it down. Brodie soccers it forward, but Ralph Smith takes the intercept mark, centre half back for Richmond. Freo used their sub in the third term. Fife out with a hammy. Long kick to Rewald, who comes flying from 3 back and takes a powerful pack mark between wing and half forward for the Tigers. Scores level at 52. 18 and a half minutes into the final term. Revolt kicks it to the top of the goal square. 2 Dockers up, and Darcy marks. And Cox alongside him. Chance to take a deep breath. Scores level. 19 played final term. Kicks out wide to Luke Ryan. The All-Australian defender comes out of defensive 50. Tarrant over the back, left his man, and whacks it out of play between wing and half forward for Fremantle.
He's been so good tonight, Robbie Tarrant.
Between wing and half forward for Richmond, Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Yeah, so Dylan Grimes went down to the rooms. He's come back. His left hand is heavily strapped. He can barely put it up. I reckon it's a thumb injury, but he is back out there. It's strapped up and he's soldiering on, and he's about to get the ball.
Boundary throwing. Grimes is able to read it. Gets it up to Nankervis, and he's tackled by Akers. Akers tackles the big Nank over the boundary line, and Nankervis just lays on his back with his arms in the air to say, hey, leave me alone, as about 4 Dockers pile on top of him. He's cooked. He's come to the boundary, the big number 25. He's sitting on the pine where the ball will be tossed back in right in front of him. So Soldo now into the ruck with Darcy. Soldo on all fours. Prestia just fires out the handball into space. Cochin keeps it in play. Mundy tackles him. Only as far here of Clark. His kick doesn't hit anyone. Clever little tap there by Rioli off to Graham, who hits it at speed. Kicks to centre half forward. Revolts out of position. Cox got there, so too did Liam Ryan. He's held him to. The Tigers fans want holding the ball on Liam Ryan at centre half forward, but the umpire says no way. Tigers have not won a close contest at all this year. Scores are level, 6 minutes to play.
0-4 in games decided by under a goal. The Dockers 2-0 in tight games decided by less than a goal. From the ball up, Sarong kicks to the outer wing. Collier clever, just tries to tap it to his own advantage. He's horribly outnumbered. He clean balls, pick it up, says play on. Whistle's gone away. Sarong for Freo, hand pass to Aish. Tumbles a kick down the city wing. Banfield up the metre, hand pass back to Collier. Great tackle, Morris Rioli. Superb chase down tackle. Threw his body at it and stopped Collier in his tracks. He might get his name in the song with Anthony McDonald, Tipperary retiring. He's coming to get you, Morris Rioli. Long kick down the city wing. Beats everyone. Through to Brodie. His hand pass knocked down for the Dockers. Clark spun around in the tackle. Got it away to Ryan. Hand pass to Brodie under pressure. Kicks it out on the full. He was closed down. And the ball sprays out of bounds. A free kick for Richmond right on halfway. Scores level. Time on. Final turn.
And the Richmond chant goes up under the closed roof of Docklands as Rioli goes long. It's Dan Rioli off hands of the pack and dribbling over the boundary line. How must Tigers fans feel right now? They have no nails left. They lost by 4 to North last week, by 2 with a kick after the siren to the Suns, by 3 to Geelong, by 6 to the Swans, and it's all tied up. Scores are level with 5 minutes and 22 seconds to play here against the Dockers. Boundary throw in, Richmond's 50. Sarong got it off to Aish. Now a chance for Banfield, tackled by Dan Rioli and McIntosh. Either side, umpire blows his whistle.
Both sides are working back well, but they're just not working smart off the kick.
From the ball up, Soldo ends up with it out of the ruck. He's tackled by Darcy. We'll do it all again in the middle.
So right now there's +1 Richmond and midfielder for the Dockers.
Scores level, 22 played in the last. Mundy almost run down, got a hand pass away. Prestia picks it up, his kick smothered by Walker, spills to Darcy. Hand pass to Walker, hand pass to Aish, to Chapman, he slips the pick and tackle.
High contact, sorry Corbs, they're going to bring it back.
There's a free kick to Chapman at half back, and Richmond fans will be filthy.
Yeah, it probably was.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't. He didn't contribute to it. There is still such a rule as over the shoulder. I think it went high again.
Feels like every possession is the most important one of the night. As Chapman goes long down the wing, Logue makes a contest, spills to Collier, loose hand pass trying to get it to Mundy, half forward for Freo, spills to Frederick, he can't pick it up, eventually does. Hand pass to Akers, but they're retreating the Dockers. Hand pass to Sarong, sweeping hand pass out to Cox on the wing.
Cox dabs it. Oh, and a big collision. Target was Walker. McIntosh came through legally and knocked Walker to the ground. Now a big ball to be won right in front of the commentary box here at Docklands.
Holding the footy.
Absolutely, he's holding the ball. That's a good decision by the umpire and well tackled by... Who was the tackle there? Schultz. Yeah, he tackled him very, very well.
So Schultz, revolt pinged, only as far as Soldo. The hero for the moment. Big Ivan comes charging out and repels the Tigers, the Dockers foray forward. Soldo back defensively to the goal square, broad last line of defence. Cool looking customer. Short then to Tarrant. What a game he's had. Scores are level, 7-10 apiece. 3 minutes 30 left on the clock. Will the Tigers melt in the moment again, or will they finally win an absolute thriller?
Brayshaw stuck on the bench for Freo and Walters and Taberner.
Cochin's got the ball. He goes short and safe to Broad again. They're holding on to it here. Seconds ticking down. We're down to 3 minutes on the clock. Tigers playing for top 8. Dockers playing for top 4. Broad to the pack on the wing. Prestia sets himself. Starts to go after it. Spills the way of Cox. Handballs to Sarong. Clever to Collier. Back to Brody. They're going backwards. Skies and up and under. Bolter launches. Off hands. Prestia. Edwards. Where's Jack? Jack flies. At the back is Bolton. He's got to beat a couple. He takes off after Aish. Aish is cool. Pearce has had an off night, but Pearce, composure, hits up Cox. Wants to go the handball over the top to Young, who's had a blinder, and he does that. And Young's now got it. Instead of the handball, he went the kick, and so Young taking all the seconds he needs. 2 minutes 23 on the clock. Scores are level.
Game on the line right now in a season-defining game for both teams. Back to Cox. Kicks out to half-back to Aish, who takes the mark half-back for Freo. Is one team going to be willing to risk losing it in order to win it? Aish pulls the trigger in the corridor. Brayshaw spills the mark. Comes to Baker. Kicks inside 50. And Noah Bolter takes the mark at centre-half forward for Richmond. The kick from Aish into the corridor. Brayshaw was at full stretch, and it was just out of reach of his fingertips. He spills it falling to ground. Richmond capitalise on the turnover.
At least he had it, and then just couldn't control it in front of the body.
Noah Bolter. He'll kick from 50 metres out. He's told to play on. The kick's been smothered by Frederick. An amazing moment. Bolter told to play on. Loose ball half-back for Fremantle. Schultz gets it out. Hand pass to Taberner. His kick bounces down the wing. Game still on the line. A minute 14 to play. McIntosh on the wing. Kicks across the ground of Vlosten. Richmond try to reload.
And they can do exactly that. Vlosten doesn't want to kick it. He wants to handle sideways to Broad. Takes on Collier. All-important kick inside 50. Jack's there. Was he pushed in the back? Umpire throws both arms in the air and says play on.
I know who should have been free kick. Jack.
Cumberland tackles Cox.
Jack just really interfered with the whole pack there.
He did, didn't he? So we're 25 metres out from the Tigers' goal. Darcy, Young, under the pump. Rioli's there. Young, he's going for the safety of the boundary line, and he's got to be careful. Revolt's fighting and scrapping, so too is Nankervis. Don't be the first one to jump on top of the pack, you'll be pinged. Young does that, then he rips it out, but then he's tackled. And we're down to 34 seconds. Will it be a draw? 7-10, 52 apiece.
Up it goes, forward 50 for Richmond, comes down to Baker, he's tackled by Clark, spills to Bolton, one way then the other, turns it over, hand pass to Young,
There's a free kick back here called, to jump in, it's a holding the ball Fremantle's way.
That's a free kick for Freo on the last line, and Luke Ryan's going to get it.
Well, you suspect with the time left, it really has to run the end of the ground, otherwise this is... they've got to play it on if Fremantle are going to win it.
24 seconds to go. Free kick for Luke Ryan. Short kick to Young. Goes long down the wing. Hands on it from Nankervis. Spills to Tarrant. His kick smothered. Nice work by Lowe. Close to the boundary line, and it's out of play. And the clock will stop with 10 seconds on it. Scores level at 7-10, 52 apiece.
Toss back in. Chance for Frederick. Charging through is Pickett. Marlon Pickett, the fairy tale man. He's hit up Cumberland. He's played on. He's played on. What was he thinking? Oh no! Cumberland has played on and the siren has sounded. A stalemate. A dead end. It's a draw. Just when Tigers fans thought the heartbreak couldn't get any worse. Losing by 4 last week. Losing by a kick after the siren the week before. And this time, the youngster has blown his chance at a kick after the siren. And we are all tied up at the final siren. 7-10, 52 apiece. It was touted as a season shaper. It ends up as a heartbreaker. And Cumberland, in his 4th game, marked on his chest, 50 metres out. He wheeled around onto his left and he won't sleep tonight. That moment will run and rattle through his brain all night and all week. Noah Cumberland, my goodness me, 7-10, 52 apiece. Shell-shocked fans. Eerie silence falls across the closed roof here at Docklands.
Well, they were lucky to hold on, the Tigers. That was a domination of the ball by Fremantle. They just didn't have any system in their forward line. And the +1, they scored their goals, but when they went back to letting Richmond have the extra player, it was almost another wall they couldn't get through.
It's the first draw of the season. It's amazing what it means for the ladder. So obviously now we have 2 teams that are in the mix to play finals with a half game. So Fremantle find themselves 3rd as it is at the moment on 50 points. They get to 12.5 wins, but it's particularly interesting for Richmond. So percentages out of it, it's a half game. It means they're 9.5 wins with 4 to play in the season. They can still be leapfrogged this weekend by the Western Bulldogs and by St Kilda. Scores level at full time. The first draw of the 2022 season ends at 52 apiece.
I am hoping that we're going to see on one of our TVs here Noah Bolter, his set shot. That's the big talking point. Called to play on because of the 30-second rule, the shot clock rule. I hadn't picked it up. I didn't realise.
Smother that's one of the best things you'll see in football this year.
It's probably saved the game in many respects because
Bolter makes a distance from there.
Oh yeah, but did Fremantle players read it off the clock, or did the umpire read it off the clock? I'd be interested to see again.
About 3 of them charged at him.
Yeah, so I'm only thinking, well, did they look at the clock, or was it the umpire?
I reckon they heard the umpire.
Well, that's a good call.
So the stupid thing about the clock at the game and on the scoreboard is that the umpires will tell you all the time that it doesn't really mean anything. If the umpire feels like you're unnecessarily wasting time, he can call you to play on. So it's almost this arbitrary rule that why do we have a proper shot clock if they're not going to adjudicate or use it?
Who did it in Geelong that night? Do you remember?
Went too long.
I thought someone,
Yeah, that did happen. I can't remember who it is. I've gone blank. But if the shot clock, though, if you haven't started your run-in by the 0, that's a cue to call play on, as well as if the umpire thinks.
We'll have to see it again. There's so many big moments late in the piece, and the good thing is we got through to 11 o'clock to pull it all apart. But I'm pretty certain he was walking in. So he had already started his approach, which and then all of a sudden found himself with players running at him.
Yeah. You know, it was outside 50, wasn't it?
Yep.
He would have been kicking from about 50.
Man on the mark was about 45, 48, 47 out.
Well, he should have been. Yeah. So once you start to make your way in, the clock becomes irrelevant.
It's a draw, 52 points apiece. Fremantle and Richmond. There's so many big moments.
I'm just watching Noah Cumberland. Your heart goes out to him. They've surrounded him here, the Tigers, as they slowly walk off the ground. He's in the middle of the pack. But Brandon Walker, when he went up to shake hands, just ruffled him on the head, and he's getting taps on the back from Fremantle players.
He was doing the right thing, though, because he had a player on over the top. It was a certain goal. If there was 10 more seconds on the clock.
Oh, 2 seconds.
He gets a mark to his teammate, and it's a fantastic kick.
What about Brayshaw? How's he feel? Look, it wasn't a great kick, but it was gettable. And once he got his hands to it and put it in the front of him, the worst thing he did, he fell over, so therefore the ball fell short. So that was another. But then you're looking at the way the ball went into both forward lines. Fair dinkum, the back line was just chewing up everything, and particularly Young. I thought he played an outstanding game. But I tell you also, too, I'll take my hat off to Pearce. after a real shaky start, he was very, very good at the end.
Brendan Cox, excellent as well. But it was a game dominated by the defensive ends, because Floston and Broad and that were excellent, and Robbie Tarrant for the Tigers.
Yeah. Oh, especially cruel for Richmond. Kel set it up perfectly in the final quarter, so they've lost 4 games this year, all by under a goal, and now they've got a draw as another thing to try and cope with as they leave the ground tonight in what has been a cruel season. I just want to get down to the Richmond rooms as they make their way in. Tim Hodges is down there for us. The game has ended in a draw, 52 points each between Richmond and Freo. What are you seeing, Hodgie?
Well, the Tigers are just coming in now. It does feel like a loss, I've got to be honest with you. And I did see Damien Hardwick. He came in and he had steam coming out of his ears. He is furious. And I've just seen him go from the back room through into the meeting room. And I imagine it's only a matter of seconds before he calls every one of these players in. But he is hot under the collar. I can see into the coach's room now. He's furious. So this is going to be another savage fallout for the Tigers.
Well, thanks, Hodgie. We'll hopefully get some more reaction and fix that line in the Richmond rooms. We'll get responses from the Dockers as well, so we'll go inside both sides of it.
I'm just on what Tim just said. I'll be very interested to see. Yes, we know that Fremantle kicked 2 goals, 1 to 1 goal. And if you ever look at the stats there, Kel, I'm not as close to what you are, but I would suspect that every stat was Fremantle's in that last quarter. So it's 109 to 69. Inside 50s was
16 to 9.
16 to 9. And and clearances. I think clearances, they got smashed Richmond in that last quarter.
15 to 5.
Oh, yeah. And I reckon almost contested football would fall in the favour of the Dockers. And yet they still only kicked 2 goals, 1. So both sides after half-time kicked 2 goals. I mean, it wasn't a rip-snorting game.
No, it was
scrappy. I'm just wondering, I know I've coached, but and Lingy, you're a player that's probably played in a draw or 2. I'm just wondering whether Damien Hardwick, I could say he'd be disappointed. I can't see how he'd be too savage on the side, because generally speaking, everyone had a crack.
Yeah. It feels like every time there's a draw, there's always someone wins the draw and someone loses the draw.
Yeah, that's true.
Who wins it, who loses it tonight?
Well, just on the Hardwick thing, and this may be where I'm saying maybe Richmond lost the draw a little bit, is what we spoke to Neil Barham about pre-match, about Richmond's ability they've forgotten how to win games and capture those moments. I think Hardwick would be saying there were opportunities throughout that game where Richmond could have put the game to bed and just nailed a couple of one. Not the Cumberland one at the end.
No,
that's not it. Not even the Bolter one at the end. Earlier moments that they are still not executing to the standard that is expected of Richmond.
And their goal kicking, even just their goal kicking, what Jack finished with, 1-3, I think.
1-3, yep.
But yes, Neil Barham told us in the pre-match, we have forgotten how to win. And what happened tonight? The opportunity was there.
Yeah.
And they just couldn't get it over the line.
I agree with that to a degree, but I really do think that it was almost like Richmond's plus saved the game. Fremantle's daring at the end almost won the game.
So if you are Damien Hardwick right now and you've got 23 dejected men, how do you deal with it downstairs in these rooms right now?
Well, I'd be pumping their effort, their technique. He decides on having, like all game, Lingy and myself have been calling for even up the back line and forward line for Fremantle to win the game. There was a patch there where they did, then all of a sudden they broke. But then it left Fremantle, so it left Richmond with the extra 1, but then when they put the ball forward, outside of getting over the back a couple of times, they were out-muscled, outmarked, outnumbered on almost every time they went inside their front 50. So at some stage you say, we might have the 6 and they're bringing their player up. Maybe we've got to get our 6th up and play him in the middle. So I would say that Damien Hardwick should be looking at his game structure more than the players and say, you know what, I think we've got to change up a bit when we've defended so well and we have to win this game. We've got to get a player in the action and not not from the back line where you've got a long way to go before you can score. Maybe we've got to bring him up into the middle. So I would start to suggest that Damien may have to look at his game structure.
We want to go back into the Richmond rooms. The game's ended in a draw, 52 points apiece between Richmond and Fremantle. We haven't got connection to the rooms? Oh. You got a Todgy?
Yes, Corbin. Jack Rewalt has been good enough to join us. Jack, we appreciate your time. What words have you got for us after that?
Oh, look, it's just footy can be a bitch sometimes. That's what it is, pretty much. I know probably a little bit spicy with the language there, but it is what it is. Like we felt like we should have won the game. We come away with 2 points. Yeah, we're disappointed, but I thought our process was pretty good tonight. We just didn't probably use the ball going inside 50 as well as we would have liked. So some growth areas for us. We've probably played 2 bad quarters in the last 3 games, and we come away with 2 points from 3 games. So it's disappointing, but we feel like we're playing good footy, and unfortunately we just didn't get the result.
Can I just ask you, what do you say as a leader to Noah after that final moment?
Oh, look, this is the thing. You always look at the last few seconds and define the game by that. But there's so many little moments that happen over the journey. I think for probably both the Noahs, it is what it is.
So Cumberland first.
It is what it is. Like, it just is what it is. It's footy. You win some, you lose some. The most important thing for especially young players is that they learn. And Noah Cumberland especially has been on a really interesting journey. Came to the football club, did an ACL in his first pre-season, but he's really grown as a player. And tonight's another opportunity where he can choose to dwell on it, or he can choose to grow. And he's been showing a great attitude to the way he's playing. I think he's a really exciting player. So he won't be defined by tonight, but that's the role of the leaders and the other players to get around him and make sure that the sun comes up tomorrow for him.
And just footy, Bolter. Can you believe that could happen, that he'd be called to play on? Were you mindful of the clock ticking down? We weren't. I must admit I wasn't.
No, neither was I. I was sort of setting up. And then all of a sudden Michael Frederick started running at me. Oh, what's going on here? So, no, it is. Look, we've spoken about, especially late in the games, taking time off the clock. Unfortunately, Noah's taken his 30 seconds and then some. So, all you can do really is just sit back and have a laugh about it, because if you don't laugh, you'll cry.
It feels like, I know it's a draw, but it feels like the losers' rooms at the moment. It feels like you lost more than perhaps they did.
No, I wouldn't subscribe to that. I think if you look around our group now, there's plenty of proactive conversations happening. We know we're in the hunt. We've just got to get over the line. Unfortunately, it was as close as it comes tonight. So we've got a big game next week against the Brisbane Lions. We roll into Shane Hundred's 300th game, which is a really important, momentous occasion for the football club and for Shane. So, we get back on the horse and we keep riding.
We appreciate your time. I'll send you upstairs. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, have you got a couple for Jack?
Yes, Jack. Thank you for joining us. It's always strange to know what to say after a draw when you've been battling it out for that long and you don't get the win or you don't get the loss. But as a team, you've got such high expectations, and quite rightly so, because you've been such a terrific team for a long time. How do you guys, as the older boys, how do you balance the demanding of these younger players to step up to moments versus almost the patience needed to guide them through and teach them how to win in these close games?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't use the word demandingly. I just think encouraging is the one thing, that we encourage players to play to their strengths. That's the reason they're drafted to AFL football clubs, and you remind them of what they're great at. And as a leadership group, that's our motto and our mentality towards the way we play. We know it works for us. But it's never a smooth journey for anyone. There's always little stumbling blocks along the way, and whilst tonight isn't a big stumbling block, it's still a little one, but it's a real growth moment for some younger guys. That you look at Noah Cumberland, unfortunately, he's probably had a chance to have a shot to win the game, but the stuff he's doing is outstanding. So it's just another moment for growth.
Do you sense the belief's still there, though. You believe, like, you guys can make finals, and not only, I suppose that's the first hurdle, but once you make finals, deep down you just go, okay, we know what it's like in September. We can still do serious damage.
Yeah, no, we've still got a big belief. We've probably got two of our best players out at the moment, in Tom Lynch and Dustin Martin. They'll slide back in nicely when they're ready to go, and we feel like we can challenge anyone, as we've shown this year. I mean, we've lost 4 games by under a goal, and we've had a draw now. If the footy gods had fallen our way, and we could be sitting top of the ladder. But there's a lot of what-ifs there, but you can only deal with what you've got in front of you, and what's in front of us now is a month of footy, which will decide whether we do play finals, and then you get there and you've got a chance.
Jack, Nick Molders, just if I'll throw names at you, just give us a little bit of a description of how you've seen him. And Robbie Tarrant.
Outstanding.
Yeah. And what has he brought to the club? Because he's, clearly tonight he was just outstanding on the way he played. And you're right, that word outstanding.
On Taberner, yeah. Look, when I found out Dave Ashbury was going to retire last year, it was sort of, that's a big void to fill. And I think Robbie's come along and filled that superbly. He's fitted in nicely into our backline mix. So we love playing with him. There was a couple of moments tonight, and I was sitting on the bench for both of them, that really important one-on-ones. Now, I've played a lot on Robbie. He used to belt me over the head a lot, and I'm very happy that he's wearing yellow and black now. So, no, I think he's been fantastic, Mick.
Shea Bolton.
I think Shea is in a transition of going from a good player, a really good player, to a great player. And he will be... his leadership started to shine off the field. He's about to have a baby, which is really exciting for him and his partner Hasina, and I just can see this young man growing up in front of our eyes, who has got two of the best Indigenous leaders you could ask for in Marlon Pickett and Shane Edwards at the football club, and he's following their footsteps nicely.
Sure. Liam Baker, where does he play? Where will he play his best footy?
That's a very good question. We would love to clone him and have 3 of him. Look, unashamedly, Liam Baker's my favourite player at the football club, in front of myself. I want him playing in the forward line. But I think what he does, he's elite at ground ball, so we manoeuvre him around where we think we can get the best out of him. So I think he'll end up being a forward, a high forward. And I reckon he could be one of the best high forwards in the competition.
And what about Morris Rioli? When he come on, he just looked like he gave you so much energy.
Yeah, he's a great sub, Morris, because he's still growing and developing that fitness base. But there's players that you play with, Nick, who are exciting. So when Daniel first came to the football club, Daniel Rioli, I loved playing with him just because he did not did what he's told, but he just knew that he was a quick player, and Morris does the same thing. So very exciting. I've got to run, boys.
Guys, that was Damien Hardwick. Hey, do you reckon Noah Cumberland would have kicked it if he'd had the shot after siren from 55?
He would have channeled me with that torpedo from against the Bulldogs maybe 10 weeks ago.
All right, get in there before Dimmer tells you off. Thanks, Jack. That was Dame. I'm not sure if you heard Damien Hardwick's voice, guys. That was a bark to get in here now. So they'd had their time to do stretching, to do some media for a few of the leaders, and now they're going in to face the music.
Thanks, Hodgie. We'll catch up with you in the Fremantle room, so we'll get some reaction from the Dockers. A few of their Victorian players have made their way back out onto the playing arena and are just chatting with some family and friends over the fence. So Brennan Cox is down there along with Will Brodie, and now Griffin Logue's come out to meet them as well. So just having a chat over the fence with a few family and friends that have either made the trip or based themselves in Victoria. Full-time, it's a draw. The first draw of the season, 7-10-52 apiece. Richmond had 2 golden opportunities to try and win it late. Noah Bolter had a set shot in the final 2 minutes. He took too long. He was told to play on. I did see the replay. As I mentioned earlier, he'd started his approach in. He hadn't.
Okay.
So told to play on. And then as he tried to hurriedly kick goalward from 55 out, Michael Frederick charged it down in what was a tremendous smother, denying the Tigers a chance for a go-ahead score. And then 90 seconds later, with time running out, Noah Cumberland, the 21-year-old, took a mark at right half forward, right on the bell. He rolled to play on from 52 out, and the siren went, denying Richmond the winning score. So in the end, It finishes dead even, Lingy, 52 points apiece. So they split the premiership points 2 apiece.
We've been talking a bit about Richmond and really appreciate Jack joining us there. Fremantle, I think they'll learn a lot from tonight, Mick, because I don't think they handled the pressure of Richmond well. I don't think they handled maybe even, I'm going to say, the occasion. And it almost still felt like there was a slight intimidation factor of playing against Richmond, this great team that is, I know they're not the reigning champs, but gee, they're very recently the champs. On a big Friday night. Their ball use was not good.
No.
It was not crisp. There was the odd passage of play that looked really nice, but some of their kicks were right off. There wasn't the I think we saw a Fremantle team that showed just a little hint of how young and inexperienced they are in massive games as they're on their growth journey. I think it's a really exciting journey. I think that they've certainly quickened up this journey more than I thought they could. But we saw bits of it tonight where the old term, they'll be better for the run in a hot game.
Lingy, there's a couple of blokes that I'd be very worried about. Look, I've already stated about Nat Fyfe, and his best part of the game today was coming out of the goal square. And he's a worry. You mentioned it. I mean, I know you look at the midfield that he just can't get in. He can't spread us anywhere near as quick enough. He'd be worried, and he's worried now with injury. But the other one is Michael Walters. He's almost got to the stage now where the ball has to be delivered to him, where he used to be able to get the football. So that's another worry.
The only thing I'd say with Walters, and I hear what you're saying, because he's not even going to goal a game, so he's relying on being a high-pressure, dangerous player. I think that structure, the way Fremantle played, allowing Richmond to have the spare, and the way they delivered the ball inside the forward line meant it was going to be a rough night for him.
41 goals in 45 games under Justin Lomio for Michael Walters.
45, right.
Yeah, and he'd kicked 40 goals in his last season under Ross Lyon in 2019. So that's not really a reflection of the coach, but more so just the later years of his career now at 31. It ends in a draw. There's a lot to pick apart from a Fremantle perspective. It does provisionally put them into third spot on the AFL table. They've now got that half game, so percentage is out of the question. Into the Fremantle rooms with Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbin, Caleb Sarong has been good enough to join us. Caleb, really appreciate your time. It's such a weird feeling, as we were just talking about beforehand. Can you put it into words what you're feeling right now after you came over here for the 4 points? Do you take 2 and I'm not happy, but it's better than nothing?
Yeah, it's a tough one. Obviously, I've never played in a draw in an AFL game, so it's a new experience for me. But I guess you can look at it 2 ways. We did a lot to save a score or goal in the last couple of minutes, and some amazing efforts from a few of the boys. But we also probably shot ourselves in the foot for the first 25 minutes of that quarter. We had a lot of opportunities that we didn't take. So there's 2 ways you can look at it, but I guess 2 points is better than 0 when you look at it in the end.
I was going to say, can you describe the last couple of minutes of that game? It was insane, wasn't it? With both Noah Bolton, Noah Cumberland having the potential shots to win it.
Yeah, it was very strange. It was high intensity. The pressure was up. It was. You can't really describe it. Like a few of those stoppages in our D50. I thought Hayden Young and Jordan Clark, a couple of their contests back there were amazing. And then, obviously the play on call for both of them was quite strange. But I thought the boys' ability to stay on their toes, especially for the Noah Bolton one, for Michael Frederick to come forward and smother it, was pretty impressive as well.
Were you near Bolton?
I was kind of trying to block some holes in the 450, but I was looking around and I couldn't believe what was going on, so it was pretty strange.
It's so good for Caleb to join us to stick the cans on. I'll send you upstairs. We've got Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Caleb, thank you very much for joining us after a big game. Always great to chat with you. I was just talking before. I don't know if you heard it, if you'd put the headphones on or not. It felt like you guys were more rushed and not quite as sharp and as polished with your ball use. Was that Richmond's really good pressure, or was that just maybe some of the guys' big Friday night game just not handling the occasion quite as well as you have throughout this season?
Yeah, it's an interesting one because they brought a lot of pressure. Credit to them, especially their implied pressure. I felt like their ability to come forward and I guess put every ball carrier under pressure was pretty big. And then I felt like we felt that pressure and fueled their pressure at times, playing straight and not changing our angles. But I felt like in the second half we were able to switch it a few times, keep it off them, and felt like that's the way we want to play a bit more. Use our numbers, like I said, change angles, switch the ball, and use our run, especially from our wings and high forwards. So felt like we, especially in that last quarter and more so the second half, we got the game looking the way we wanted to. But as you said, their pressure was pretty hot, and that's the kind of what we've got to expect from now on as the season goes on and it gets to the pointy end. That's what the pressure's going to be like every game.
Yeah, you're playing in some big games now, which will prepare you really well for those big finals games. Can you give us an insight into what Justin Longmuir is now like in those massive games and ones like tonight, half-time? Is that calming voice really clear with his direction, or is it the real fire and brimstone stuff?
Pre-game we had a pretty heavy focus on bringing our energy. To be honest, we knew that their crowd was going to be loud, and we wanted to get back to our trademark footy, which is passion and celebrating each other and bringing our own energy, and that's in all phases of the game. I felt like we were able to do that for large parts of the game, and that held us in good stead. And then at half-time, he's always pretty calm, the big fella, unless we need a big rev up, but he was good. At half-time, he just touched on a few points, especially with our ball movement. We were playing pretty straight and we needed to change angles a little bit more, like I said. So that was pretty much the main messages, but after the game was pretty similar in the fact that we kind of shot ourselves in the foot at times, but some great efforts to save us at the end. We just want to get better from now.
Caleb, well done on your year thus far. Just about the game structure. Richmond they kept their back six, you kept five, and the extra at the stoppage. Did you feel it's at times the pressure that they were applying to you at the middle wasn't allowing you then to find targets in the forward line? It was just coming straight back out of your forward line through the extra player that Richmond had?
At times, definitely. I felt like in the first half we kind of kept our six forwards and played with the even numbers around the stoppage, and kind of it was a bit more open, and felt like, as you said, their pressure was pretty good around the footy, and they were getting some really good looks, so we changed it up and brought our forward up, which we knew would give them a +1, which they want to try and get, but we felt like we could use that number around the footy, especially with their pressure, and we needed that support around the footy. But yeah, I guess you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Sometimes you got to give something up, and we felt like that was the best way. We were going to lock it in our front half if we could bring the ball to ground and then equalise once we won that. Felt like in the last quarter especially, we were able to lock it in our front half for pretty much the whole quarter nearly. Yeah. So that's the kind of way we want the game to look. But their backs played a huge part in that, and ability to snap up and kind of own the outside and kind of keep turning over was huge.
Sure. Now, you've got such a young ruckman in Sean Darcy. How do you find him around the ground, and can he last without Lobby Loeb didn't play today? So can you get by with the one ruckman, the one genuine ruckman? He's out-rucked the others 28 to, I think the best against him was Solo with 20. Yeah, Solo with 22. So do you find that, is he a leading ruckman? Is he a talking ruckman? Is he an instructive ruckman?
I feel like as a midfield group we're all getting better at that. We're all quite young, and we don't want to rely on Dave or Fifey when he comes in to kind of instruct us, so we're all getting better at that, and he's one that's really trying to take control. When he's on top, he's an absolute presence around the stoppages, and especially as well when we kick it long to him in the air. He's able to clunk some big marks, so he's an absolute force in there, and we love playing with him. But as you said, having Lobby in there as well gives him a good break, and I guess obviously tonight he played a few more minutes, which he's probably not used to, but I felt like he was able to fight his way through. They've got two big boys in there. They're pretty physical, so they would have, I guess, worn him down at times, but I felt like he was able to fight it out, and Griff gave him a good contest in there when he went in, was able to provide something at ground level as well.
Caleb Sarong on Grandstand AFL. Caleb, a couple of quick ones to finish. The travel aspect this year, so you're, I think, a third-year player in the competition now. It's really the first time in 3 years that the Dockers have travelled every second week. So back on the plane, cross the Nullarbor. In previous years, you've played either in hubs or you've played your away games in clumps. How different has it been as a player to experience that, and what sort of a cumulative effect has it had?
Yeah, it is a different experience. I guess I reflect on the fact that how many games Dave Mundy's played and his ability to back it up week after week and travel so many kilometres. But I guess if he can do it, we can all do it as well, and we're taking as much as we can from him because he's done it the best that anyone has. So I guess for us, we've got a real high emphasis on recovery. That's mental and physical, and especially this time of the year, mental's almost more important than physical. So we've got some really good things in place that help us kind of recover both from the flight and preparing for games when we come over. So I feel like we've got a really good program and I guess protocol set up to succeed, and it's definitely not an excuse. We don't use it as an excuse. We use it as, I guess, a competitive advantage in the fact that teams have to come over and play us as well. So we try and use it as positive.
And Nat Fyfe, you've obviously spent the last couple of weeks trying to filter him back into this group and try to work out what the best mix is for him. Now, obviously, you're going to miss him for a chunk. How different has that been to try and put him back into this team that's already been up and going? Yeah,
it's different. I guess we've had a similar kind of mix until he came back with Wiz, Dave, Andy, myself and Sean, and we got some good chemistry, and then Fyfe came and we feel like we were able to build that the last few weeks, and when he was in there, he was playing a lot of forward, but also some centre bounce, which is, I feel like he was able to, I guess, get his groove going, especially kind of the last couple of weeks, which is great for him, but really disappointing seeing him go down tonight. But hopefully, fingers crossed, the scanning comes back pretty good and not too bad. But he's someone that can really change the game, and we love having him out there, and felt like he was given a really good contest forward of the ball until he went down tonight, so hopefully it's not too bad.
And last one, Caleb, I wouldn't be doing my job as a sports broadcaster if I didn't ask you the cliche question after the draw. Would you prefer a draw or would you prefer extra time if you had the chance to change one of the rules?
Everyone was pretty cooked, but extra time would be nice, try and steal the 4 points, but I'm not at the moment, I'm not really thinking of playing an extra 10, 15 minutes. I'm pretty cooked, to be honest.
Safe travels back to Perth. Caleb, we'll see you on Friday night footy again next week against the D's.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Caleb Sarong from the Fremantle Rooms. The match has ended in a draw, 52 points apiece. Just the second draw in Fremantle history. The other one was back in 2013 against the Swans. And Richmond played in a draw as recently as Sean Burgoyne's last game, round 23 last season. So
I'm for the draw.
Yep.
In any sport. I can understand why finals. I can understand that, and I've coached both. A final where we had to repeat it,
yes,
and a final when we played extra time. The thing about extra time, I know you've got to have it during finals, but again, what you just said then, I don't know whether I've got another 10 minutes in me. And if you've lost a player, automatically you're being compromised after the event, the way I see it. And our competition can cope with a draw, because we get 4 points a win and 2 points for a draw and nothing for a
So
lot.
it does make it more interesting in the race for the finals. That all of a sudden now, instead of just percentage, you've got these teams with half games.
Yeah.
So it actually is. I'm probably a little bit with you, Mick, to be honest. I think I'm happy with it. What do you reckon, Lingy?
Yeah, no, I'm certainly stick with the draw during the home and away season. I love the fact finals became extra time in the lead-up finals, and I was one who supported the grand final being going to extra time. Okay. Rather than playing the replay like you did in 2010.
Well, last time that'll happen apparently, because it does.
Oh, come on. Kel's giving me the... Don't ask me. Come on, Kel.
Come on, Coach.
Do you want the draw or do you want extra time?
Come on, Coach.
No, well, I just like tradition in the game, so I would say stick with the draw. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't harm our game.
I mean, I love the round ball game. I love football, soccer.
Yeah.
But when big games are decided by a kick, and our lucky grey wiggle who just happened to get the right way. One of the Socceroos I had said on that day, that game that they played, this is either going to be the best day or the worst day of my life.
Yep.
And it came down to the grey wiggle picking the right way.
Yeah.
I mean, that's extraordinary. It was the greatest day of his life, and they're going to a World Cup.
Yeah, what a call though that was to actually take off Matt Ryan.
And none of the players knew. Isn't that extraordinary?
Well, I suppose you don't want to overload players with stuff that's unnecessary.
Yeah, but no other players knew that the plan was that Matt Ryan would come off.
Yeah.
Wow. Anyway.
The cool thing is, though, with soccer, you get the penalty shootouts of those games that have to be decided then and there.
Yes.
And through the World Cup, it'll be the same and all of that. But you can play a Premier League season and have draws. It's fine to have draws.
Yes,
I
true.
think that's okay with us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Home and away games can have a draw.
Yep. Yeah.
Instead, it creates intrigue in the ladder, whereas the finals, we need a result.
Yeah. It's... Yeah, and there was no... I love the history of the game too, Mick, and I remember growing up and looking back on things like 77, for example, and and then when to actually experience it, and obviously in a very different way than what you did, but it sort of felt like, no, I don't want that. I want a result today. But it was a weird thing to live through in 2010. The unusual nature of it was at that stage we had 3 different results for a draw or outcomes for a draw in the one season. So if it happened in the regular season, you split the points.
Yeah.
in the first 3 weeks of the finals, you played extra time, and on the grand final, you had an entire replay.
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
Was your extra time over in Perth, the West Coast final?
Yeah.
What was that experience like?
What was it like? It was almost like we knew it was going to happen because right at the end you just go, well, I know there's going to be a draw, so you almost switch into what am I going to do for the next two 10s?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
2 10s. How am I going to play this as a coach? So as it turned out, I was trying to be as calm as I could so that keep the players at the same level as they were finishing. Because I didn't want them to be trying to find something like that. I think you only had 2 minute break.
Yeah,
so
it might have been 5 actually. Now that I look at it,
5
minutes each way. Yeah,
and what, a 2 minute break in the middle?
Yeah.
I
think you came. I think the coaches came down.
Oh no, we definitely went down. But my mind was, if I get down there too agitated and agitate them in that 2 minutes, I'm using up their energy.
Yeah,
that was the only thing I was thinking was how do you make this better for the player group?
So I think the coaches only spoke between full time and the start of extra time.
Yes, no
and then
half
when
time.
extra time started, it was just we're changing ends and we're doing the other 5 minutes. So it was 5 minutes each way, back to back.
Yeah, between the end of the game and the start of it.
Yep,
yes,
you had an address and that was it.
That's
Yeah.
it. So it was quite amazing actually. We ended up playing Lingy side, and we flew back. I think we had about 5 or 6 day break, whatever it was. But nonetheless, we were pretty confident that the game served us well because we ended up winning it by 20-odd points, I think. Daisy Thomas went nuts.
Can I just ask you very quickly about Michael Frederick's smother at the end? So the game awareness in that moment. Talk us through it from the Fremantle perspective. So we've looked at it from Noah Bolter's standpoint, but what about the Dockers to be awake in that moment?
Outstanding. It really was. That awareness, concentration, understanding of what Bolter was trying to do, understanding what the clock and the scoreboard was saying, having your ears open, which might sound like an obvious thing, but some players close off to what's being said to them.
Yeah.
But to have your ears open to hear what the umpire is calling and to then go and execute it perfectly, well played. Very, very well played.
Yeah, I agree. It's amazing. Some clubs do it so well. When a player is having a shot for goal, they line it's never 10 metres. They pinch a metre and a half, and that that's the umpire's fault. That's good play by the players. To stay aware, you can always cause the player, like they do at training, to just get a little bit nervous about breaking off the line. And I think it's very good practice to make sure that you never let any player have what he wants to have a shot on the goal.
We heard Tim Hodges tell us in the Richmond rooms that Damien Hardwick was fuming. He had the chance to address the players. He's now addressing the press. Let's have a listen in to what Damien Hardwick's saying after the draw. 52 points apiece between Richmond and Fremantle.
It's always difficult to sum up the emotion post-draw. It's unusual. But what was your message to the players just then, in particular, with the last 60 seconds or so?
The last 60 seconds you can look at individually, but the reality is, Noah gave himself a chance to win the game. The clock expired, but put himself in the right position and, like last week, learn from it. Yeah, it's a challenging one to set up. We had ample opportunities. We had 2 shots effectively to try and win the game and got 0 points for them.
It is an unusual situation. Do you game and train that type of situation at training? Like, did the players, I guess, follow what they should have, in inverted commas, done, or was it's just unusual?
Look, it's unusual. That's it. At the end of the day, it's 0.3 of a second by the time he hits his boot, so it is what it is.
Have you spoken to Noah since the end of the match just to see how it's going?
Yeah, we went through it, and he's disappointed like any kid would be, but the fact of the matter is it's a part of the whole equation. There's a number of things we didn't do that well tonight, and there's a number of things we did, but we can sit there and look at the last play, but we made some errors defensively and offensively that cost us goals the other way, so yeah.
Where does it sit on the scale of the last 3 weeks? I mean, you've had a lot of opportunities but haven't converted. Where does this sit for you in terms of that? Is this better?
Look, it's hard to say, to be honest. It's sometimes the funny game to watch, I would say. Like it was slow and boring, I would say, at various stages. So it was a challenge. So we'll digest it, have a look at it, and find out what it shows. Hard to sort of say at the moment.
Obviously played Nankervis up forward more than he normally would. I mean, it seemed to be you just couldn't get it past that sort of half forward deep and create scoring opportunities, even though you're getting...
Yeah, we were. We probably, same sort of thing. I thought we missed a couple of opportunities as well, but, Soldo was really good early in the ruck. I thought he'd get clear hand to the ball, and we probably didn't capitalise on, I think our first possession numbers in quarter one were like 9 or 10, but we only had 3 or 4 clearances, so we just couldn't quite get clear. But, Toby, we needed a contest up forward, and that's what he provided. Soldo's done reasonably well against Darcy before, so we thought we'd give it another look.
Damien Hardwick at his press conference, just a little snapshot there. We thought he'd be very fired up, Mick. You've done this multiple times. Been up just a little more calm by the time he gets a chance to chat to the press.
He wasn't fired up, but it was interesting. He said they were playing at times boring football.
Yeah, but he also said we had 2 shots for no result, and both scoring opportunity. You can't blame that young kid at the end. There's no one you can blame him for that. He, as Lingy said, he had a player on. All he wanted to do was get off the mark and get the ball to him, because he probably didn't back himself from 51, 52 metres. Maybe he just didn't back himself.
Yeah. In my role as a sports broadcaster, Mick, as someone who's never been out there and played a game, it's now time to proportion blame at the end of the game. So if you're trying to blame somebody the most for the loss, is it more blame on which Noah? Is it Noah Bolter or Noah Cumberland that's more responsible for the
30 seconds
for the result?
You should have sat down and had your lunch in that time. Really, a senior player should know better. And if you're trying to milk the extra couple of seconds, no, get yourself in front first before you start doing that.
So Noah Bolter.
Oh, I certainly wouldn't blame the kid for not one bit of it.
He did have a long time. We're getting another look at it now.
Well, 30 seconds is a long time.
We showed the crowd. He's taking a breath.
Play on.
Well done, Frederick. That is superb.
Speed you can see just burning across the turf, and lays the game-saving smother in the end. Fremantle get out with 2 points. It ends in a draw, 52 points apiece. Before the votes, Cal.
It was Charlie Dixon. Who had the shot.
Yep.
And the umpire said play on.
Yes.
And Geelong won the game by 2 points.
Yep.
Wow.
I couldn't picture who the player was.
Yeah, I remember that.
Good decision, though.
Yeah.
The votes, Lingy, in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Where have you gone?
Well, we've gone to the back line, Corbs, because it was a game dominated by the defences and well-organised defences and some questionable ball use going forward. But anyway, they did what they could. So, gone Luke Ryan with 1 vote. He had 24 disposals, took 11 marks. Just a really controlling influence down there. When they looked a little unsettled at times, it was Ryan who often cleaned it up. 2 votes to, down the other end, Robbie Tarrant. He was superb tonight, wasn't he, Mick? Robbie just played
He was terrific.
Brilliant game.
Yeah.
Clearly beat Taberner, and more often than not had to make up massive ground to save them. So he was superb. And then we go to the youngster, who was just so good from start to finish. Hayden Young, 31 disposals, 14 marks, really damaging by foot. Was one of the few players who kicked well for the game. He gets the 3 votes, but very much dominated by the defenders, the votes.
I like it. 7 goals each, and defenders clean sweep the votes.
Yeah, correct. I'll never win a Brownlow.
Yeah, 3 for Hayden Young, 2 for Robbie Tarrant, and 1 for Luke Ryan in the ABC Footballer of the Year. In the NRL tonight, a victory earlier for the St George Illawarra Dragons, 20-6 over the Manly Seagulls, and the Sydney Roosters, 42 beat Newcastle 12, so a 30-point win for the Roosters. In the big football game played in Perth tonight, Leeds United 1, Crystal Palace 1. How boring a draw.
No extra. I know there's someone having a shot and the siren went.
Took too long.
That's what we got. That's what we got tonight here at Dockland. It's been great fun. Thanks to Mick Malthouse and to Cameron Ling. Sports Talk from 10 a.m. tomorrow in WA. The lead from 12 noon and SA Grandstand from 11. Thanks to Kelly Underwood. Thanks to Stu Birchmore, to Tim Hodges, to Craig Davis and Adam back in the studio. That'll do us. They can't be separated after 4 quarters. The Tigers and the Dockers play out a draw.
We are one.
But we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream, as big with one voice.
90 years of the ABC.
You are
90 years yours.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of NRL.
ABC Grandstand Sports Special.
On radio, online and on mobile. This is Sports World. from the BBC.
Hello and welcome to Sports World. I'm Russell Fuller and you're listening to the Arthur Ashe story, 40 years on from his Wimbledon victory here on the BBC World Service. An inspiration, a politician, a pioneer on and off court. Those are just some of the words used to describe Arthur Ashe, who became the first African American to win the men's Wimbledon singles title against